The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. To them we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout going crazy. People going crazy in this motherfucker. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-no-meter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money to buy from other men? This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che Nkrumah, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Che. Say hi to people, Lady Che.
Black News. Hi.
I'm your host, Che Nkrumah. Sorry about that. And on this season, we might be joined with Shabaka when he wakes up. Hopefully he joins us again. Like he did last night. He came at the very end. Hopefully he joins us again tonight. And on the season 5, episode 45, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics that we didn't get to in part 2, or we did cover in part 2, but we got more analysis on. And that is the disrespect of our Queen Mother, Assata Shakur. Shame on you goddamn tethers. Shame on you racist white supremacists. And shame on you, Cash Patel. Mayor Eric Adams drops out of New York mayoral race. Zohran Kwame Mamdani to be exact, on Trump's meddling in election as Eric Adams drops out. New York City mayoral race update, what it means for polls after Adams drops out. Trump's words for Mamdani. 2 mass murders in Michigan and North Carolina. More white-on-white, Mayo on Mayo crime. Why did Terence Crawford get hemmed up by the police? Brother snaps on on Asian politicians for disrespecting Black people, for disrespecting, for voting for Charlie Kirk's resolution. To hell with Charlie Kirk, may he rest in piss and shit. FBI fires agents for kneeling in solidarity with Black people. Berta, the woman who coined Lowrider in 1955. That was 70 years ago. McDonald's hit with nationwide boycott after Black franchises exposed racism. And last but certainly not least, we got our illegal migrant news, our unhoused neighbor news, and our local Denver news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 5 seasons now and counting. We have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one. We started back in 2020, 2021. Then shortly after that, the Revolutionary Agenda came out. And then we moved Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Lady Che's, The Revolutionary Agenda, Jay Militant's What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. I think he's still alive right now, but he'll come over when he's done. Kool Keezy, who does our intro track, his link is also in the description. And the Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. His channel description or link is in the description as well. Also, we have the petition for reparations. Please sign it. It's also in the description. The GoFundMe for the brother that disrespected mocked the death of Charlie Kirk. His GoFundMe link is also in the description. They expelled the brother for what he did. So we put about $30,000 on his GoFundMe so he could go to another school. We also have the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. PewTube. Stop taking our videos down. I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And that's from the great Nelly Floyd Jr., who transitioned this past February, ProduceJustice.com. Also, when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, i.e., the police, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by the great Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned back in 2016. So those are the topics for tonight, Black family. Thank y'all for tapping in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the Frontline Black News. So I'm going to hop right into it because these mothers been disrespecting our Queen Mother, and we just can't have that. Salute to Breeze. B1 salute to you. Awesome stream earlier. Make sure y'all check out Breeze Omega as well. He has a channel as well.
Yeah, she's fire.
So we're going to go shout out to Church. Church covered the disrespect of Assata, and we're going to cover it as well. So shout out to Church, Black Power. The doors of the church are now open, and we're going to go right into it. So shame on you tethers.
Let's just say one thing.
For disrespecting our Queen Mother. Go ahead, Lady Chain.
Every time y'all put on a show, I think I don't watch it. I'm actually watching it with Jesse. To kind of like, if I only hop on and throw something in the chat, only because, he won't type it in for me or whatever, and he's busy doing something else, like this is another podcast or whatever. So I've been hearing everything that goes on from all our people from Afro Elite,
Black Alpha
Network, the Church of Black Power, Breathe Omega's channel. That shit is fire over there. That shit's funny as hell. It's funny as hell.
Yeah.
Dwan B.
Yep.
Tariq.
Lisa
Cabrera, Uncle Phil.
Yeah.
And I haven't been in the thing because I don't got no I ain't got my computer up.
Yeah.
So it'd be hard for me on the phone, but I'd be able to tap in and be just getting the giggles in. I'd be sitting there talking shit the whole time that y'all are doing shows. So I'm glad to see y'all over here. I'm glad to see what we're about to do and highlight what our brother already did. And I'm excited about it. So let's get it. Go ahead, Jesse.
All right. Yeah, so shout out to Church of Black Power. Thank you for that, Lady Chain.
That's all.
Thank you for updating the people on that.
Yeah, because they think I'll just not exist. They'll just pop up randomly and not knowing that I'll be listening to it with Jesse. I hear everything before it gets played on over here. So for when the time he plays it, it's like, oh my God, didn't we just cover it? No, we listened to it on 3 different platforms. So like exhausted for it, but that's really what it is.
Amara, what in the hell are you doing? Oh, are you doing my blue highlighter? How the hell did you get my...
Don't beat him. Look at my baby. Our baby's been bad all day. They done caught many cat whoopings today.
Yeah.
Many cat whoopings.
All right, so I'm gonna hop right into it. Shout out to Church. And the hell with this goddamn bonnet wearing tether right here.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
What the hell did you actually do for us? Assata Shakur.
So this broad.
General.
Let me get a kind of context on this broad. So I guess she got a TikTok or something. And this disrespectful ass tether. These tethers are so disrespectful. She had the audacity to disrespect our Queen Mother, talking about what the Queen Mother do for us. Bitch, first of all, you wouldn't even be allowed in this country if it wasn't for the Black Panthers or the BLA. So you need to pay respects. These damn tethers are so disrespectful. None of them us would have been allowed over in this country if it wasn't for foundational Black Americans fighting for the Immigration Act of 1965 because we thought we was going to have reinforcements to fight against this wicked, racist, white supremacist beast. Instead, we got a bunch of damn tethers that got in line with racism and white supremacy and went to picking the cotton as soon as they got here. So the hell with them and the hell with this broad and the rest of these mothers that we're going to showcase. Disrespectful ass tethers. How dare you disrespect our sister
I should look like old frog face.
Assata Shakur. Oh, goofy looking broad.
Suffering of blacks to further your own movement. And before you get all pissed off, let me explain something to you. A lot of y'all that are Black in this country, the buck, I'm not too broken up about Assata Shakur's passing.
Of course you're not too broken up, bitch.
Instead,
of our lineage.
They send Obama over there
And
to drink the freaking fake water and say,
yeah, there was a B.
no, this isn't a stunt. I'm really thirsty. Can I get a drink of water? Can I get a glass of water? You had Negroes in the background screaming, no, don't drink the water. If I was in the crowd, I would have said, get him a real glass of water from the tap. Let me go get this glass of water for him personally.
I've been to Flint. I was in Flint in the 90s. And my mom told me then, don't drink the tap water. The water was fucked up then. We was drinking bottled water. I think we drank bottled water the whole time we was in Michigan. And we was in Michigan for like 3 months. I don't think we ever drank any tap water the whole time we was in Michigan. We was in Flint. We was in Saginaw. We didn't make it to Detroit, but we was in Flint and Saginaw. And yeah, that water was fucked up then. So when old Sambo took that drink of water, we actually already knew something was up because I wasn't even. You couldn't trust it. You just could not trust it. And like Church was saying, like he would have went and got it from the tap himself and had him drink it, and then say if it was good or not. Because on Sambo, they got him a glass of water from God knows where. And he's like, "Oh,
from a bottle, cuz."
Yeah, from
the behind the scenes.
Yeah, from a bottle, from behind the scenes. Thank you, Lady Che.
You're welcome.
And I don't know. And then he's like, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with the water." Bullshit, old Sambo. To hell with you. And you put that $2 million bounty on our sister's head. To hell with you. To hell with the dump. To hell with Christie. And to hell with Cash Patel and Gay Edgar Hoover.
Yep, Obama did that.
From the tap.
You know he would have did that.
Right.
But I digress. This isn't about the tether in chief.
Right.
So let's get over here to the crux of what made me say, you know what? We're gonna do a broadcast on this situation. Let's get to the tether.
Let's get it.
The bonnet wearing cricket wig tether.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm not too broken up about Assata Shakur's passing because I find it very ironic. You pick an African name, you flee to a Latino country for asylum, but what the hell did you actually do for us? Assata Shakur was for self, much like a lot of those Black Panthers. That's why they were dismantled. You use the struggling and suffering of Blacks to further your own movement. And before you get all pissed off, let me explain something to you. A lot of y'all that are Black in this country, the Black Panthers, as radical and loud as y'all are, baby, you would not have been accepted. The Black Panther Party did not like anybody who was LGBTQ. They didn't care for anybody who was of a different background. Like if you were not strictly Black American, they didn't give a fuck about you. So and then she killed a police officer. And the movement she was, what was it called? The Black Liberation Army or whatever the fuck, broke in prison, took some people hostage, and broke her out. She left in a van and all that shit, whatever. And then she fled to Cuba. But Fidel Castro granted her political asylum, and that's what I want to bring to attention. Now, you don't advocate for anybody Black outside America, but the Latino countries are the only place you can go for asylum. You didn't go.
Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? We were advocating for all so-called Africans in the fucking world. What the man? This bitch is stupid as fuck.
They care as long as you was Black that's a lie too, because they united with a whole bunch of different organizations.
Yeah, so what the fuck is she talking about?
Carry out Black business. Stop it. She's stupid as fuck. Ignorant as hell. She must be a millennial.
She's a fucking tether.
Definitely
I know
tether.
that.
Ignorant,
ungrateful, ignorant ass tether at that.
Right.
nowhere that was primarily black. You didn't go to Jamaica. You didn't go to, you didn't go to Africa. Why the hell did you pick Cuba? Because if you can't go nowhere else on this earth, Latinos will protect you.
That is not true.
Bitch, there's blacks in fucking Cuba. There's black Cubans, you stupid bitch.
Everywhere. What you talking about?
That bitch is dumb.
Bitch is dumb as hell. Stupid as fuck.
So at the end of the day, it's sad she passed, but it don't affect me in no way, shape, or form. And
bitch, you wouldn't even be allowed over here if it wasn't for people like Assata Shakur. What the fuck are you talking about? You fucking tether. You're like one of the first, second generation immigrants.
Anywhere. I would never follow that bitch down a dark nothing. She would not be a leader of nothing. She can't even lead her motherfucking face to the fucking bathroom. Take that motherfucking stupid ass bonnet off her head.
Right.
Before she do a live video.
And take that stupid ass septum ring out her fucking nose.
Oh, fucking dumbass ass, stupid, goofy looking ass, big ass bitch. And
I don't give a fuck what you have to say. Again, just because
we don't give a fuck what you have to say.
What you got to say? You're fucking ignorant as a motherfucker. Especially speaking all kind of bad. You got bad, Jesse. I don't even know why you did this.
Because I'm black now. Black Panther Party really didn't do shit for us either. Besides.
Bitch, if it wasn't for the Black Panther Party, you ratchet ass bitch, your kids wouldn't be able to fucking eat for free. Bitch, the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, dumbass. That's just one thing they did. That's just one thing. Okay? They got a
you think we got civil rights by singing "We Shall Overcome"? No. We got civil rights by burning this bitch to the fucking ground.
Walking around
bitch.
with motherfucking heats like it was all right. Like we didn't give no fuck. Stop it. Stop it, bitch. Stop it, you fucking ignorant ass shit. Take that shit off your motherfucking head and the big ass motherfucking ass glasses.
Underprivileged blacks, the WIC program. And that's it.
No, that's not it.
That's not it.
That's one of many things, you
that's
stupid
one
bitch.
One of many things.
Damn, that bitch is dumb.
Fucking stupid.
All right, family. Before we go back over it, I let it play through first so that everybody can hear her words in full.
That's when
with no interruption. Now we're gonna chop down this one. Give a B1 salute to Uncensored Truth. Thank you for being here, family. As well as our good sister Tampa Bay. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family.
Then we have books
as well as
shout out to Daniel. Salute, Daniel.
Our good sister Donna C. Much love and shalom to you. Thank you for being here, family.
That LGBT tip.
Want to make sure.
Don't know, bitch. Want to lick no.
Richie Almighty. Thank you for being here, as well as Sean Wright. Much love to you. Thank you for being here.
Lady looking ass bitch. She needs to stop. She got me down just.
Shout out to Carol. Thank you for being here, my sister. And shout out to our brother William for the super chat. Much love to you. I appreciate your contribution as always. Who is this? Stop, Puff.
No.
Marshmallow Heifer. I know that you had that just in the chamber. That ain't come out of nowhere. That ain't come out of nowhere. Much love to you, family. And also a B1 salute to our brother Antithesis in the building. Much love to you. Now, let's get into it. Let's chop down this woman's logic.
All out. That way, when I got on the mic, I wouldn't get scared or nervous.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm not too broken up about Assata Shakur's passing because I find it very ironic. You pick an African name, you flee to a Latino country for asylum. But what the hell did you actually do for us?
See, that's coming from the mouth of somebody who's in America benefiting from what she actually did for us.
Exactly.
Her slave name and let her new name rock.
This is what I'm talking about. These people get over here and they milk the benefits of our greatness. They milk the benefits of our freedom fighters. They milk the benefits of everything that we fought to possess here. And not just for ourselves. We fought for everybody to possess those equal rights, those contributions and everything else. that was what we were fighting for. None of these people fought for any of the rights that they receive here, but yet they can sell over here on a goddamn inner tube,
right?
Playing with their belly button, with their bonnets on, and get over here and ask a stupid question, like, what did she actually do?
Stupid bitch.
Dumb as fuck.
It's time for one of these. You know what time it is. Salute to the brother Antithesis. Thank you for your cash app, your super chat. Excuse me. Much love to you. I appreciate your contribution, and it is always appreciated, family. Much love to you. Now, let's let her continue.
Assata Shakur was for self, much like a lot of those Black Panthers. That's why they were dismantled.
No, bitch. They were dismantled because they let motherfuckers like you in.
The Black Panthers was one of the only organizations that not only fought for Black people, but allowed other people of other races to join.
That was the
so you get the brown berets from the Black Panthers.
Right. The punk ass.
You had Asians who were a part of the Black Panthers. Mm-hmm. Why? Because the Black Panthers, they actually believed in community.
Yeah.
So if you lived in the community, the Black Panthers would make sure you were taken care of, regardless of race.
Yep.
That was the Black Panthers.
And their pants still mean something.
Well, unless you was a Nabisco, and we understand why. But that was the Black Panthers.
Right.
Any other time we looking like.
Remember when that cracker seen my pants?
You use the struggling and suffering of Blacks to further your own movement. And before you get all pissed off, let me explain something to you. A lot of y'all that are Black in this country, the Black Panthers, as radical and loud as y'all are, baby, you would not have been accepted. The Black Panther garners respect.
Mm-hmm.
The history doesn't match your talking points.
That motherfucker said, I thought they were all dead. You thought
the history doesn't match your talking points.
This bitch is stupid.
Especially, to be more specific, because you say that Assata never spoke up for anybody outside of America. We just saw a clip. I just played the clip. Matter of fact, we're going to play it again.
Rewind.
We're going to play it again.
Abetting in the murder of a New Jersey state trooper. I was tried by an all-white jury in a county where more than 70% of the people, based on a jury project study, were already prejudiced and thought I was guilty. It was a legal lynching, and I'm actually ashamed of even participating in that. I actually just stayed in the cell and said, y'all do whatever you want, because it wasn't a trial, it was a lynching. I was sentenced to life plus 30 years plus 30 days. I spent more than 2.5 years in solitary confinement in men's prisons. And in 1979, with the help of many people, many of my comrades, I was able to escape from prison, and there was no other possible alternative. There was no such thing as an appeal. My aunt was very frustrated. She was doing the appeal, and parts of the transcript disappeared. The evidence disappeared, and so there was no such thing, no such possibility of ever receiving justice in the courts of the United States. I still believe that there is no justice in the United States, and I still believe that more and more the court system and the criminal justice system is a criminal system, and it serves as a conveyor belt for poor people, for African people, for Latino people, for all the system is a criminal system, and it serves as a conveyor belt for poor people, for African people, for Latino people, for.
So you hear it out of her own mouth. Her speaking up for all people oppressed under the white supremacist system.
All power to the people.
Matter of fact, it ain't the only time she spoke up about it. Let's go here.
So I think that we have got to educate ourselves and prepare ourselves to fight a repressive system, and oppressive system, and a system that smashes the human being to the point where people don't even remember how to take a walk, how to say good morning, how to smile at each other. We have to take this planet back from the beasts that are controlling it right now. So I think that we have got to.
Hold on. Let's also go here.
Because I think that much more needs to be known out here in the world about what is going on in the United States, because the United States government always projects this image throughout the world that it is a champion of human rights. And the reality of that situation is that the United States is the biggest violator of human rights, not only in the United States, but all over the world. Because I think.
So, where is the selfishness? Where is the only speaking for self?
Right. Where is it?
Let's get back to the buffoon.
The party did not like anybody who was LGBTQ. They didn't care for anybody who was of a different background.
The Black Panther Party had much respect for James Baldwin.
Exactly.
Why didn't you bring that up? Oh, because it doesn't match your narrative that you're pushing, right?
No.
Right?
Right.
Okay.
Like if you were not strictly Black American, they didn't give a fuck about you. So, like I said, and then she killed a police officer, and
notice how she just jumped in and then she killed the police officer. She's running with the FBI rhetoric in the very same way that all these tethers who talk about Dr. King run with the FBI rhetoric. In the very same way that all these tethers who call the Black Panthers terrorists. It's the very same way. These people take whatever lie that the FBI push out and they run with it.
Yep.
At full speed.
Yep.
And shout out to our sister Crystal Watson. Thank you for being here, family. They just take whatever they hear and run with it. They don't go look at the evidence. They don't go look at anything that happened in the case. They don't look at how she was treated in that kangaroo court. No. All they do is hear something from White Zaddy, and then they take it and run with it. Exactly, Black are you. These are the new track stars. She's a runner. She's a track star.
Stupid bitch.
Bitch is beyond dumb.
This is what we have. This is what we're dealing with. And this is why we've started to delineate. And not even started. We've delineated.
Exactly. That's exactly why we're delineating.
Because of people like this. And I said it once and I say it again.
Say it again, church.
If it wasn't for these people that they like shitting on so much, they wouldn't even be here.
That's.
But you want to call Assata and the Black Panthers selfish.
I'm grateful he is.
You know what? Let's go here, because you have some people running around here agreeing with this bonnet wearing, meat patty eating, dirty little broad. Let's go here, family.
People are mad at Bonnet Boss for saying that Assata Shakur didn't do anything for black people. And after doing my research, I kind of got to agree. Let's look at this whole situation literally. So please take your feelings and toss it to the side for the next 3 minutes or so. Assata Shakur didn't build, didn't spearhead, or contribute to any lasting social justice reform. It wasn't behind the free breakfast program, the clinics, or the educational work that the Black Panther Party was known for. Her main association was partially with that of the Panthers, but mainly with the Black Liberation Army, the BLA. When we observe what is documented about Assata Shakur outside of these groups, it's a string of crimes, bank robberies, shootouts, and the infamous New Jersey Turnpike incident.
All crimes that were either drop beaten or was literally put on her.
Money alone.
Like I said, none of these people go and do the research. None of these people go and look at what happened in the case.
Right.
They're just talking out their ass.
But they feel so damn confident with jumping online doing this. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was some dark money behind these people. We already know
money.
that these
Money was
Republicans and Democrats will pay people to read a script.
Money.
And I'm going to show you why I think that this is probably one of those situations in a minute. I'm going to let this tether finish with his talking points.
Because have we forgot what accessory to crime means? Even if she did not fire a shot during that shootout, it's the simple fact that she was in the car with and associated with a group of people, the exact same people who initiated the shootout with the police. So no, you don't have to actually pull the trigger in order to...
Idiot. The whole investigation brought to light that the police officer shot his gun first.
Right. It is.
Like I said, these people are just tap dancing for Zaddy, or they're reading talking points. Really, they're both one and the same.
To be held accountable for being a part of that group and actually there at the time that the incident was going down. That is a fact. That very much does make her responsible. And those same exact people breaking another federal law broke her out of prison and smuggled her to Cuba, which landed her on the FBI's most wanted list. Now, here's the important part. As popular as her story is, it didn't inspire any social justice, educational, or economic reform for Black people here in America.
I tell David to let you have it.
Family, are you getting zesty vibes from them? I'm getting zesty vibes. That's what I'm getting out of this dude. A whole lot of zest.
Yeah. They don't deserve it.
You ain't clean unless you're zesty clean.
Good for the gifts. The daddy said no.
And if we want to be very, very, very specific about it, her story didn't even inspire somebody else to initiate any social justice, any economic, or any educational reform for Black people here in America. Nothing tangible for Black Americans, nothing tangible for Black people came from her life. At best, her story is a cautionary tale in that if you are an accessory to a crime, you will be held accountable. Glorifying her as a revolutionary blurs the lines between strategic reform and reactionary violence. Because real reform looks like civil rights, Black Panther survival programs, legal challenges. It comes from discipline.
This idiot just literally said real reform looked like civil rights. While trying to say or separate the actions of Assata Shakur to get those civil rights passed. That makes no sense.
I
These motherfuckers just want to get online.
just said
That makes absolutely no sense.
You think he got it from singing "We Shall Overcome"?
And I'm seeing y'all roasting him in the chat.
Here we go.
Keep it going because he deserves every bit of it. And yes, to my sister Mia Kim, he does look like Squidward. Thank you for being here. Much love to you. Exactly. Zesty clean. That's what he is. His hairline needs an Alka-Seltzer. Oh, man. You sure you don't need an Alka-Seltzer Plus? Young Obama. Yes, keep it coming.
Organization and intellect and not robberies and shootouts. Real reform does not come from a lifetime of violence and victimhood. It comes from using your intellect to infiltrate the system, to change the laws, and to create programs that actually improve Black lives. So it is very much rest in peace to Assata Shakur, but we can't get it twisted. She didn't build anything for us. She didn't leave anything tangible for the Black community. The Black Panther Party built programs that influence social work to this day. The BLA, the Black Liberation Army that she in particular was a part of and mainly associated with, was closer to a domestic terrorist group, robbing businesses in the homes of white people in the names of taking back what they think is theirs. So yeah, the more you know.
Yeah, family. I'm looking at these other pictures here of him. Yeah, I'm thinking he's sleeping with Zaddy.
Yeah.
I think that he's sleeping with his pussy wide open.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty much. I'm gonna call it. And shout out to our brother Damon. Is this the last a-hole you're showing church? I can't handle the blatant disrespect. Well, there's one more a-hole, but I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do in between the last a-hole is literally put in between our family supporting and actually calling out the nonsense. So let's go there. Let's go there, family. Yeah, I want to give a shout out to this brother here because he's calling out the fact that Bonnet Hippo, that's what I'm gonna call her. I can't call her a boss. Bonnet Hippo switched up her tune when it came to Assata. She used to talk about her like she was this great figure in history. All of a sudden, she said what she said about Assata, which makes me believe there's some paid talking points going on, and you know a tether won't turn down no dollar. Let's go here.
I'm so confused.
Assata did a lot for Black people. But what the hell did you actually do for us? Assata Shakur was for self.
Now, y'all know I did a video with the bonnet lady. She was talking cold shit about Assata Shakur. And now I see a video where she bigged her up, saying that she did good for the Black community. Bitch, what you doing? You trying to play both sides of the coin? I knew it, though, from the beginning. Your ass just wanted some views. And you figured you say some wild shit that you'll get the views. Look, you got us talking about your ass. But my thing is, ain't that one of them videos get no goddamn motion. Bitch, you might want to tell a joke or something. Take the goddamn bonnet off. What's up under there anyway? It ain't no intelligence. I mean, that shit wild. You get on this motherfucking app and talk whole shit about your Black community. For what? You want to be on Trump's squad? I really don't understand. And you said on that previous video that you do your research shit. I just don't understand. I know one thing, bitch, you ain't shit.
Right. Shout out to that brother for calling it like he sees it. And also shout out to our sister Key Prince. Thank you for being here. She's a hateful Haitian tether. You absolutely correct. That brother said, what's under that body anyway? It ain't no intelligence. Right. And I have to 100% agree. Let's go here, fam.
Bonnet boss to get up on this internet and to sit in America enjoying the liberties that Black Americans fought for during civil rights and whatnot. And then to disrespect Assata Shakur talking about some Black Panther Party and her, they was all about self, they was only for Black Americans, and you guys already got your civil rights and shit. What the fuck have you as an immigrant or second generation or whatever the fuck you are? What have you done to do for your own people in legislation?
Right.
Oh, okay. What have you? Black Americans do not have to include everybody in the fight that they're in the liberties that they're fighting for themselves. You guys came over here voluntarily. Who the fuck brought you here?
Right.
I mean, it's almost like there's nothing there. It's almost like there's someone home. And I don't care about nobody. Oh, you're being too rude. And
Right.
she's been doing this for a long time. I allowed a whole lot of that stuff slide and nobody stopped her. My turn. Bonnet boss again.
Salute to Mrs. L. That is good. She shout out to you, my sister. She says she's known as the hungry hippo with her disrespectful ass. Yeah. Hungry tether. That is I love that. Oh, I love that. That is good. Thank you. Much love to you. Let's go here.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm not too broken up about Assata Shakur's passing because I find it very ironic. You pick an African name, you flee to a Latino country for asylum, but what the hell did you actually do for us? Assata Shakur was for self, much like a lot of those Black Panthers. That's why they were dismantled. You use the struggling and suffering of Blacks to further your own movement. And before you get all pissed off, let me explain something to you. A lot of y'all that are Black in this country, the Black Panthers, as radical and loud as y'all are, baby, you would not have been accepted. The Black Panther Party did not like anybody who was LGBTQ. They didn't care for anybody who was of a different background. Like if you were not strictly Black American, they didn't give a fuck about you. So, like I said, and then she killed a police officer, and the movement she was, what was it called? The Black Liberation Army or whatever the fuck, broke in prison, took some people hostage, and, you know, broke her out. She left in a van and all that shit, whatever. And then she fled to Cuba, but Fidel Castro granted her political asylum. And that's what I want to bring to attention. Now, you don't advocate for anybody Black outside America, you know, but the Latino countries are the only place you can go for asylum. You didn't go nowhere that was primarily Black. You didn't go to Jamaica. You didn't go to, you didn't go to Africa. Why the hell did you pick Cuba? Because you know if you can't go nowhere else on this earth, Latinos will protect you. So at the end of the day, it's sad she passed, but it don't affect me in no way, shape, or form.
We gonna get back to this clip. I gotta do this. I gotta do it.
So disrespectful.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. This is what we're dealing with here. The Tootsie Roll hippopotamus, hungry tether. That's what we're dealing with. Okay. Yes. Shout out to you, family. Let's get back over here.
And I don't give a fuck what you have to say. Again, just because I'm Black, nah. Black Panther Party really didn't do shit for us either besides give underprivileged Blacks the WIC program. And that's it.
Damn, this is a hell of a take. I respect it, but you're hella.
I don't respect it at all. But I'm gonna let you go off because you know what I'm saying. You got some things to say.
Misinformed though, beloved. It sounds like you're like reading a Sean Hannity article about the Panthers. If you really want to feel what the Panthers were, you should take a trip to the Bay because you're so off. First off, the Panthers died poor. They were young people. They didn't profit off their movement. They fed the babies. They gave the babies clothes. When a lot of mothers and fathers was on dope, the Panthers fed the community. The reason why the Panthers, it's a lot of propaganda against them because they're one of the few Black organizations that met violence with violence. They signed the Mumford Bill because of the Panthers, okay? Assata Shakur was exiled, and you mentioned that she unalived the cop. The police was terrorizing people in those areas, and the Black Panther Party met violence with violence. The police shot up Panther chapters, Bunchy Carter, and the likes. You mentioned that the Panthers never aligned with anyone non-black. What? Chairman Fred was killed because of his ability to organize. Chairman Fred said, Black power for black people, brown power for brown people, white power for white people. Chairman Fred was only 21 years old. He had the ability to organize poor people, whites, Spanish, black, Irish, didn't matter, right? He was dangerous. They took him out, okay? Huey would have never got out if it wasn't for the whites that were championing him with the Free Huey campaign, right? The reason why America hated the Panthers because the Panthers aligned with the Communist Party. They was aligned with the Weather Underground. They was aligned with a lot of white radicals. Their book that they carried around was the Little Red Book by Chairman Mao, okay? The Panthers had a lot of problems in their organization. They were young, right? There was a lot of misogyny and everything, right? But many of the Panthers had white girlfriends. Hella misogyny in there, though. Don't get it twisted. Elaine Brown and them did talk about their experiences being in the Panthers and how the men had patriarchal views. But at the same time, the Panthers is one of the few organizations where women had leadership roles. All you have to do is go to the footage. You see women with their berets on, with the afros, with shotguns in their hand, leading marches, right? This is a crazy take, because what you're talking about, what you're speaking down on, is one of the few black organizations that did not turn the other cheek. They was willing to meet violence with violence, and their ministry was in the street. They fed these poor babies. They clothed these poor babies, right? They would rob banks to give back to the poor. Yep. They would shoot it out with the police that was terrorizing black people. You know what I'm saying? And the ideal that nobody went to Africa, nobody went to different parts outside of Latin America. Are you tripping? This is a crazy take. It's a crazy take because you're taking a position without doing the knowledge. So where I come from is study to show thyself approved. You got to do the knowledge before you open your mouth. Right. You know what I'm saying? Elaine Brown has books. Angela Davis has books. Assata Shakur has books. The other day, there's a bookstore here in Arizona. There was a dude in there. He did 51 years. 51 years. He was a Panther. 51 years. Yep. They gave these people football numbers, political prisoners. Yep. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not mistaken, Mumia is still in jail. You know what I mean? The reason why the Panthers is important, again, they are one of the few black organizations that was willing to meet violence with violence. Wasn't no talking. It was bearing arms, and it was activating other blacks to bear arms too. And do you know who was the number one people that pushed back on the Black Panther Party? It was the Black church, Black conservatives, because they wanted to be good Negroes, right? J. Edgar Hoover was concerned about a Black Messiah coming out of these ghetto organizations led by the Panthers. It was the revolutionary spirit that they had, and J. Edgar Hoover used all his resources to dismantle the Panthers. They would create false letters back for the leadership, Eldridge Cleaver and Huey, and go back and forth as if they wrote letters back to each other, beefing with each other. I mean, they broke the back on these young people. Remember, the Panthers were young. Many of them were college students, but unlike a lot of other organizations, these people ain't profit off that, right? It's still people to this day in jail. And with some bad press like this, like, it's already crazy that many of the young people don't know who these people are, but then to put something out like this and you're dead ass wrong, come on, man. The lady blood ain't even wet. Like, you you had to say something. Like, these people were exiled, right? Can't come back to America. Their chapters were shot up, and it was bad press put up on them like they were the aggressors. The police were being violent to Black people, and Black Panther Party told Black people that they had a right to bear arms. They created the Mumford Bill for these people. You know what I'm saying? The Black Panther Party put books in illiterate people's hands. The Black Panther Party told people what the Constitution was, what the Bill of Rights was. These were very politically active people. They were young. They had no idea about COINTELPRO. They had no idea about the sophistication of the state, right? But to put this kind of press out, I feel you, free speech, but study to show thyself approved, right? Before you say something like this, you got to come with your library. What are you reading off of? Do you have Assata Shakur's bio?
Right. I can tell you what she's reading off of. She's reading off of a barbecue menu. That's what she's reading off of. She's reading off the pork belly skins that she's eating. That's what she's reading off of. The bag that the pork belly skins come in. That's what she's reading off of. Right. I'm just assuming. I'm pretty sure.
Do you know the struggle of Elaine Brown? Right? Eldridge Cleaver is a sketchy character, but do you know about Soul on Ice? What about H. Rap Brown? Nice. Have you ever heard of Geronimo Pratt?
Yes.
Skip the Panthers. Do you know about Sister Soldier?
Yes.
Like, damn. You just, when I was 19, I just thought I was a fucking revolutionary. That's why I know about this shit, you know what I mean? But if you're really interested in the story of the Panthers, take a trip to the Bay. I guarantee you'll have a different feeling. You know what I'm saying? Very few Blacks get in the street and feed these babies and clothe these babies.
That's right.
Crazy take.
Shout out to that brother for bringing the truth to the light and power and putting power in thy name. Because, yeah, like I said, it's a crazy take, but it's also a dumb take. Right. Which shows me that either she's being paid to spew these talking points, she was giving her talking points, or she's just a flip-flop.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she is. And the fact that she's talking about she didn't go to Africa, I'm gonna be honest with you, with knowing what we know now about Africans, I'm glad she didn't go to Africa,
right?
Because they would have turned her in for that $2 million in a heartbeat, no questions asked.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say that again. I am glad that Assata Shakur did not go to Africa.
One more.
Because what we know now and what we're seeing here with our own damn eyes, them people would have turned her in with no questions asked.
No questions asked.
To get that $2 million. You see, the reason she went to Cuba was the fact that Fidel Castro was accepting asylum seekers from America.
Exactly.
Why? Because America was accepting asylum seekers from Cuba. Cuba are people, there was different Cubans the American government was using, trying to bomb Fidel Castro, tried to assassinate Fidel Castro. So they had all these different foreigners from Cuba who they were using to try to dismantle Fidel Castro's administration. And when they got caught up, then America would give them asylum. That's why Fidel Castro said, oh, okay. Well, I have no problem giving Assata Shakur asylum here. I'm going to make sure nobody messes with her. And salute to Fidel Castro for that.
Right.
But let's be very clear. Cuba was the best pick that she could have made.
Yeah.
Because if she would have went anywhere else in the Caribbean,
They would have turned her in.
if she would have went anywhere else or anywhere in Africa,
They would have turned her in.
we know for damn sure that them folks would have turned her in. Or they would have agreed with the extradition.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go here, family.
Man, what's going on, y'all? How y'all doing this beautiful Saturday? Hope everybody doing great today. But check this out. Man, let me give my condolences and my RIP to Assata Shakur. Man, she was a strong sister. We all know her story. We all know everything about her. I don't have to get too deep into it. But my condolences to her daughter also. Shout out to her too. But let me say this. I've been seeing a lot of disrespectful videos regarding our beloved sister, Assata Shakur. Now, there's one lady, and people tell me she's a teller. She's not Black American. And she's saying all these disparaging things about Assata Shakur, how she wasn't important, what did she do, why she fled to Cuba, this and that. And one of the things that stuck out to me was, I'm seeing a lot of Africans and Caribbeans say this. But why she didn't? Well, if she was so Pan-African, why did she didn't flee to Jamaica, or why did she go to Africa? I want y'all to think about this. Just think about this, Black Americans. If Assata Shakur would have broke out of prison, been on the run, then fled to Jamaica or any Caribbean island or to Africa, they would have turned to England. Those Africans and Caribbeans would have turned to England.
Exactly.
You damn right she made the right decision not to go to any of those Black countries or islands. I wouldn't either. Why would I go to a country where they do their own people filthy? Man, if a one white man come over and said, well, Assata Shakur, they would have handed her over. They would have handed her over. So it's the reason why she went to Cuba.
That's right.
Because America was doing a lot of foul things to the people in Cuba anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Sending fake operatives over there, trying to knock out Fidel Castro and all types of shit.
Yeah, I know.
So she was safer there. It's sad that she couldn't go to a place where people look like her or as melanated as her. I ain't saying Cubans don't look like her, but there was a lot of, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. So yeah, man, I ain't like that disrespect of these Africans. Like, well, she was so Pan-African, she should have went to Africa. Why she didn't go to Africa then? Because y'all would have turned on her. Y'all would have turned that lady in for a mirror, a bottle of water, and some goose. That's all them white folks had to offer y'all. That lady wouldn't even survive all these years. She wouldn't have got to live the best beautiful years of her life in Africa or in the Caribbean. How y'all would have turned in? She know y'all. She made the right decision. That's why she never left what she was
there. And nothing bad happened.
Salute to our brother Brian Jehovah, my good brother Brian Jehovah, as well as our brother Breeze Omega in the building. Much love to you. He said they would have turned her in for a mirror and a bottle of water. That's that right there is the truth. That right there is the truth.
So let's be thankful that they took care of her.
Let's go, family.
She lived a long life there.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm not too broken up about Assata Shakur's passing because
I know white people love uneducated Black folks like you. And this is the reason why we are living in a time of anti-intellectualism, because there's nothing more pleasing to white supremacy and its ideology than a Black folk who is uneducated. They just love that, okay? They basically love the idea that you don't have the sense that God gave you. The fact that at your big old age and you're living in 2025 and you don't know that Black advocacy has always made us a target for the FBI. They have always targeted Black advocates. They always feel as if it goes against what America stands for. And that is the reason why Billie Holiday was targeted, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, and Malcolm X is no longer here with us today, all because they were Black advocates. And the fact that you don't know that is absolutely insane. What did Assata Shakur do for our community? What did you do for the community? Because that's the real question. And the fact that you ain't educate yourself to know who Assata Shakur is, even though she left that information.
I thought that was the whole clip, family. My apologies. But y'all get the gist of what that sister was saying.
Yeah.
These people are just either willfully ignorant or being paid.
Yeah.
And I would take it as far to say they're both. They're both.
Mm-hmm.
But even people like, I gotta say, Amanda Seals, the woman who don't know what she's going to be the next day.
Yeah.
One day she's FBA.
Mm-hmm.
Another day she's not.
Yeah.
Where the truth of the matter is she was never FBA. But she claims FBA on one day while claiming the next day that she isn't. Claiming that her father's Jamaican. All of a sudden she's claiming that her father's FBA.
Mm-hmm.
She out here And she felt like she needed to address this as well. So I'll let her say her piece.
Assata Shakur left us yesterday. She left us.
See, here's the difference between myself, our brothers and sisters in the Black grassroots, the FBAs, and people like Amanda Seals. We know Assata didn't leave us.
Right.
We know that the spirit of Assata, the essence of Assata,
lives on,
resides within us.
Exactly.
Right.
We know that our sister
Junior
has joined the ancestors to not only have our back, but to watch it.
We know that that's only that's only
People such as yourself believe
I get it, because no other race
she left us.
or ethnicity or gender,
But I'll let you cook.
off-red, buffer class, they'll never get it.
Assata Shakur left us
That's for FBI.
yesterday. She left us. She never made it back to this land. Do you understand that? This Black woman had to escape. She had to self-exile. And when he was in office, Barack Obama raised on her into two. You think Kamala Harris is going to make a statement about Assata Shakur?
No.
No, not at all. All right, Amanda, I'll let you have your say. I want to go here because there's another talking point that's being peddled around, and I believe it's a paid talking point, where people are asking, well, if Assata died in exile, did she really die free?
Oh, God.
And that's a stupid question, because she was able to freely move.
Right.
She was able to have children, grandchildren, and die from old age complications.
Yep.
Who asked?
That sounds pretty free to me.
Right.
She was free when she left this bitch.
But I wanted to let this brother say his piece about that situation.
Cuba took care of her.
Let's go here.
She was free.
I've seen some conversations pop up on if Assata Shakur really died in freedom or not, right? Like the argument here is that, can you really be free while in exile? You're an African American and you're not allowed to go back home, right? Like, so like, are you really free then? And while I definitely see where the exile argument is coming from, especially when you factor in Assata's nationality and ethnic background, this argument is purely based in semantics, as most arguments are. And it really ignores the true reality of the situation. Because let's get one thing clear. The New Jersey State Police Department, the FBI, the CIA, even the Obama administration wanted to kill Assata Shakur. They wanted to murder her. And she would have died way earlier than she died now if she was still in that New Jersey State prison. When the New Jersey Police Department caught her the first time, they quite literally tortured her and stuck their fingers in her gun wounds. The Obama administration put her on the FBI top 10 most wanted list in 2013. And by that point, she had already been in Cuba for decades. And that is to say, this revolutionary went through the fucking fire, went through it all. And our government tried to use her to set an example multiple times, like so many times. And that's the reality of the situation. Assata Shakur got to live out the rest of her days in Cuba and died of natural causes at 78 years old. This is quite literally something that never would have happened if she wasn't in exile. If she got caught, if she was still in that New Jersey State prison, she would have been killed by the New Jersey Police Department in the 70s or 80s. And again, we're talking about officers who stuck their unwashed, dirty ass fingers in her gun wounds. They would have tortured this woman to death. So at least now we have the pleasure of getting to say that our revolutionary ancestor, Assata Shakur, got to live the rest of her days out in Cuba in exile, died at 78 years old, contributed heavily to Black feminist thought, Black radical thought, inspires young Black people like myself, and never got caught by the U.S. empire and never will. Also, big shout out to Cuba for keeping Assata alive this entire time and keeping their word. They said they would never extradite her, never let her get kidnapped, never let her get took, and it never fucking happened. Big shout out to Cuba. Big shout out to Castro. Big shout out to Fidel Castro.
And I agree. Oh, dang. This is even though, you know, the dude, I seen the septum ring too. I seen it, but he was speaking facts, so I allowed him to do so. Okay. But yeah, big shout out to Cuba And big shout out to Fidel Castro for keeping her safe. And as I stated, if she would have went anywhere else, it wouldn't have been the same situation. It just wouldn't. Now, let's get into the last asshole that thought that they could disrespect our sister's name. And this asshole is the crooked director of the FBI, Cash Patel. Cash Patel decides to put up this post, and it didn't really go so well for him. Joanne Chesimard didn't fight for justice. She murdered New Jersey State Trooper Werner Forrester. I thought it was Foster, but okay. In cold blood. Then fled to Cuba to escape accountability. The FBI never stopped calling her what she was, a terrorist. But you never call the KKK terrorist.
Right.
You don't call these school shooters terrorists.
Right.
Mourning her is a spit in the face. Mourning her is spitting on the badge and the blood of every cop who gave their lives in service. Where's the badge at?
Yeah.
Damn that badge. That was only created for slave catchers? You mean that badge that allow white supremacists to unalive Black Americans with impunity?
Yep.
You mean that badge that allow these officers to go in our communities and target our children?
Yep.
That badge?
Same one.
Let me spit on it again. What the hell is this crooked-eyed crony talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You wasn't even a citizen.
Right. Shit kept y'all in India with that bullshit.
Okay. All right. Yes, thank you. The Thugs in Blue. The biggest gang in America.
Yep.
Trump will dismiss him like he did Vivek. I hope so. And I hope he do it in the most embarrassing way. Let's get to some of these comments, though. You know, I have to jump in and say something. You and your eye are both crooked. Have a seat, sir. Shout out to our brother Nas. He said, there is nothing on earth that will make me side against any Black American who was targeted during the civil rights movement by the FBI.
Right.
Sure as hell, not this cross-eyed Indian.
Right.
Who has no idea who Dylan Roof is. You should focus on the Epstein list. You DEI Indian hire. Shout out to him. Shout out to our brother Black Voltron, who came in and said, allow me to spit directly into your tethered immigrant face, Cash. Rest in peace, paradise, and Black power to our foundational Black American revolutionary iconic hero, Assata Shakur. She fought against systematic American anti-Black racism and white supremacy to the death.
Yep. She so did.
Shout out to Grimes TV.
Yep.
Who said terrorist says the organization behind COINTELPRO.
Right.
Your hate group / organization terrorized Black people and organizations for decades.
Yep.
You found no crime
Yep.
on the Black Panthers. So you had to keep trumping up charges on them.
Yep.
You're the same organization that stalked Dr. King, assassinated him, then started tweeting, wishing him a happy birthday decades later. Hashtag fail. Salute to our sister, excuse me, I don't know sister or brother, but salute to lineage over melanin. Your family wasn't even in the country when this story was actually happening.
Right.
You're spewing a secondhand account from your white paymasters that assassinated many, just like our sister Assata. You look stupid.
Mic drop.
Yep.
Shout out to white people and our anti-Black for this picture here. Press the button, die, or wear deodorant. Look at all the hair. These folks are hairy as hell. I ain't gonna lie about that. That's disgusting, but okay. Let's just pause that. Ain't shit as MFers in this corrupt, evil ass government. You motherfuckers are satanic.
Yep.
Now, let's get over here. Shout out to our sister Nicety Girl.
Yes, sir.
Much love to her, as always.
Sincere love to God, too.
She says, that badge represents slave catchers.
Yep.
The system designed to destroy Black leaders, disrupt our movements, and silence our voices. Shout out to my sister, Nicety Girl.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Let's go here, family.
Cash Patel, y'all, said that mourning the death of Assata Shakur, y'all, is basically spitting on the badge and blood of every cop who gave their life in service, right? So, are the same cops who killed, you know, Malcolm X or anyone else that was a part of the Black Liberation Party or the Black Panther Party, was that a spit in their face as well? Is that a spit on their badge as well? Fred Hampton and all the other deaths that came about due to, you know, cops. This goofy motherfucker made a post on Twitter, y'all, and said that Joanne Chismard, because that was her name. Her name was Joanne Deborah Chismard. Okay, y'all, that is Assata Shakur's original name, right? They said she didn't fight for justice. He said she murdered New Jersey State Trooper Warner Forster in cold blood, then fled to Cuba to escape accountability. The FBI never stopped calling her what she was, which is a terrorist. And in the words of the great Assata Shakur, you guys, right? I'm gonna say what she would have to say about this today, because she wouldn't give a fuck about what Mr. Cash Patel has to say about her. But if she did, this is something that she just might say, because she was the best, and she is still the best within all of our hearts. I advocate an end to capitalist exploitation, the abolition of racist policies, the eradication of sexism, and the elimination of political repression. If that is a crime, then I am totally guilty. And that is in the words of Assata Shakur herself. Respect the fucking queen. You have got some fucking nerve. You can barely get your story straight on the Epstein files. You can barely get your story straight on whether the FBI was at the fucking January 6th, you know, at the White House doing that. You can barely get your story straight, period. Shut the fuck up, Mr. Patel. You and all them other weak-ass police officers. Right. Are you fucking kidding me? This shit is, honestly, I'm not angry. I'm actually humorous, because it's actually fucking funny of you. It's very funny of you, and not surprising of you and many others to be upset the fact that we all know, and that we have had people and still do have people who have spoken up and spoken out, right? So, Assata doesn't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. And like we said before, rest in power. Rest in fucking power, Mr. Shakur, and we will carry on your mission. Fuck you, Mr. Patel.
Right.
Sir, please shut the hell up.
Right.
I understand that you're still trying to deflect from that debauchery of an investigation that you call an investigation of, you know, the person whom I'm not going to name unaliving. You're trying to deflect. Don't tell us what to do. As the words of the song go, stay the out of Black people's business.
Right.
Because she's our ancestor now. Of course, we're going to mourn her.
Right.
She died a free woman.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't do what y'all try to say that she did.
Right.
Goes by the name of Cash, but still hasn't learned that tokens get spent.
Right.
Oh, shout out to that sister. That was a cold little bar right there. That was bars.
Yeah.
If I ain't ever heard bars. She said, you call yourself Cash, but haven't figured out tokens get spent. Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
Shout out to that sister. I wish I had thought of that myself.
Right.
I truly do. But it's just as great coming from one of our FBA sisters. Much love to her for that. Now, shout out to our brother Reparations Nation in the building. Much love to you, family. Cash, to you and every person that feel like you, and everybody in the FBI, and all the officers' badges that you're talking about, I think I speak for all of us within the foundation of Black America.
Yeah.
When I dedicate this song to you.
Fuck you. Oh, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you.
Yeah.
Let me play that again.
Fuck you. Oh, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you.
Shout out to Jamie Foxx for that right there. And I dedicate that to Cash Patel, anyone that feels like him.
Right.
Anyone in the FBI and anyone in law enforcement.
Yep.
Who feel that way. That's it. That's all. And I'm going to keep it real playing. Shout out to my brother, Burners Brash. Make it plain, my brother. That's what we're going to do. Because I want to make sure people understand this is what the FBI was doing to us.
Mm-hmm. And still don't.
The FBI's counterintelligence program, known as COINTELPRO, short for Counterintelligence Program, began in 1956. Its aim was to disrupt communist activities in the United States. By the 1960s, thanks to the power that the head of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, commanded, COINTELPRO had become a duplicitous and destructive government-sponsored weapon against civil rights activists, Black nationalists, and basically anyone Hoover didn't like. And he really didn't like the Black Panther Party. Through COINTELPRO, Hoover and the FBI waged war against the Black Panther Party with sabotage, misinformation, and lethal force. Here's Kim Bay to tell you more about it.
The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense was founded in 1966 in Oakland, California, and quickly became the most influential militant Black Power organization of the 20th century. Its members confronted politicians, challenged the police, and protected Black citizens from brutality. The party's community service programs, called survival programs, provided food, clothing, and transportation. Within 1 year of the formation of the Black Panther Party, the FBI considered them political dissidents and established an extensive counterintelligence program known as COINTELPRO. Although other groups were targeted, the Black Panther Party bore the full brunt of J. Edgar Hoover's COINTELPRO program. According to declassified FBI documents, COINTELPRO's purpose was to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize the activities of the Black nationalists.
This is African American History is American History.
COINTELPRO used infiltration, perjury, police harassment, and many other unlawful tactics designed to undermine Panther leadership, incriminate and assassinate party members, discredit and criminalize the party, and drain organizational resources and manpower. The COINTELPRO operation ultimately backfired on Hoover. Instead of weakening the Black Panther Party, the FBI's killing and arresting of Panther members only served to increase the party's support among African Americans and many whites on the left. Valued the Panthers as a powerful force that was opposed to segregation and the military draft. The Black Panther Party's mission was to make the world a better place for everybody. While Hoover relentlessly painted the Black Panther Party as subversive criminals, the Black community saw the party as a force for good. By the end of 1968, Black Panther Party founders Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale launched many social programs, including free breakfast for school children and community health clinics. The Black Panther Party enrolled the most members and had the most influence in the Oakland, San Francisco Bay Area, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Seattle, and Philadelphia. There were active chapters in many prisons, as an increasing number of young African American men were being incarcerated.
This is African American History is American History.
While the words of other civil rights activists like Martin Luther King Jr., John Lewis, and Malcolm X are widely read and revered, those of Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, and Fred Hampton are hardly, if ever, taught and shared. And yet today, many current community activists fighting racism, voter suppression, and inequity will tell you that the Black Panthers' impact on civil rights is immeasurable.
In 1969, Chicago police gunned down and killed Black Panther Party members Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, who were asleep in their apartment. About 100 bullets were fired in what police described as a fierce gun battle with members of the Black Panther Party. However, ballistics experts later determined that only one of those bullets came from the Panther side. Although the FBI was not responsible for leading the raid, a federal grand jury later indicated that the Bureau played a significant role in the events leading up to the raid. The Black Panther Party officially dissolved in 1982. In 1989, the new Black Panther Party was founded in Dallas, Texas. Both the Anti-Defamation League and the Southern Poverty Law Center list the new Black Panther Party as a Black separatist hate group. Despite its name, the new Black Panther Party is not an official successor to the Black Panther Party. The Huey Newton Foundation, former chairman and co-founder Bobby Seale, along with members of the original Black Panther Party, have insisted that this new Black Panther Party is illegitimate and have strongly objected to it.
Edgar Hoover and the COINTELPRO operation had a very direct, devastating impact on the Black Panther Party. In every chapter, there was at the very least, a serious informant. But most of the time, was not only an informant, but also a provocateur, someone who would be in the group to agitate, to confuse. People on the East Coast were supposed to get letters from people on the West Coast and vice versa, talking about each other, and it ultimately caused a split within the Black Panther Party, but they weren't sending the letters. The letters were coming from the FBI. I would say that Hoover's effect and his impact on African Americans and our attempt in our struggle for freedom has been extremely negative. He destroyed several Black leaders. He destroyed and broke the back of numerous Black movements. It was learning at the feet of Garvey that J. Edgar Hoover became the monster that he was, the one to destroy civil rights and civil liberties, using a state-sponsored terrorism that was also racist to destroy struggles for democracy by Black people.
So, family, that's what we have to deal with. That's what we consistently have to deal with. We still have not moved past COINTELPRO tactics from the FBI. Cash. We still haven't gotten past infiltration within Black spaces in order to push narratives. Cash. Whatsoever. Hell, during civil rights, during the time of civil rights, when we were fighting for civil rights, do you know that J. Edgar Hoover came out saying that he refused to protect anybody who was fighting for civil rights?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll let you hear it for yourself, family. Let's go here.
Because I've seen some fantastic statements that made that practically all of our agents in the Deep South offices are men who've been born and reared in the Deep South. I can say that 70% of the agents in the 23 Southern offices were born in the North, and the remaining 30% were born in the South. I don't share the feeling that is been advanced by some extremists that a man, because he's born in the South, can't conduct or won't conduct a fair, impartial investigation of any case that is assigned to him, whether it be a racial case or whether it be a criminal case. I am confident that every agent in this bureau, from wherever he may come, whatever race he may be, or whatever color he may be, will conduct his duties as a responsible, dedicated man, but as certainly do not and will not give protection to civil rights workers. In the first place, the FBI is not a police organization. It's purely an investigative organization, and the protection of individual citizens, either natives of the state or coming into the state, is a matter for the local authorities. The FBI will not participate in any such protection. The communists in this country had organized very intensely a drive to infiltrate into the racial discord and discontent in the country. And obviously that is being carried forth in every field of activity that the communists can find any fodder to feed on.
There you have it. The man said himself he refused to protect any civil rights workers, but they have no problem protecting the Klan.
That part.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
They have no problem protecting crooked police officers. They have no problem protecting pedophiles.
Mm.
Crooked judges.
Mm.
Crooked politicians. Oh, y'all have no problem protecting them. So once again, Cash Patel, you can go to hell and burn with Charlie Kirk.
Right.
Shout out to Reparations Nation for this comment. There are far too many comfortable sand bowls, coons, and tethers to do what the Panthers, Deacons of Defense, etc. did back then. They always snitch. So now we have to be individual sleeper cells. I remember I was in the conversation. I was in the space with our brother Black Alpha.
Yeah, shout out to Black Alpha Network.
And somebody came up and asked the question. And he asked, why don't our people have people like them? People like Charlie Kirk? People like...
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, the Jewish Mossad. I've heard all kind of freaking people say stupid stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why we don't have people like Charlie Kirk is because we're not a hateful people.
Right.
We are a people of justice, and we always have been. And the reason why we don't have groups like the Mossad is because just what my brother Reparation Nation just said, there's way too many comfortable Sambos and Coons and Tethers.
Right.
Somebody would definitely snitch somebody out. Let's be very clear. So shout out to my brother Reparations Nation for that comment.
Yeah.
Much love to you.
Much love to you.
And much love to our sister Hurricane Nisi.
Yeah, shout out to Miss Nisi.
Thank you for this comprehensive commentary. Much love to you, my sister, as always. As always.
All these people.
This is what they wanted to see from us, family. Trigger warning.
Yeah.
You are the ones who are going to decide for yourselves what happened in that apartment on the morning of December 4th. You're going to decide whether or not Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were the victims of premeditated murder.
December 4th, 1969 at 10:54 a.m. My name is Skip Andrew. I'm at 2337 West Monroe Street, Chicago, Illinois. This door, which is the door entering into the living room, has two holes in it. This one I'm pointing to right here, 10 inches from the edge, and this one down here, 12 inches. The first one I referred to being 25 from the top, and the second one 36 from the top. Now, as you open this, there's also, of course, a knob door in this one. As you open this door, there's blood behind the door. The top hole shows that the bullet was incoming.
They fired through the door and hit the brother through the door. The brother fell here. Most of the blood is dried up, but you can see a little bit of it there and a little bit of it on the floor. The brother was shot 4 or 5 times, so after they came through the door, they shot him again to make sure he was dead.
Mr. Montgomery, Dr. Constantino testified today that Mark Clark could not have struggled after receiving that shot through the heart. Now, in your mind, does this contradict the testimony of Officer Davis, who described a struggle?
Yes, it seems to me that was a very startling thing. We also learned that the bullet, which was in fact recovered from Mr. Hampton's body, was a bullet fired out of a carbine by Officer Davis. So that indicates also that Officer Davis may well have walked into that back bedroom, contrary to his testimony, and fired a shot into the body of Fred Hampton at one point in time or other.
Cameraman, can you tell me why your officers did not try to use tear gas? Isn't this the usual procedure to flush someone out of a building?
Our officers used the means necessary to effect the search and to prevent themselves from being killed upon after they were fired upon.
Isn't it true that your men usually use tear gas in situations such as this? And why didn't they use it this time?
No, that is not true.
It is not true?
They came with a murder on their mind. See, even if they want to take somebody to jail, it would be a simple matter of just shoot some tear gas and just throw everybody out right on. This is where our chairman had his brains blown out, and he lay in his bed, sleeping at 4:30 in the morning.
Someone came into the room, started shaking the chairman. Said, Chairman, wake up, the pigs was rampant. Still half asleep. I looked up, and I saw bullets coming from, it looked like the front of the apartment, from the kitchen area. And they were, pigs just shoot. And about this time, jumped on top of the chairman. He looked up. Looked like all the pigs converged at the entranceway to the bedroom area, back bedroom area. The mattress is just going. You could feel the bullets going into it. I just dead, everybody in there. When he looked up, he didn't say a word. He didn't move, except for moving his head up. He laid his head back down to the side like that. He never said a word. He never got up out the bed. The person who was in the room, they kept calling out, stop shooting, stop shooting. We have a pregnant woman, a pregnant sister in here. At that time, I was 8.5 to 9 months pregnant. My baby was to be delivered in 2 weeks. Pigs kept on shooting. So he kept on hollering out. Finally, they stopped. They pushed me and the other brother by the kitchen door and told us to face the wall. Heard the pig say, he's barely alive, he'll barely make it. I assume they were talking about Chairman Fred. So then they started shooting the pig. They started shooting again. I heard the sister scream. They stopped shooting. The pig said, He's good and dead now. Pigs running around laughing. They're really happy, you know. Talking about Chairman Fred's dead. I never saw Chairman Fred again.
Inflammatory statements and false charges against our office have been made by spokesmen for the Black Panther Party and others, despite the fact that the speakers had no reliable knowledge about the occurrence.
So the best account that I can give is the room that I was in and the actions of things surrounding me personally, you know. First thing I remember when I woke up was a knock on the door, and it was only a matter of seconds. In fact, I'd say it was less than 5 seconds that I heard, you know, shots. Now, the thing that struck me was that I not only heard shots, but I can see plaster coming out of the walls in my room. So I knew the bullets were coming through the room that I was in.
The great variance between the physical evidence and the testimony of the officers raises the question as to whether the officers are falsifying their accounts. Those officers fired 99 shots through the walls of an apartment where they knew people were sleeping. Murder is defined in Illinois as follows. A person who kills an individual without lawful justification commits murder if, in performing the acts which cause the death, he knows that such acts create a strong probability of death or great bodily harm to that individual or another.
We do a lot of
Federal grand jury comes to its conclusion.
every day.
Unquestionably, the raid was not professionally planned or properly executed. And the result of the raid was 2 deaths, 4 injuries, and 7 improper criminal charges. In spite of those conclusions, the report then goes on to say, physical evidence and the discrepancies in the officers' accounts are insufficient to establish probable cause to charge the officers with a willful violation of the occupant's civil rights.
Family, that's what they wanted for our sister Assata, excuse me. God dang, tongue tied right now. That's what they wanted for Assata. They wanted the Fred Hampton treatment. They wanted to do her like Martin Luther King. They wanted to do her like Malcolm X.
You're supposed to be
They wanted to do her dirty.
We do what we do at our house.
And they wanted us to go along with it.
Well, you get your own crib. You can't walk around butt naked in your fucking house.
Damn that badge.
Right.
Or you on that
And damn the FBI.
Right. Power to people shit. You can't.
And damn Cash Patel.
Because one person.
We have been the biggest targets, the number one target.
Like, I'm afraid for us.
Of these people for the longest.
It's ridiculous.
There's never been another target.
He's worried too. Or I'll be like, let me know when you get home.
So fixing your mouth.
Or if I don't hurry up and get back to my.
To tell us what's disrespectful.
I got home all right.
As a goddamn tether.
By myself.
Here in this country.
When we by ourselves or even when we're together.
Oh, you can take that shit to the goddamn
we have to be
laundromat and wash
no
it.
matter what, especially in front of them white folks.
Take it back over to your country.
You know, when we argue here and there, it's only temporary. You know what I mean?
There will never be a day that we forget what this country has done and continue to do to our people.
So they can get at one of us, so they can hurt us.
There will never be a day
I don't understand.
that we don't call out the imperialism,
We free from being harmed.
the racism,
Right. You did?
the pure anti-black hate that this country
Exactly.
has shown to us.
And don't matter don't let the shade deflect the fucking
And continues to till this very day.
They don't give a motherfucking fuck about us.
So for all you people out there,
nobody gives a fuck about us. They just
that think that you can
that fucking moment.
Flee from your country and come to a country that Assata made better.
Keep our back turned. Keep our back turned.
Well, I have one thing to say
Did I say right?
to all of you.
Fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
Means
This is another reason why we are not picking up no cape for nobody. This is another reason why we are minding our own FBA business. This is another reason why all of you folks that are getting the hell and catching the hell that you are catching at this time is well deserved. We're not worried about you. We're doing our own thing, walking around singing this song.
Yeah.
Whatsoever. We are not allowing any disrespect.
No.
Just because you want to get some views. Just because you want to deflect from the fact that the FBI is being held accountable for not releasing any of the Epstein files. I have them on my desk.
I think it's a good thing that we don't have
it. No disrespect will be tolerated of our ancestors.
That's right, church.
Especially
that way we can still remain on the low
by you lying, scheming, conniving tethers.
Mm-hmm.
You can throw your tethered tantrum tantrum somewhere else. Temper tantrum, excuse me. It just won't be here.
Right.
Family. These folks, they're about to feel the power of the ancestors. They have already been feeling the power. The ABK has been happening left and right. But now we got Assata Shakur watching our back and having our back too. Oh, that's something that you should be afraid of. With that being said, family, if you're not subscribed, go.
Yep. And if you're not subscribed to Frontline Black News, make sure y'all subscribe to Frontline Black News. Thank you, church.
And the Revolutionary Agenda. Let me show you shit.
Yes, you do.
That'll be, I think y'all motherfuckers will never learn nothing.
If you're not subscribed to the Frontline Black News and the Revolutionary Agenda, what are you doing? Shout out to church for that awesome commentary. Some shout out about the Church of Black Power.
We love the Church of Black Power. That's our brother. He worked hard, very hard. And all our people in the New Black media. Let's start from the anchor man and down. TBA, Street, Press Black Truth, Tory Rain, all them. Afro Elite. I've been following Afro Elite for a minute. But when they started out for the culture, I was the very first subscriber.
Yeah. I was the number 2 subscriber.
He was number 2, but I got at it first. Then I watch it. They didn't think I don't pay attention and stuff. I just be, since I would go through the struggle. The struggle is very real, and you see, I don't like to ask for nothing. But it's real. Like I can't get on my computer at home, because I can't afford the internet right now. That shit's skyrocketing. Everything's skyrocketing right now. Like they know that black people can afford it or some shit. Like we can't. Like Hulu just went up $10. Like $10 more. Like, are you serious? I like TV, but I guess I'm just going to steal it like everybody else.
Went up $20.
Yeah, it went up $20. And that's a struggle. That's a main struggle. But I saw the benefits of having it paid for situation. Jesse did my set up my stream the other day, and I saw something. I was like, I might have this, but he just let it rock. I was like, all right, you gotta let it rock. And I see the benefits of it. However, you need to you just gotta subscribe. Really, like, what's the signal boosters is what is a big thing. You're the ones that push the message far and wide.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then, like me, I like to put my own little spin on things and show y'all stuff that we really ain't talking about, but we should talk about. And sometimes I haven't done one for funnies yet, for no videos yet, but it's because I'm the only one watching my stream, I'm the only one doing it. I appreciate myself having a low low volume of viewers for a reason because it lets us carry on with the mission and the homework of pushing the Black agenda, pushing reparations and all that good shit, and keeping a Black first platform. If I had a lot of viewership, a lot of numbers, I'd be more worried than I am about getting knocked off the planet. You dig? So I kind of appreciate not having all that.
All right, thank you for that, Lady Che. I'm on this topic way too long, but it was much needed. All right, so moving along in other news, Eric Adams drops out of the New York City race, mayoral race.
Yay! Good riddance.
Right.
Wow, because he's scared of me.
Welcome back, everybody, to Fox News Live. Big breaking news out of the Big Apple today. Eric Adams dropping campaign is, and obviously we're going to work on getting that for you. In that video, Adams goes on to say it's been an honor to be your mayor, and then, of course, he goes on to tout his many victories over his first term. We want to welcome in Fox News senior correspondent Eric Shaw. He is live with the very latest. Eric, surprised or not so much?
Well, actually, it's a stunning development, Kevin. People have been talking about this for several weeks, whether he will drop out or not. Yesterday, in an interview, he said that he would consider that. But it does reshuffle the race, and experts say it is the one possibility to try and stop Democratic Socialist radical Zohran Mamdani from winning in this mayoral race. You know, Eric Adams had high hopes when he first was elected. He had been a former police officer, took moderate positions, but they were dashed by a corruption probe and other issues. So he decided to quit because of his low poll numbers and the fact that he just couldn't raise any money. He was placing fourth in this race. His popularity has plummeted after he was charged with bribery and accepting illegal campaign contributions. Those charges dropped. Amid accusations, he made a deal with President Trump, something both deny. Adams said he just couldn't go on because he said with these fundraising problems and questions about his viability, he could not see a path to continue.
And he left the Democratic.
This leaves Mamdani facing former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He's running as a moderate against the far-left socialist Mamdani, and they've clashed on issues from Mamdani's anti-Israel positions to his promises of free services and raising taxes. Mamdani's polled numbers show that he's had a 20-point lead over Cuomo, but you know, Kevin, that could now change with the focus on this race. The fact that the incumbent mayor is out on 8%. A lot of New Yorkers may really be focusing on some of Mamdani's out there far-left radical ideological positions. The other candidate, Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa, he is well known, founder of the Guardian Angels, conservative activist for a long time. He's been polling ahead of the incumbent mayor and has vowed that he would not drop out of the race, even though he's been warning about the dangers if Mamdani is elected. But you know, some of the GOP are saying today there could be pressure on him to quit too as a last-ditch effort to try and stop Mamdani from winning. In his statement in which he gave in which he decided to quit, Adams did not mention Mamdani by name. You know, the 33-year-old assemblyman has no managerial experience for like 2 terms and has taken such radical positions. But in his speech, the mayor criticized politicians who he said are out for themselves and what he called insidious forces who were, quote, pushing radical, divisive agendas in city politics. We haven't had anything like this since 1969. Mario Procaccino, John Lindsay. Back then, Lindsay was a Republican, lost that, and he went on to win. So we'll have to see what happens. The last mayor who bounced out was William O'Dwyer. That's when he was appointed as ambassador to Mexico under corruption charges then. Then they go back to Jimmy Walker. He was the mayor of the Jazz Age, and he fled New York with his mistress to Europe. So a lot of New York history, but nothing like this, Kevin.
Nothing quite like this. I'm going to put you on the spot. 51-49. Sliwa drops out in the coming days?
Well, I'll have to see. I've covered Curtis Sliwa for decades. We'll have to see what happens. He probably knows that the only way potentially to try and deal with Mamdani is to make it a Cuomo Mamdani race. It's an overwhelming Democratic city, but we did elect Fiorello LaGuardia. We did elect Rudy Giuliani. So anything can happen.
Anything can happen, but sometimes you got to take one for the team, for the betterment of the city, the whole. We'll see what happens. Listen, I love Curtis too. I'm just not sure this works. We'll all find out together soon enough. Eric, Sean, thank you, buddy. I appreciate your coverage today.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Eric Adams is dropping out of the race for New.
That was Fox News. Now this is MSDNC's take on it.
New York City mayor. The election coming, White House correspondent, to talk about what we're hearing. It was just reported, we believe, first by the New York Post, but it was something that he just posted on social media. What are the details?
So it looks like after a lot of weeks of back and forth, Alex, Eric Adams has finally decided that he's going to be dropping out of this race. And even though he had bad poll numbers, he was for a while there saying that he was going to stick in it, that he was going to see this through to the end, even though there was back and forth also with the White House and with President Trump. And now ultimately he has decided to pull the plug here after pressure from President Trump, who wanted to see this happen because of the fact that they did not want Zohran Mamdani to end up in the mayor's office.
So practically speaking, what does this mean for the race? Where is it believed, presumed, that his votes will go?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the White House believes that him dropping out improves the chances of another candidate beating Zohran Mamdani, and so that's why they wanted to
being Andrew Cuomo. Is that who they believe it'll be? Andrew Cuomo that will, siphon off the majority of his votes.
That's someone that they would certainly be happier with ending up in the mayor's office, Alex. And that's potentially who the votes could go to because of the fact that Eric Adams and Cuomo are more in the same mold of moderate Democrats than Zohran Mamdani, who's a self-described democratic socialist. But the White House was even potentially talking to Eric Adams also about ambassadorships. Mm-hmm. It doesn't appear as though he landed one of those. It's hard to say at this point, but even an ambassadorship to Saudi Arabia at one point was in the mix here.
It was, and it seemed as if the president had talked about that, sort of dangling a carrot. Eric Adams said no to that definitively at that point, continued in the race for a good couple of months, really. It seemed like the president had pulled back that offer then. Have you heard of any other specifics regarding an ambassadorship or anything, any rumblings about this from the White House?
No, at this point we haven't, but you're right, Alex. I mean, those things were being talked about, and it looks as though in recent days negotiations weren't necessarily working out. And you're right that those initial talks, those potential ambassadorships to Saudi Arabia specifically, were pulled back. At this point, I can't say whether or not there is something else in the mix for Eric Adams. President Trump is known to reward people that he feels like are loyal to him and who ultimately he believes do his bidding. I mean, we saw that the administration, the Justice Department, dropped their case against Eric Adams because Eric Adams had made pretty clear that he was willing to work with the administration when it came to ICE enforcement and immigration enforcement in New York City. And that led to a number of resignations from the Justice Department of U.S. attorneys because they were so against the fact that the Justice Department dropped their case against Eric Adams.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Laura, I thank you for this breaking news.
So that was that one. We got one more about Eric Adams. Two more, actually. Next video.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Oh, God. So this one is from his challenger, that damn Mamdani, goddamn tether, Brahmin East Indian, had the audacity to be named after Kwame Nkrumah.
Oh my God. He just never lost it.
So now I'm about to hear from this clown what the pipe dreams that he has for New York.
That's right.
And yeah, y'all be the judge.
He just never lost her shit this morning. He's like, oh no.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced Sunday he's dropping out of the mayoral race. This comes after President Trump and New York business leaders pressured Adams and Republican nominee Curtis Sliwa to drop out in order to narrow the race and help disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo beat the Democratic candidate Zohran Mamdani. The Democratic Socialist Assembly member shocked the political establishment when he trounced Cuomo in the Democratic mayoral primary in June. Cuomo is now running as an independent. Last September, Adams was indicted on federal bribery charges in a scheme spanning nearly a decade. Prosecutors allege Adams engaged in a long-running conspiracy in which he solicited and knowingly accepted illegal campaign contributions from foreign donors and corporations. In exchange, Adams allegedly helped Turkey's government open a new 36-story consular building near the United Nations here in New York without a fire inspection. Trump's Justice Department dismissed the charges earlier this year in what was seen as a quid pro quo in exchange for Adams implementing Trump's crackdown on immigrants. President Trump reportedly considered offering Adams a position in his administration, possibly ambassador to Saudi Arabia, if he dropped out. If elected, Zohran Mamdani would become New York City's first Muslim mayor. He was born in Kampala, Uganda, moved with his family to New York at the age of 7 as the son of the renowned academic and author Mahmoud Mamdani and Indian-American filmmaker Mira Nair. On Sunday, Democracy Now!'s Nermeen Sheikh and I sat down with Zohran Mamdani in our studio. An hour after Eric Adams announced his withdrawal from the mayoral race, as polls show Cuomo is well behind Mamdani. Well, today we're joined by the man President Trump does not want to become mayor of New York. That's right, Zohran Mamdani. He's in our studio to talk about this breaking news and more. Zohran Mamdani, welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. Respond. The significance of Adams dropping out of the race, does this surprise you?
You know, it is something that has been rumored for quite some time. That this would be the month, this would be the week, this would be the day, and today we've finally seen it. Yet it is also an encapsulation of so much of what has characterized Eric Adams' mayoralty, is decisions at the behest of Donald Trump and his billionaire donors and at the expense of working class New Yorkers. And what we see in this moment is very much what we saw the day we started this campaign on October 23rd, a necessity to finally stand up to the days of big money and small ideas being what characterizes City Hall and instead delivering for the very working class New Yorkers that are being priced out of that same city.
Well, let's go to what Eric Adams had to say in a 9-minute video message announcing his decision to drop out. New York Mayor Eric Adams did not mention you, Zohran, or Andrew Cuomo by name, but he said this, which has been viewed as criticism of your campaign.
Major change is welcome and necessary, but beware of those who claim the answer to destroy the very system we built together over generations. That is not change, that is chaos. Instead, I urge New Yorkers to choose leaders not by what they promise, but by what they have delivered.
So, Zohran, your response?
Well, you know, I am not surprised to hear any of these critiques or points from Eric Adams, because it is Eric Adams' mayoralty that has delivered us with a city where 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And in that same video, he diagnoses what the issues are that New Yorkers face. He speaks about the necessity of lowering costs, of improving quality of life, of keeping New Yorkers safe. And I don't contest the diagnosis. I contest his delivery, however. This is a mayor who raised the rent by 12% on more than 2 million New Yorkers, a mayor who priced New Yorkers further out of childcare, a mayor who has time and time again again exacerbated a cost of living crisis, whether by raising the water bill or supporting Con Edison when they wanted to raise gas and electric. And so I wouldn't take advice on addressing that same crisis from the man who's been inflaming it time and time again.
Well, could you say, Zohran, what do you think the impact of his dropping out will have on our electoral prospects?
It's very much the same race. We have seen over the course of this race, especially in the final weeks and months of the primary, that Andrew Cuomo wanted nothing more than a one-on-one fight with me. And we gave him exactly that, and then we beat him by 13 points. And we continue to be just as confident. And yet what separates us from these other candidates is that we're not focused on them. We're focused on New Yorkers. New Yorkers deserve leadership that is thinking about how to benefit the people of the city. And too often politicians, be it Andrew Cuomo or Eric Adams, the meetings that they have or the phone calls with someone like Donald Trump, they're only speaking about themselves. It's time to actually think about New Yorkers.
So in the New York City mayoral race, the Republican nominee who's still in the race, Curtis Sliwa, says at least 7 wealthy individuals have offered him money to end his campaign. He says he's going to stay in the race. If you can talk about that, who you think these 7 wealthy individuals are, and are they the same people who are funding ads to the tune of millions of dollars against you?
Well, I can tell you there's no shortage of Trump donors who are seeking to influence this election, who are looking to spend more money than I would even tax them to try and stop our campaign. And at the same time, of Eric Adams, Andrew Cuomo, and Curtis Sliwa is the one that I would trust the most. And I do think it is very real that there are many who are threatened by our campaign and our politics of putting working people at the heart of this city's focus, and are trying to do everything in their power. And we've seen that with Donald Trump being on the phone with Andrew Cuomo, trying to do everything in his power to ensure that they stop this movement. And the sad news for them is that they won't be able to.
Is this going to change your strategy in any way, where you now, it's gone from a 4-person race to a 3-person race? But of course, people are saying that with Eric Adams out of the race, it's much closer to a 2-person race, you and your leading opponent, Andrew Cuomo.
We will have the same focus as we've always had on working class New Yorkers, their struggle to afford this city, and also to be very clear with New Yorkers that the reason that Donald Trump is seeking to clear the lane for Andrew Cuomo is because he knows that Andrew Cuomo will clear their lane for Donald Trump's agenda. There is a reality to the fact that it takes 2 to tango, and these are the 2 people that are so often on New Yorkers' minds as an example of the politics we have to leave in the past.
Well, indeed, Zohran, your entire platform has focused principally on affordability and, as you said, helping the working class. But what appeared surprising to some in the Democratic primary is that Cuomo had a double-digit lead over you in low-income neighborhoods. So how do you explain that, and what are you doing to assuage whatever the concerns of this constituency are?
You know, when I started this race, and I was here on the first day of the campaign, I was also here on primary day, and I'm very happy to be back. I spoke about the fact that I was a state assembly member who at that time was polling, let's say 1%, and that's being charitable to me. That's rounding up. And I think for much of the campaign, it was introducing myself and our movement to New Yorkers. And we introduced ourselves to quite a few, which by the end of that primary meant that we won close to 600,000 votes. And yet that work still continues, because when I'm running against Andrew Cuomo, it's not just his name or his record that comes to mind for New Yorkers, it's also that of his father. And so for many New Yorkers, that was the association that they began the race with. And now we are building a coalition that shows our agenda is one that will deliver that affordability to each and every New Yorker.
So let's talk about affordability and talk about your planks. I mean, I think people are looking at this all over the country. And the question people have is, how can this be afforded? For example, when you have free childcare, when you have free buses, you put a rent freeze on rent-stabilized apartments. So housing and city-owned grocery stores. Go through your planks. It's not that it's never been tried in the country, and in many cases, very successfully, but you're putting it all together.
And I think it requires an approach that addresses this crisis across the lives of New Yorkers. You know, New Yorkers are not just bus riders or parents. They are all of these things at once, while also many of them being tenants. And as you've said, there is a precedent for all of these commitments. When we talk about freezing the rent, that's something that doesn't come at a fiscal cost to the city of New York. It is through the power we have of the Rent Guidelines Board to tell the landlords of those more than 2 million New Yorkers that they cannot raise the rent for these 4 years, to provide relief to those tenants to the tune of close to $7 billion. And also to still work with those landlords to reduce the cost burdens they're facing from insurance, from the water bill, from Con Edison, because it's not a competition. It's a question of ensuring that this is affordable and workable for each and every New Yorker. And if we think about universal child care, the cost of universal child care is around $6 billion, significant amount of money. Has to be put in a context of a $116 billion municipal budget, more than $250 billion state budget, and also the context of the fact that it's costing us nearly 4 times as much to not have affordable childcare. And what I mean by that is a few years ago, there was a study of the economic costs of that lack of affordable childcare, and it found it close to $23 billion, because it is, after housing, the leading cost pushing New Yorkers out of the city, which makes sense given that it's $25,000 a year for a New Yorker to find childcare for their one kid. And so this is an agenda that delivers on that, and it's one that also understands when you are faced with these costs, you are faced with a political choice. And it's a choice I believe we have to make for working New Yorkers. And I think that there are 2 clear revenue streams to raise the money necessary to fund this.
And that is?
That is raising personal income taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers. That's New Yorkers who make $1 million or more a year by 2%, and raising the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey. Together, those 2 initiatives would raise $9 billion. I think they're the most straightforward, productive means of doing so. But if people have other ideas to raise the same money, I encourage it.
Interestingly, on childcare, what can you learn from New Mexico, which became the first and only state in the country to offer free childcare to a majority of families 3 years ago? According to The Guardian, the program lifted 120,000 people above the poverty line.
I think it shows that this is possible. But it is a question of our own political will. And we don't have to look as far as New Mexico, frankly, because right here in New York City, the previous mayoral administration delivered universal pre-K. And that was something that showed us the possibility of city government meeting the needs of working New Yorkers. And if we do not meet these needs, we will continue to see parents and aspiring parents leave this city in order to find a place where they can afford that childcare. It's time for us to actually deliver on it so we can keep people here and actually have room for others to join us as well.
Well, Zohran, you mentioned earlier, of course, housing is one of the central, you've made it one of the central issues in your campaign, because it's true that New York City, one of the biggest issues is that people can no longer afford housing. You're focusing in particular on deed theft. If you could explain what it is and your plans to create an Office of Deed Theft Prevention.
Absolutely. You know, the affordability agenda we have is one that doesn't just speak to tenants, it also speaks to homeowners. And since 2015, we've seen more than 3,500 instances of deed theft take place across New York City. Deed theft, for those who don't know, is something that disproportionately targets older New Yorkers. They tend to be Black and brown New Yorkers, where an individual will knock on the door of one of those same New Yorkers and say, do you need assistance in resolving your inheritance or refinancing your home, preying upon their desire to actually pass that home on to their next generation, or to ensure that they can stay in that home. And there are so many of those New Yorkers who have then lost the title to their own home through this kind of being preyed upon. And so our office would take advantage of the new state rules that have allowed the city greater enforcement authority on this issue. It would also fund for about 20 million lawyers and further legal assistance for New Yorkers who would then be proactively reached out to by the city of New York, and would look at the example of a Tangle Title Fund in Pennsylvania and bring the success of that here so that the city is assisting New Yorkers in ensuring that their next generation can inherit their home, as opposed to leaving them to the prey of someone who would look to actually engage in deed theft.
Well, let's talk, Zohran, about issues that of course, are very relevant to people in New York, but the principal action is happening elsewhere. And what you've commented on many times, namely what's unfolding in Gaza. Right now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was just here in New York, scheduled to meet Trump on Monday. So if you could talk about what you've heard from New Yorkers on this issue.
You know, I can tell you I have heard from New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs a real sense of despair and horror at the genocide that we've seen in Gaza, and an understanding of complicity as Americans in the funding of this genocide. And New Yorkers are looking for someone to be their mayor who will focus on this city, who will deliver for the people of the city, and someone who also, amidst all of that, has the moral clarity to have a politics of consistency. And that's what has been at the heart of our campaign, a consistent belief in the universality of ideals like humanity, like justice, like safety, and the ways in which Benjamin Netanyahu's genocide of Palestinians is a violation not only of those ideals, but also of international law. And we've seen that in the issuing of a warrant for his arrest by the International Criminal Court.
I wanted to go to a journalist questioning Netanyahu at a White House dinner hosted by Donald Trump in July.
Democratic socialist, the vocal critic of Israel and of yourself, and has said he would arrest you if you came to New York City if he was mayor. Is that something you take seriously, or are you concerned about that? Do you have a response to that?
No, I'm not concerned about that. Oh, well, look, I'm going to come there with the President Trump, and we'll see how do you know who the mayor will be? I don't know that. Do we know that?
He's going to be very fine, and who knows? We don't know who the mayor is going to be yet. But this is a communist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist, and he said some really bad things about Jewish people, and he said some really bad things about a lot of people. And I think he's going through a little bit of a honeymoon right now, but he might make it. But, you know, it all comes through the White House. He needs the money through the White House. He needs a lot. He's going to behave. He'll behave. He better behave. Otherwise, he's going to have big problems.
So if you can respond to both President Trump and Netanyahu, Trump has been going after you since you announced. He talked about detaining you, checking whether he might be able to deport you, talking about you as a communist. You, in exchange, talk about truthing New York.
You know, I think it is a sad reality in this country where we have a president who ran an entire campaign premised on cheaper groceries and lowering the cost of living. And what he has instead delivered time and again is an exacerbating of that very crisis, all while focusing on the persecution of his supposed political enemies. And when we talk about Trump-proofing the city, it's not just the question of hiring the 200 additional lawyers at our law department to bring us back to the staffing levels prior to the pandemic. It's a question of actually standing up and fighting Donald Trump. And fighting Donald Trump because what his agenda is doing is endangering the welfare of New Yorkers. This bill that he recently ushered through Washington, D.C., it throws millions of New Yorkers off of their health care. It steals SNAP benefits from so many hungry New Yorkers. And it does all of this in the interests of the largest wealth transfer that we've seen in this country. And to do those things while speaking about a cost of living crisis, it is truly a betrayal of so much of what his campaign was premised. Unlike him, we don't just diagnose this crisis. We will deliver on it. We will actually ensure that we have New Yorkers who can afford the city that they call home, that we freeze the rent for more than 2 million New Yorkers. We make buses fast and free, which are currently the slowest ones in the nation, and we deliver universal childcare. And that's what Donald Trump is afraid of, the stark contrast between our delivery of those things and what he has done as the president of this country.
Zohran Mamdani, what does it mean to be a democratic socialist? You
know, I think of the words of Dr. King from decades ago, who said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And New Yorkers understand that. We're in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. When I walked into this interview, I walked past a New Yorker who was sleeping on the street. That's the level of poverty in this city, and yet it's happening amidst great wealth. And the vision for this city has to be one that understands the dignity of working people must return to the heart of our politics. And to focus on that is to fulfill the ideals that brought so many to politics in the first place. And the abandonment of it has been what's pushed so many away from it.
So, Zohran, let's talk about some of the support that you've received that was perhaps almost unprecedented, and in this case unprecedented. Over the weekend, you received an endorsement from Bend the Arc Jewish Action, the very first time the organization has endorsed anyone in a mayoral race. In their endorsement, they wrote, "We are really very excited about Zohran and his platform, not in spite of our commitment to Jewish values, but because of them." So if you could talk about this endorsement.
You know, I am honored to have the endorsement of Bend the Arc, and to be the first municipal candidate to receive it. It really is a privilege. And it showcases the fact that this coalition that we have, it is a coalition that not only continues to expand, but also looks to reflect the beauty and the breadth of this city. And one of the many things that makes this city so special are the close to 1 million Jewish residents of this city. And I take very seriously my responsibility and my opportunity to not only protect Jewish New Yorkers, but to celebrate so much of what they have brought this city and so much of what it means to be a city with such a thriving community. And I think of this period of the High Holy Days as one where our politics and our politicians would do well to learn from the lessons of these very holidays that seek to impart a reflection on what the prior year has been, an atonement, and a real level of humility as to what it means to lead. And that is the kind of lessons that I hope to learn in delivering leadership to this city.
I was getting messages from congregants at Rosh Hashanah when you went to a synagogue then, and also hearing about the reports of a woman handing you stickers she'd made with a picture of bagels and lox and a message urging Jewish voters to support Mr. Mamdani. And on the stickers it said, reject the smear campaign, join the schmear campaign.
Yes, this is very creative, and I think it's a reflection that for all of the fear-mongering that we've seen in this race, part of the reason that I sit before you as the Democratic nominee is because of the support of so many Jewish New Yorkers of all generations. And I'm so excited by that support and the prospect of building that support by reaching out to Jewish New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, including at their synagogues.
And finally, Zohran, we know you have to go, but many people have talked about the fact that you mobilize so much of the youth vote. But you also mobilized a lot of the South Asian vote, many people voting for the first time in a mayoral election, and Muslim communities as well. You'll be, if you win, the first Muslim mayor of New York, the first South Asian mayor. So if you could say, how important was that support to you, and explain your decision, in fact, to emphasize the fact that you're both Muslim, South Asian, and in fact also African.
These are parts of my identity. They're parts of what has formed me and my life over the course of both being a New Yorker and even before that. And I think it's a desire at the heart of our politics to ensure that these electoral outcomes, these contests that we have, that they actually reflect the city at large. Too often, New York City politics is focused on an ever-narrowing group of New Yorkers, the ones who vote every primary. And yet we know that there are so many New Yorkers who call the city home just in the manner of those voters, but are not spoken to with the same respect, are not given the same kind of time. And from the beginning of this race, we said we wanted this race to look like the entire city. And that means speaking to the very South Asian and Muslim New Yorkers that too often have been looked at as, at best, there to be for a photo op, as opposed to New Yorkers who are also suffering from this affordability crisis.
Zohran Mamdani, we are broadcasting this on Monday. We spoke to you on Sunday, right after Adams said he's pulling out of the election campaign. We also spoke to you the day after he was indicted on corruption charges. Of course, Trump would dismiss those charges later. But I also wanted to ask you, on this day, Monday, that we broadcast this, apparently the Democratic leaders will be at the White House. Hakeem Jeffries, Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, meeting with Trump over the whole issue of the budget and whether the country is going to be shut down. I want to know which is more contentious, that meeting, Trump, Schumer, and Hakeem Jeffries, or their meetings, Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer, with you. I was just watching Senator Van Hollen, who is really castigating his fellow Democrats who had not yet supported you. Many have, from corporate Democrats, conservative Democrats on to progressives. But talk about that. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer not having supported you yet, even though you are the Democratic primary candidate. And what is being said in these meetings? They keep saying they're talking to you.
Yes, we have had a number of meetings, and I've appreciated the meetings because the focus of the meetings has been on the fact that New Yorkers are facing twin crises: authoritarianism from Washington, D.C., and affordability crisis from the inside. And we often tend to separate these out. We think about democracy as an ideal that must be protected, but not that democracy also has to be able to deliver on the material needs of working people. And it was Fiorello LaGuardia that said you cannot preach liberty to a starving land. You have to be able to deliver on both fronts. And to me, in these meetings, the focus has been how to do so. And I would say that the meeting that they will have with Donald Trump is going to be far more contentious than the ones that we've had. Ours have been focused on New Yorkers. Donald Trump is focused on himself and his donors. And it is time to showcase the cost of the legislation that he has ushered through, what it would mean for New Yorkers' lives. I mean, I was at a hospital in the Bronx just a few days ago, speaking to 1199 members who were telling me that these cuts, they could decimate their ability to take care of New Yorkers in their toughest moments and in their best moments. And yet that is the agenda that Donald Trump is pursuing. And I continue to be hopeful and ensuring those cuts do not come to pass in the manner that they have been written.
We're going to end where we intended to begin today before Eric Adams announced that he's dropping out, which became top news. And that is by you saying your name. Of course, your main opponent, Andrew Cuomo, continually mispronounces your name. I want you to respond to that. This is how he does it.
I'm running against a man named Zohran Mamdani. He's a socialist.
If you can respond to that and tell us how you say it, your full name.
Zohran Kwame Mamdani. And I think what has been offensive to me is not whether a New Yorker can say my name on their first attempt or their second, but that what Andrew Cuomo has done is to deliberately mispronounce that name. And it is something whose meaning is not, it's not just about me. It's about how so many New Yorkers have to deal with this in their own workplace, in their own lives. You know, I was at a mosque recently for Friday prayers, and I asked the uncles and the aunties there to raise their hands if they've ever had to deal with the basic indignity of having the name that they were given be butchered time and again with an intention of belittling them. And hand after hand after hand raised. And that shows me the ways in which so many have been overlooked at the very least. And our campaign, it's not a campaign to ensure that everyone can say my name. It's a campaign to ensure that each and every New Yorker is celebrated for the fullest version of themselves, who they actually are, and belonging to the fabric of this gorgeous mosaic, as David Dinkins once called it.
And your middle name, Kwame, where it comes from?
I was named by my father after Kwame Nkrumah, the first Prime Minister of Ghana. And it is a point of pride for me and a reflection of the fact that I would also be the first immigrant mayor of the city in generations. I was born in Kampala, Uganda in East Africa, moved here when I was 7. It's the city where I grew up, the city where I met my wife, the city where I got my citizenship, and hopefully the city I will lead.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
This is an Eyewitness News election update. Hey everybody, I'm Mike Marza. So how does Mayor Adams' exit change the dynamic of this election, or does it really change anything? The answers, well, that depends on who you ask. For Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Lewa, a narrowing field gives them the opportunity to try to convince Adams supporters that they are the best fit for City Hall. For frontrunner Zohran Mamdani, well, his campaign says nothing really changes. It is business as usual. Today, he traded barbs with President Trump, who threatened to withhold federal funding from New York if Mamdani wins. And if you were wondering where Eric Adams was...
Turn it to the right, turn it to the right. Turn it hard to the right, towards me.
This is kind of bizarre. He was on his way to Gracie Mansion, and Mayor Adams spotted a family stuck in the road trying to push their vehicle out of traffic, and Mayor ended up pushing them himself. Well, a lot has changed today in the election. We'll catch you up with everything that developed with ABC News political reporter and ABC's political director, Avery Harper, in just a moment. But first up, NJ Burkett catches us up from the campaign trail.
At a news conference in Upper Manhattan, Democratic Socialist frontrunner Zohran Mamdani seemed to laugh at the president's threats.
I think that Donald Trump is going through the stages of grief.
On his social media account, Mr. Trump threatened federal funding for New York if Mamdani wins City Hall. He is going to have problems with Washington like no mayor in the history of our once great city, he wrote. Remember, he needs the money from me as president in order to fulfill all of his fake communist promises. He won't be getting any of it, he said. So what's the point of voting for him?
He's doing so because he knows that Andrew Cuomo will clear the way for Donald Trump's agenda. And New Yorkers are sick and tired of that agenda. They are sick and tired of what has passed for leadership from Andrew Cuomo.
Tonight, the former governor sees it differently.
Does it seem like Trump is putting his thumb on the scale for you?
No.
Why not?
It's the exact opposite.
The opposite.
I'll tell you who Donald Trump wants. Donald Trump wants Zohran Mamdani to win. It would be a political bonanza for the Republican Party. They would take the poster of Zohran and run around the country and say, this is how crazy the Democrats have gotten. That they elected a 33-year-old socialist who wants to abolish the police, legalize prostitution, legalize the drug trade, and sympathizes with terrorists.
Curtis Sliwa said he disagrees with the president and he's not dropping out.
We cannot sacrifice this great city because it might be good for my party in the midterm elections. Absolutely not. So I am here to fight. I carry the Republican banner, and I am not surrendering or retreating.
Joining me now is ABC News political director Avery Harper. Avery, great to see you. Great to chat with you. So much to get into as so much has changed in this New York City mayoral race. First up, let's talk about President Trump's comments today, threatening to remove funding or withhold funding to New York City if Zohran Mamdani, the mayoralship. Does President Trump's words or threats like this, do you think it will have any impact on this race moving forward?
I mean, arguably, it could be a boon to Mamdani and get him some more enthusiasm with his base of supporters. Ultimately, I think that part of his ascent is really about anti-Trump sentiment here in New York City, a place where we know that Democrats far outnumber Republicans.
And so let's talk about moving forward and the remaining candidates. Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa, and we mentioned the frontrunner, Zohran Mamdani. How does the removal of Mayor Adams in the race change the dynamics?
It's so funny. I actually do not think that it's going to make much of a difference for any of the other remaining candidates, because you have to remember that Eric Adams had such a small share of support. When he dropped out on Sunday, he was actually polling in the single digits, and that is not enough for any of the other candidates who are not named Zohran Mamdani to have a much clearer path to victory. I think for both Sliwa and Cuomo, it's going to be an uphill battle.
And you see some of these polls, and who knows what to make of the polls, right? But the polls that we have and the information that we have right now, if you do a hypothetical matchup between just Andrew Cuomo and Zohran Mamdani, it is a closer race. However, Curtis Sliwa says he's staying in the race. Do you anticipate any changes, or what could change as we are now about 5 weeks to go?
Well, listen, you mentioned that we are in the run-up to this election, and this is when folks are really starting to pay attention, and anything could really shake up the race. I mean, we're looking ahead to what are going to be two really pivotal mayoral debates, and those could be really big moments in this race and could change the trajectory of the race for any of these candidates. So we'll just have to wait and kind of see what happens there.
All right, let's go through some of the playbooks for each of the candidates. Zohran Mamdani, you mentioned the debates ahead and some of the more prominent position points that he's going to have to explain and answer to, especially stuff he said in the past and what he believes moving forward. What do you think his best plan of attack is as we close in now on 5 weeks? Does he need to do any of these large-scale events?
I think he's going to want to answer questions for those who might be wary of him. I think he's going to be reaching out to voters who aren't necessarily, safely in his camp. He is trying to expand his tent and solidify a victory come election day. It remains to be seen if he's going to be able to woo some of those voters who might have been in Eric Adams' camp, or are those who might have some showing confidence in Cuomo's to win. I don't think those who are currently supporting Curtis Sliwa are likely to come over to Mamdani's camp, but there's still work for him to do.
And so let's talk about Curtis Sliwa, because again, he is adamant. He says he can't be bought. He can't be shooed out of this race by any means. Do you think that there is a world where he does exit this race, that his mind will change and he will remove himself from this contest?
I mean, he's remained pretty adamant that he is staying in this race. I think unlike Eric Adams, who we know from reporting that he was having conversations behind the scenes about what his exit strategy could be, what he could do next. I think for Curtis Sliwa, this is a race that he wants to stay in. It just remains to be seen where his path to victory could lie.
Especially when you look at the recent polling, he was polling in single digits a lot of times, maybe low double digits in front of Mayor Adams, but still.
Right, but far behind both Mamdani and Cuomo.
So if you're a Republican in this race or just watching this race, wanting to support a candidate, we know New York City politics, we know it leans heavily left. But what do you do if you're a Republican? Because you've heard about the President Trump influence in this race. You've heard about some of the national politics keeping a close eye on this race. Is there a world where you would urge your Republican supporters here in this city to vote for an Andrew Cuomo versus a Curtis Sliwa, who is the Republican candidate?
I mean, there has been conversation, and we've heard President Trump's weigh in on this race about it being a two-person race between Mamdani and another challenger. And so I think there are many Republicans throughout the city of New York who are trying to figure out exactly what to do, how best to use their vote. There are folks who are incredibly wary of Mamdani and his platform and some of the things that he has promised on the campaign trail. And there are others who, might not see Curtis Sliwa as a really viable candidate. And so, those folks are going to have to make a really tough decision for themselves at the ballot box.
And let's talk about Andrew Cuomo, former Governor Cuomo. And he's one who was a Democrat, and he's running as an independent because of the way the primary shook out. So if you are Andrew Cuomo, what do you need to do?
Supporters, right, for those folks to come along to your side of things. And you're going to want to make the argument, particularly to Republicans who might not feel like they have a home in this race, to make the argument that, hey, I might be the person who could, advance over a Zohran Mamdani if you are to support and vote for me. I think that is his remaining path. That is the only way that he could possibly come out on top. And again, it just remains to be seen exactly what some of those New Yorkers are going to choose.
Aligned to the fact that they believe that Zohran Mamdani is an existential threat to the city of New York. They've described it as such. So if you are Andrew Cuomo, and if you're looking at these polls, and some of the recent polling, I believe it said that, well, first of all, the criticism of Zohran Mamdani and the weapon really used from a lot of Republicans saying that he's a democratic socialist, they turn that into a communist title, saying that it is bad for New York City. However, in some of these polls, 2/3 of people who responded in the polls in New York City say that would not be a bad thing.
When Eric Adams won Gracie Mansion, and moderate, somebody who was pro-police. And that is the antithesis of the moment and progressive ideas. And listen, we know that Zohran Mamdani has really captured the enthusiasm of New York City voters around issues of affordability. That is something that New York City voters have been able to relate to, and that have arguably boosted his campaign.
Yeah, by the way, affordability across the country, this is really a national conversation that's been happening. I know you and I have talked about this a lot. So in the national landscape, how does this race play in the national political landscape?
Right. I think there are a lot of folks who are looking at New York City and what happens here as reflective of what could possibly be in the future of the Democratic Party. But listen, I think New York is a special case. I am actually looking more to some of the gubernatorial races that we're going to see this fall as more reflective possibly of where the national sentiment lies in terms of the feelings about the rebuilding of the Democratic Party. In New Jersey, you see Mikey Sherrill. In Virginia, you see Abigail Spanberger. These are two more moderate candidates, national security experts who are also having the conversation about affordability, but in a way that is more comfortable for many moderate voters across the country.
Yeah, you mentioned that race, Jack Ciattarelli, Mikey Sherrill, something that's heavily watched, certainly here in New York, and something that even those two candidates have been asked about the Mamdani influence in the city of New York. And then just wrapping up a couple of more. Mamdani, 33 years old. A lot of criticism has been launched at him with what experience does he have? How will he navigate that? As you mentioned, people are now taking a closer look as we're a little more than a month away.
I think after 2024 and what we saw happened on the Democratic side of things, Joe Biden bowing out of that race after lots of concerns about the age of our Democratic leaders and of of political leaders just across both parties as well. So I think he is able to make the argument that he is ushering in a new generation of leadership, and that is what's required to address today's problems rather than looking at elder statesmen. So I think there is definitely energy that is behind both the young and the progressive in New York City.
And then finally, when you talk about the politics in New York City, we've mentioned a heavily blue city. If you look at the numbers and you look at just the way that elections have fallen. But when you also think about the assembly in Albany, and you think about the city council here in particular, how will a potential new, well, now we know it will be a new mayor coming in. How will he be able to work with the council first and then the assembly up in Albany to try to get some of the things that he wants to get done?
I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Zohran Mamdani to be able to get a lot of the things that he wants to get done. I think, you know, when you look at the threat that President Trump dangled today in terms of funding for the state and the city, right? I think that is of concern for many of the lawmakers in Albany, as it is for state legislatures and leaders of localities and states across the country. When you have somebody who wants Trump, or Trump wants to be the target of their ire, it becomes really difficult for them to get things done. And so it's going to be a real tough thing for Mamdani to navigate if he is elected mayor of New York City.
And you mentioned as well, President Trump and Zohran Mamdani going at it on social media, and perhaps they both enjoy that dynamic because both sides are energized by that sort of clash. And we'll see how it plays out as we're just a little more than 5 weeks away before the election. Avery Harper, always great to get your perspective. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Fucking tell her too. Oh my God. Yeah, that fool gets in Black New York, you're done.
Right.
You just stick a fork in you, you're done.
Yeah, they're done anyway because it's all immigrants.
He's going to open the floodgates for illegal immigrants, come right on in and take whatever is left. Queens, Brooklyn, the Bronx, Staten Island, Manhattan. It's already overran with fucking immigrants. So this fool get in, it's a wrap for Black New Yorkers.
And he's selling a pipe to me.
Mm-hmm.
None of that shit is possible because they're already set in the motherfucking ways of benign neglect and corrupt shit. They're not going to go over and just hand over the reins so he can make pipe things happen.
Right. So we'll keep y'all updated on this mayor's race in New York City. I hope to God that Mamdani does not win.
Right.
Like I said, it's a wrap for Black New Yorkers if he gets in.
Right.
All
He's
right.
like the Willy Wonka fucking immigrant dream.
Mm-hmm.
He's sounding like a pimp dream.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
And notice he didn't say nothing he was gonna do for Black people. Not a motherfucking thing. He talking about Asians and motherfucking Jews. He ain't talking about Black people. He ain't gonna do a damn thing for Black people.
I'm really tired of everybody using Martin Luther King and our Black heroes for their fucking talking points.
Right.
That shit's fucking outright.
That was just straight up disrespectful.
And disturbing.
All right, so in other news, more white-on-white crime is occurring. And we covered this yesterday, but I wanted y'all to hear Professor Black's truth take on it. So 2 mass murders in Michigan and in North Carolina. So without further ado, the professor's going to give us an update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Yes, it has happened again and again. That's 2 mass murders in less than 24 hours, one in North Carolina, the other one in Michigan. Now, since as we know in the black media, these kind of incidents don't get anywhere near the kind of white media attention that they deserve, so here's the recap on it.
We are following breaking news overnight. At least 3 people are killed, 8 others injured after a gunman opened fire on a crowd in Southport, North Carolina. Police say the suspect pulled up to the waterside bar on a boat. People in the area were asked to stay inside their homes while police investigated, and authorities there say they do have a suspect in custody at this time.
Michael, we are here in Grand Blanc Township, Michigan. That is about an hour northwest of Detroit. We are here because around 10:25 this morning, officers got a call that a man, 40-year-old Thomas Jacob Sanford of Burton, which is just the town over, ran his truck into the front of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. After he rammed his truck into the front of the church, he opened fire at the hundreds of people who were there for service. Police did confirm with us that 10 people were shot, 2 people have died, 7 people are in stable condition, 1 is in critical at the moment.
The mass murderer in North Carolina was arrested alive, no surprise, and no word on whether the cops chose to take him to Burger King first. As for the mass murderer in Michigan, that one, amazingly, was killed. Now, it seems to me like it was just the other month that there was a church attack in Michigan. Wait, that's because it was just the other month that there was a church attack in Michigan, and that one didn't take place in Detroit either, or Flint. It took place out there in the suburbs, on the outskirts, you know, where this kind of thing never happens, except that it keeps happening in those places. With 2 mass murders in less than 24 hours and the suspects being non-black, you can already guess what the white media, hell, with the dominant society's analysis of this has been. It's all a mental health concern. That's what they're all saying. Mental health. Oh, state mental health funding got cut. It's mental health, I tell you. It's so stressful out there. When the shooter's black, on the other hand, it doesn't matter how poor he is, how much stress he's under. He's just a violent Negro. You know how those people are. But on the other hand, when the suspect is not black, it's always mental illness. Surely there must be something wrong with him. A sentiment that we never hear at any other time. And what's the death toll? At last count, the mass murder in North Carolina on Saturday night was 3 dead, 5 injured. And the one in Michigan yesterday, 4 dead, 8 injured. And body counts matter because when a gangbanger in Chicago shoots someone, it's black people out of control. On the other hand, when it's someone from the dominant society who kills 3 people and injures 8, suddenly it's unfathomable why they just can't reckon it. The world is simply going crazy. This stuff happens twice in less than 24 hours. That's not crazy. That's just a normal day. And yet it's treated as crazy and insane because that's how racial narratives work. It's never based on the crime. It's always based on the color of the perpetrator. Times like this, one has to wonder, where is the wit and wisdom of Charlie Kirk at? He and his followers to go ahead and comfort us all with the knowledge that black on black crime, et cetera, or white people are being hunted down by black people nationwide, except Charlie Kirk was also killed by a white man, and his followers and online fans are angry at black people because of that. Why? Because they saw him as the champion of a racialist myth that they just loved. It tickled them no end, and his death served as an inconvenient reminder that all of those anti-black narratives and talking points and tropes that he pushed and made a lot of money pushing were false from the very beginning. They never existed. This society gives itself permission to sweep these daily massacres, the real ones, under the rug. It only pulls out its phony, insincere concern if there's some black person to go after. Then they can treat the matter as a criminal justice issue. And what they've done is, to in effect, give these mass murderers a license to kill. These psychos understand full well exactly how the white media's racialist narratives work. They know that no matter how many school children that they slaughter in elementary school, no matter how many innocent people they kill in a movie theater, no matter how many innocent churchgoers that they slaughter at the local synagogue or church, it's always going to be treated as just a freak one-off, even though it happens multiple times every single month. Now, in these two cases from the last couple of days, both of these killers are apparently military veterans. That's one you can expect the white media to play up a lot. There's going to be basically them saying, well, we don't know. Was this their time in the service? Was it just because of what they had seen if they had been under fire? Or why isn't there more money and time and resources being devoted to veteran services? Well, for the folks in the white media who might want to pull out that talking point, don't expect to get much support from the orange man. Trump's already been on the internet saying that this was an attack on Christians, even though the individuals who did it were Christians themselves, or at the very least, they definitely weren't Muslims. The mass murderer in North Carolina reportedly filed numerous lawsuits against the city. Now, the white media like to report on that, and it's all part of their humanizing these animals that they like to do. It's a matter of make these killers out to be human beings. Don't forget they're human beings, and the guy was in the military, and no doubt his neighbors and co-workers thought the world of him. That's what they're doing here. He filed numerous lawsuits with the city. Oh, if only somebody had paid attention to him and listened to him. That's the spin that they want to put on it. And as for the other mass murderer in Michigan, he's dead now, so I guess it doesn't matter if he had any lawsuits pending or not. But the truth of the matter happens to be, if this guy did, what the hell's that got to do with anything? He should be told, well, whatever the issue is, you need to cope with it. It's a hard life, etc., etc. But just like everyone else in the dominant society, this Michigan killer had been socialized that when he has a grievance, real or imaginary, the world is supposed to move for him. Something's supposed to happen. And the same thing with that mass murderer in North Carolina. He filed his numerous lawsuits. As far as he was concerned, if he couldn't get justice in the courts, justice being if he didn't get the outcome he wanted, well, then he was going to take out his anger on the entire town. They would be made to pay one way or the other. For the last couple of weeks, this country's been getting some undeniable examples of why it's so dangerous and deadly to buy into the anti-Black narratives peddled by people like Charlie Kirk. He was the one running around saying that Black people were hunting down and killing white people for sport. Meanwhile, he himself was killed by a white man, and the other two mass murders that followed were not carried out by Black people at all. These two gerbils that have been in the news, they wounded and killed more people in 24 hours than were killed and wounded during the entire 3-day weekend in Chicago. That's not an exaggeration. That's not hyperbole. That's a cold, hard fact. Of course, the per capita incompetence will have trouble with that because it's actual math. There's no real point in waiting for information about either of these creeps' criminal past to be brought to light. Besides, things being what they are, it won't be long at all until there's some other mass murderer from the same background who does the same thing. And by the way, you notice that I haven't even bothered to speculate on whether or not either of these two mass murderers has the usual anti-Black rantings and ravings, whether or not one of these guys or both of them happen to be the usual anti-Black racist who, because they couldn't get their hands on some Black people to kill, they just decided that anyone would do. We've certainly seen that one enough times, haven't we? So if it turns out that these guys had some sort of manifesto, as the white media will call it, to try to make them sound like they're learned and educated when it's just a bunch of rantings and ravings, is anyone going to be surprised at all if something like that gets unearthed? Of course not. These crimes are allowed to happen. One thing's for sure, these mass murderers certainly couldn't be carried out like this if the dominant society decided they didn't want them to be. That's the reason why the orange man is sweeping this under the rug and saying, oh, this is just an attack on Christians. He simply doesn't want to be bothered. And he's not alone in that regard. And I'm sure that we'll have the usual bottom feeders who infest my comment section who will be whining and complaining. Come on, dude. Why is it that you're reporting on it like this? Why do you have to talk about it that way? You're politicizing a mass murder. You can't do that. That's so wrong. That's so immoral. Really? Charlie Kirk himself said it was absolutely necessary to politicize the murder of that Ukrainian woman. He didn't care about all of the thousands of Ukrainian women who have been killed in Russia, not by a Black man on a metro train, but by a white man in Moscow. Charlie Kirk predictably didn't care about the thousands of dead Ukrainian women killed by Vladimir Putin. And the reason why is their deaths were meaningless to him. They couldn't be used to serve his political ends. So the thousands of Ukrainian women who lie dead today, they're just collateral damage. They're simply a statistic. They don't matter. Use it as a means to attack the Black community, because that's what they were teeing up before Charlie Kirk got murdered. And Charlie Kirk himself couldn't wait to spread the lie that Black people were hunting white people and Black people were killing every white person in America. There's a ton of people in this world, and in America in specific, who have been socialized to believe that when they tell lies, especially lies about Black people, these are just victimless crimes. But the reality is, when you lie about the racial reality in America, you open the door for all kinds of real crimes. Racialist lies are not a victimless crime. And if you make the mistake of actually believing them, then you might inadvertently wind up the victim of a crime, one that might not have seemed all that obvious to you, but which everybody else could clearly see coming. So, as unfortunate as these incidents have been, they're not surprising at all. This has become the American way. But then again, it always has been. And that being the case, tragically, it won't be long at all before we have yet another headline just like this one, because you had yet another privileged psycho who this society decided to give easy access to firearms, but absolutely no access to accountability. And when you have a social climate like that, where there's already phalanx of individuals who are prepared to line up and give all kinds of excuses and obfuscations for this kind of thing, well, that makes it where everyone becomes nothing more than a target in a shooting gallery. But the people who make these excuses, they better be careful, because they have no idea which one of these lunatics they're giving the green light to go on a massacre. While it's true that these mass murderers may have a rich fantasy life, and in their own sick minds they see their victims as being nothing more than object lessons, just targets for them to gun down to prove the greatness of their wrath or their petulance or whatever, the truth is that these politicians and these pundits who make excuses for them, they also live in their own realm of make-believe. And in their minds, well, the bodies that hit the floor will never be their own. At least that's what they tell themselves. But that's one hell of a gamble that they're taking. If they decide that they're going to roll the dice like this every single day, they can do that. But it only has to come up snake eyes once. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Stephen 12, Michael McMillan, Mary Bass, Wesley Monroe, and G. Mars. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, thank you, Professor Black Truth, for that awesome commentary. Yeah, white America, the chickens is coming home to roost. Y'all sit up here and try to martyrize, if that's even a word, make a martyr out of a racist white supremacist like Charlie Kirk, talking about how violent black people were and how criminal we were. But we're not the ones that's shooting and killing you. Even Charlie Kirk got killed by his own person, his own people. So careful, because that shit may turn on you. So all you little Charlie Kirk supporters, we see you, we hear you, and we're exposing you, and we're going to keep exposing you for the racist white supremacist bigots that you are. Anybody that is supporting that mug is a suspected white supremacist or adjacent white supremacist. There's no way in hell you can support somebody that literally made fun of all of our civil rights leaders, mocked every death of an unarmed black member of society that was killed by the police. And yeah, you're doing it to yourselves, white America. You only have yourselves to blame. What are your thoughts, Lady Chang? Yeah.
Okay, can you reach?
Yes.
Okay. My thoughts is this, fuck Master Charlie and his motherfucking stupidity that he wrote in on. That because this is a major white supremacist. I don't say suspected. I'm just gonna go outright and say anybody who's rocking with that is a white supremacist, even if they're in pretty black skin. You're wrong for that. Like, we can't have that. Can't have that. Now what Professor Black Truth is saying, yeah, he's telling the truth. That it's always they're doing something to each other. They're eating each other right now. They're eating each other's face off. They fighting with each other. We're watching it heavily. And it's fucking amusing. But the fact is, I think that when Master Charlie got kicked off the island, permanently, he got kicked off the planet. I think what they was looking for was one of us to be responsible for that shit. So they should have known goddamn well there's hardly any of us in Utah. Really. This is happening in Utah. There's probably like 10 black people in all of Utah. I know. I was in Utah for a few days. Trust me, I can count all the 10 people I saw.
Have I been to Utah too?
Probably like 10, 15 black people in Utah. Please, they call me a liar. There was no black people there. So, what they was looking for was someone to blame. And who do they love taking their bullshit out on? Black people, right? Especially FBA black people. So we weren't there, and we were looking for it. We were like, watch, they're gonna blame it. They're gonna blame us for it. Just like anything, when anything bad happens to one of them or a few of them, they immediately turn to look to see if it was one of us that committed the motherfucking atrocity or fucking demise of one of their heroes. They looked at old Master Charlie like he could do no motherfucking wrong. Like he walked on water, like he was fucking white Jesus himself sometimes. And I was like, look, because they're looking for us. They're really looking like, please don't let it be one of us. Please don't let it be one of us. Do you see how shitty that is? Well, we gotta look at ourselves and be like, please don't let it be one of us. Please, Lord. Please, like Jesus, do not let it be one of us. You know what I mean? And it wasn't. We're like, woo! And next thing you know, we're like, how dare you motherfuckers even try to blame us for not having a motherfucking reaction to it. And the reaction you wanted, you turned around and still villainized us. You know what I mean? Like, because we either shoulder shrugged, or we had an opinion, or we did a couple of deep dives into the whole Master Charlie's fucking kicked off the planet fucking situation. What he said, what he did, what he said, who he rocked with. Oh, stupid Kundis omens. You know what I mean? Like, we saw everything. So, it's baffling, and yet it's not, because we're not wearing the cape, but we're also not wearing the fucking the jacket of where your kicking bag, where the ones who did it, so you can just blame us whenever the fuck you feel like it. This season is over.
Right.
Decades and generations of that season are fucking over now. Now you can't blame us for shit unless we actually did it. Unless we actually did it. And then we're asking the white churches, like, why did we do that? And at the end of the day, they never ask us why we do anything. They just automatically assume, like they throw it up in our face, like we're like the fall through the cracks. We're always the one that fucked up lives, and we just did it. We took it all out of white people. No, there's always a reason why we act out. There's a reason why fucking white people get smacked in the mouth religiously. There's a reason why white people get drugged and kicked down the street religiously. There's always a fucking reason. They never ask us the reason. And whatever reason it was, it's never going to be good enough in this motherfucking stupid ass world of racism and white supremacy. And now we ain't giving no fucks, and now we ain't answering to them. We turned our backs. And what we did have an opinion on, we have valid proof to back up our opinion when it comes to this fucking man, the fucking people that do these these white folk that do these mass shootings in places like church, Mormon church, you know what I mean? Bucking off some dude at a college, you know what I mean? He was a white dude. A white dude did it. You know what I mean? And we were innocent of it. Like, God, man. We're not always going to be the fucking villain of their fucking tales. Here you go, Jesse.
Yep. Thank you, Lady Che. So rest in piss and shit to Charlie Kirk.
I'm going to get spat on by black people in hell.
Yeah, he's definitely in hell, right along with Hulk Hogan and the rest of them racist white supremacist piece of shit.
Black people who are in hell right now taking his ass and beating him up and down, fucking all over hell, burning him and shit, spitting on him, shitting on him, and all kind of extra shit. All we get, he just burning hell, cuz burning hell. And I wish he burn in hell.
Right. So, in other news, why did our brother Terence Crawford get pulled over yesterday by the police? So Tariq is gonna give us an update on that. Yeah, but we.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't hear Tariq's take on it though. So,
Seatbelt.
And you
Opening
can take,
the door.
You can take
I'm
mine
opening the
off
door.
of me right here on my right. I'm keeping my fucking hands up.
I'm not reaching for no gun, bro. Can I move my phone?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Now, let me get some call. Let me talk to the family here. Let me see what's on your mind, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all raise your hand. Let me see what's on the mind. Because we do have a lot of people in here. Respect to you. Let's try Pluto. Mr. Pluto, then we'll get Mac 10 in the building. Pluto, then Mac 10. All right, Pluto, you in here? All right, Pluto ain't saying nothing. Let's try Mac 10. Mr. Mac 10, hop on in. If you can unmute your mic, that'll be great. If not, I will move on to the next person because we do have a lot of people trying to get in. Let's get Didden something. Mr. Didden, hop on in.
What's up, Tariq?
How you doing, Didden?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. Where you from, Didden?
Maine.
Maine. It's very white up there in Maine.
Yes, sir.
So what's on your mind?
Nothing much. Just chilling.
Okay.
Yeah. I scraped my knee earlier today.
How'd you scrape your knee?
I was doing some active sports. So I wasn't wearing the proper equipment.
Okay.
I forgot he wasn't smart. He is smart.
Yeah.
But that's
it? You just want to tell me you scraped your knee?
Oh, how's your day been?
I've been good. Now, when you were on your knee, were you on your knees looking for your meth pipe?
like 2 weeks ago.
No, sir.
You must have dropped your meth pipe under the sofa in your trailer. That's why you scraped your knee?
No, I was doing active sports.
Okay. Were you doing the meth smoking Olympics? Were you doing that?
Some might call it that.
Okay. All right. You got to... Crack is whack, brother. Crack is whack. All right. Thank you, brother. All right. Let me get some more people in here. Let me see, because we do have a lot of folks in here, and I would like to get people in here. Again, speaking of drug use, if you are smoking, you don't have to call up. You finish that pipe. All right. Just because a lot of people like to do drugs and they need company. They need somebody to talk to. I'm not here. I'm not for that. There's rehab and 12-step programs where you can do that. Now, if y'all need us to talk you off the pipe, we will talk. If you need some help, we'll do a little prayer circle and get you off that pipe if you need us to. So, I do want this to be an open space. So if there's any white people here on meth, if you need a little prayer, we can hook you up with a little something. Let's NBA. I can't pronounce your last name. NBA something. What's up, NBA?
Let's see. We got hot, not woke.
NBA something.
I belong to a political party whose leader.
All right, you want to unmute your microphone, sir?
Like America to have a voice.
Okay.
Still MLK.
Family, do not request to get on if you are not ready.
Sorry.
All right. Do not request to get on if you're not ready. Let's get Cleveland in the building. Cleveland.
I'm kidding. I'm playing pleasure.
Mr. Cleveland, hop on in,
Just
sir.
busy. I'll ask questions.
I'm good, Cleveland. How are you, brother?
Oh man, I've been listening for a minute, man, and I'm FBA, and man, I'm recently nobody talks about the the Creek Indians that was trying to pass laws in Oklahoma, and I'm a part of that lawsuit.
Okay, you a Creek Freedman?
Oh yeah, and I'm undecided if I really want to be a freedman, because like I say, there's a lot of information out here, and I think that the internet to these young people, if they just Google stuff, and like I say, I think these white people been lying to us for a long time. So I would advise all young people just to research, just Google anything on Google, and I bet something comes up. So like I said, I've been a fan of yours for a while, and like I said, I'm from Texas. I just been on everything, immigration, everything, man, and like I say, you doing a great thing, man, and like I say, I'm always listening down here in Texas.
Yes, sir, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir. All right.
That's what we doing. Since you
No, you know what? The brother reminded me of something. I heard about what happened with our good brother Terence Crawford. I heard about what happened to Terence Crawford. This was in I think this was in Omaha, Nebraska. There was a parade. Didn't they have like a parade for him?
Yeah, they had a parade.
There was a parade for him celebrating his historic win against Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah.
So they had a celebration for him out there. Oh, let me read what the actual story is. So there was a celebration. He's leaving the celebration for him. Then a race soldier pulls him over. There's a traffic stop. He's with his security team. So the cops got to know who he is. They know who he is.
They know exactly who it is.
They know who he is. There's a big parade for him.
Right.
He's there with his security. They know who he is. So the race soldier pulls a gun out on him, put the gun in his face, has him get out of the car, and detains him. I think he handcuffed him. They ended up letting him go. You know, they didn't ticket him. He didn't do anything. He literally didn't do shit. But the cop said he saw a gun on the floor or something like that. And he was like, "Oh, don't reach for the gun." He's like, "Yeah, I'm not reaching for the gun." So the race soldier just did some "I'm white and I say so," and pulled him out. And the whole gun thing, seeing a gun, all of them, number one, were legally it was his security team. They had guns. They were all legally available to carry the gun. They were legally licensed to have the gun. Also, Omaha, Nebraska is an open carry state. You know, it's an open carry state.
Yep.
So yeah, all of that extra shit, throwing a gun in their faces when they weren't a threat. They weren't a threat whatsoever. But I want y'all to understand what this is really about. That cop knew who the hell he was. I want y'all to understand how white supremacy works, family. They've always done this thing when it came to black champions. Black excellence, boy, it really triggers the rank and file white supremacists. That race soldier, he was like, I'm going to use my position of authority to really flex my muscles here. They've always done that. Anytime with black boxers, especially when they're beating up white opponents or white adjacent opponents, they've always felt the need and desire to punish these people outside of the ring to show their authority. They've done this since Jack Johnson. They literally criminalized him under the Mann Act. They couldn't beat him in the ring. And he's a rich black man running around here smashing these white women. So they created a law to get him off them damn white women. That Mann Act. And then they put him in jail for the Mann Act. Yeah. They've always done that to black entertain, especially black boxers. There's something real particular about that, even with Muhammad Ali stripping him of his title for resisting the Vietnam draft.
Yeah.
And threatening to send him to jail. Yeah. So many others. Tyson putting him in jail.
Yep.
They put Mayweather in jail. Remember, they had Mayweather in jail. Then they try to say it was like he was in jail for like 90 days or something like that. They had to humble him. They always do that.
Mm-hmm.
See, boxing is a direct symbol of racial supremacy anxiety. See, boxing is a unique thing because it's a one-on-one contest with equal rules.
Right.
See, when something is one-on-one and the rules are right there up front,
yep, mano a mano,
black people are going to excel.
Mm-hmm.
When it's equal and the rules are right there up front and you have to abide by the rules, most likely we're going to win.
Yep.
See, the thing is, outside, dealing in the system of white supremacy, there's different rules. There's one thing on paper and there's some other rules that's off paper. And then we don't understand the rules, but then white people understand the rules. There's this shit they know through osmosis. So we got to understand the double rules are outside of the sports arena. You got what's on paper, the laws that pretend to be equal and neutral, and then you have the common law of white supremacy, which is really the law of the land, and it's a law and it's a set of rules that all the other white supremacists who are in power understand, and that's what they practice. See, that's how they get us. So we got to understand how racism works. Racism didn't disappear; they just took it off paper.
Yep, that's it.
You understand? I want to say that one more time. I'm going to say it 3 times like Umar. Racism didn't go nowhere; they just took it off paper.
Yep.
Racism didn't. They took it off paper.
Yep.
But that's it. It's just they just write it down no more. They don't have to because the dominant white society, they understand the rules. So when they're around black people and other whites come around, the white people already know the rules. They got to get on code, and they get on code through osmosis.
We shouldn't be.
But going back to boxing, boxing is a one-on-one contest, equal rules, and when black fighters, Mayweather, Tyson, Jack Johnson, now Crawford, you consistently dominated. That provides undeniable evidence that the reality of racial inferiority myths are false. And that unsettles the dominant society. So they feel compelled to reassert their dominance through police harassment, the court system, media smears. So they got to beat you outside of the ring. See, they got to put you back in your place. See, this system, it operates on the principle that black people can be temporarily celebrated for entertainment, but they can't forget their place. Yep. See, police encounters, legal harassment, financial sabotage against brothers like that, that's a reminder, no matter how rich, no matter how skilled, no matter how admired you become, the power structure can humble you at will. Yeah, that white cop doing all that bullshit, that was him trying to reassert dominance to put Crawford in his damn place. And they have a fear of independent black masculinity. See, the sight of a black man who's strong, wealthy, adored, especially in a sport that's built on physical dominance, that represents a challenge to white male authority. See, the police, they operate as they function as enforcers of racial order.
Yep. They're just policy.
So their job is basically they ensure that these athletes, they don't carry that confidence and that influence beyond the ring into broader society. No. Don't think you're going to be all tough and confident out here. No, this little puny white man who makes $28,000 a year, he's the authority. Yeah. You see? See, sports success, virtual versus structural inequality, that's what this is about. See, white supremacy, they'll allow for an individual black person to have success in a controlled environment, like sports, music, entertainment. But they'll retaliate if that success becomes challenging to the overall racial order. In the dominant society, they feel threatened when sports victories are seen as broader symbols of black resilience or black liberation. So systemic punishment, they have to use that to neutralize the symbolism. them celebrating Crawford out there in Nebraska, that sends a message. Hey, black people can be looked up to. So none of the cops are like, no. We still got them. No, don't think that now, because we can still control them and get them up out of here. So that policing, that's a counterweight to black dominance. So in the ring, the rules are equal. Black boxers, they win. Outside the ring, the rules are subjective and they're controlled by the dominant society. So police harassment, arrests, biased media, that's the counterweight. It's tools of unequal enforcement meant to reverse the feeling of black dominance created in sports. You see?
Yep.
And the thing is, the mindset of the white supremacists, when they view black athletes, they look at them as modern day gladiators. They can entertain, but they got to do it under strict control. So the transition from celebrated sports figures to criminalized target, that's not an accident. That's the system's way of keeping the most successful black men one step away from being treated like every other black man under white domination. Yeah. So that's a reminder to us, to the collective black community. So when they target these athletes, that's a form of buck breaking. That's what they do. They get the big Negro on the block and just make an example out of him. This is your guy right here. You celebrating him. He just won a big victory in the world of boxing, and you're giving him a parade. Well, watch what we do. We done gaffled him up and put him in cuffs for nothing. So don't you guys get too uppity. All right. Know your place.
Yep.
So that shows the insecurity of white supremacy. It's a very insecure phenomenon. But that's what we're dealing with out here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, who is that? This looked like one of these racist pages right here. Tyrone. What's up, Tyrone? Is this one of these racist pages? Tyrone, unmute your mic. Mr. Tyrone, you can speak.
You're not going to be able to get up.
All right. Tyrone ain't trying to say nothing.
My name.
All right. Hello, Tyrone.
My name is Tyrone, follower of Dr. Davinsky.
Oh Lord, this is okay. Dr. Davinsky up here playing with some audio message thing. Okay. Right, his meth pipe is getting kind of low too. All right. Let's get Shine Witherspoon in the building. Shine, what's up, Shine? Shine Witherspoon in the building. All right. Let's get Tiffany. Let's get Miss Tiffany in the building. Tiffany, hop on in. All right, Tiffany or Shine, either one of you. All right, let's get Jay Francis in the building. Y'all come on with the requesting and then not saying nothing. All right. Jay Francis, hop on with Tiffany.
Hello?
Who's this, Jay?
Yeah, it's Jay Francis. What's going on, Tariq?
I'm good, Jay. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for adding me. Quick question. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Now, you Canadian? You kind of have a Canadian accent.
Nah. I'm not. I am. I was born in America. All my people, they're from Jamaica. I'm a long-time listener. I genuinely fuck with you heavy. Excuse my language. I know we got kids here.
No problem.
I definitely rock with you heavy, man. You have put me on a lot of game, and I just want to give you your kudos. I'm an ally. I'm not a tether.
Good.
I'm not a tether at all. Honestly. But to be completely frank with you, you're like everything that you've been saying, like about like the Caribbeans, for instance, like I can condone all of that. Like I can honestly be honorable and let all your listeners know that what you're saying is completely true. What I mean by that is all of your like, for instance, like my parents living through this, and even family members, they kind of have some type of disdain towards and disregard towards foundational Black Americans.
What did you hear growing up? What were some of the things they were telling you?
Don't be like the don't be like the normal Black Americans. Be Jamaican. Literally. And and I love my parents to death. Like I'll go to bat for them. I'll kill over them, whatever. Honestly, but those are the things that I've heard. And then also, another thing that I also heard, because microphone check also definitely put me on. I also heard, like, my dad used to tell me, and like other Jamaicans as well, relatives or whatever, they used to tell me, they were like, the Jamaicans started like hip hop and all that narrative that you clarified
right
in microphone check and everything.
Yes.
So it's been a long time coming. I don't want to be too long winded. I know you got other people that are trying to request everything, but I really just wanted to kind of like clarify all that.
No doubt.
Like everything that you're saying is 100% the truth, and keep doing what you're doing, man.
Respect, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, brother. Tiffany, hop on, Tiff.
Yeah, I'm still here. I just let Jay go because I know we kind of jumped over each other. So I was like, I'm just gonna sit back and wait. But what I wanted to say was when you were talking about Crawford, I didn't know that story. I just heard it from you right now.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And I was kind of like, well, that's in line with what they've been doing. And I was like, Jack Johnson. And then you brought up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is what they do. And here's the thing. When you said that, and I just started thinking, and I was like, you remember when Liam Neeson was sitting there talking about how one of his friends got raped?
Yeah.
And he went out and he was just like, I don't care who it is. If somebody I was like, you could have seen, like, could have asked her, what did he wear? Did he have on this or that? Or he was like, I didn't care who it was, as long as it was somebody. And I was like, and that's what they do. They're just like, oh, well, the Black people did this, and so I'm going to find one.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I was just like flabbergasted. So yeah, that just kind of took me back there. But yeah, I was just throwing it out there. I mean, it just triggered in my head. So I'm a step down. But
Thank you, beloved. Yeah, they always do that. Yeah. If somebody Black does something, then all of a sudden we all got to be accountable for it. But if they do something all the time, I didn't do nothing, dude. I didn't. We're not all the same, buddy. Mac 10, you want to try it again, Mac 10? Mac 10, unmute your microphone, sir. Unmute your mic. Okay, Mac, you keep requesting to get on, and then you are not saying anything. So I don't know what that's about. Let's get Black Jack in the building. Black Jack keeps raising his hand. He wants to get on. He has a lot to say. Black Jack, what's up? Hop on in, Black Jack. I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm all right, man. I had to do this other account, man, because this me Eastsiders. Man.
Oh, what's up, brother?
Oh man, I'm looking at just chilling, man, burning midnight oil at the job. But check this out, man. It's interesting to me that when they go to show this report about this suspected white supremacist shooting up and burning that church, you notice they showing a military profile. They showing all this stuff that kind of humanize these people and show a softer side of them and everything. That, and I also want to mention about that one that came in earlier, for the Pale Olympics. That was called the Trimethalon. That's the event that they taking. So just to be clear on that. And last, I wanted to bring to your perspective that this MAGA seemed to me like it's like the Tea Party 2.0. So, I'll land there for now.
There you go, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's get a couple of more calls in here. And I hope y'all checked out my earlier broadcast on my YouTube channel. We had a very good discussion on there. And that's at Tariq Radio on YouTube. Tariq Radio. That's my YouTube channel, and everybody needs to subscribe to that if you have not subscribed. We're going to get a couple of more calls here, ladies and gentlemen. A couple of more. Let's get Frankie V in the building. Let's get Mr. Frankie V in here. Frankie V.
What's going on, man?
Hey, Frankie V, how are you?
Good, man. I'm doing good. You know what I figured out with all this stuff in sports and politics and everything? Confidence always wins. You know, like no matter what, like if you're confident, like Jackson Dart, he looked confident today, you know? Cam Ward does not look confident. Cam Ward is a phenomenal quarterback, and that coach Callahan has not put him in any position to succeed, and it pisses me off, man. You know, you got to put people in positions to win, man. That's it.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
And,
thank
yeah, and one.
Okay, thank you, Brain Shit. All right, let me get some more calls in here. Let's get what's your name? Valentina? Let's get Miss Valentina in the building. Miss Valentina. Waiting on Miss Valentina to come on through. And what? Miss Valentina, unmute your microphone, ma'am. If you can unmute that mic, Miss Valentina, that would be peachy. All right. And Miss Valentina ain't saying nothing. Let's get Sheen Dollar in the building. Sheen Dollar has on a Frankie Beverly and Mays hat. Sheen Dollar, hop on, brother.
It's already. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, Sheen?
Hey, what's up, man? I've been following you for years, man. Love your work.
Thank you.
My whole family is up to you. Hey, just curious, was Charlie Kirk, was his autopsy ever performed or released?
Oh man, you're breaking up. I cannot hear you, brother.
Was the autopsy of Charlie Kirk released?
The autopsy. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was released. And speaking of autopsy, in the coroner report, that woman who was, quote, stabbed up there in North Carolina, there's no coroner report on her either, by the way. Now, Charlie Kirk's autopsy, I don't know what's going on with that, but that woman who got allegedly stabbed all on camera by that dude, the black dude on the train or bus or whatever that was, there's no coroner's report on that. And that's weird. Valentina, you want to get on? All right, going once, going twice. Valentina, let me get you up out of here because she ain't saying nothing. We're going to get one more call in here. Y'all raise your hand. We're going to get one more good call in here. So y'all raise your hands so we can get that call. Let's see, Brother McCall, Sister Brooke in the building. All right, let's get True You. Let's get True. Hop on, True. I can hear you. What's going on, True?
First of all, I just saw microphone check. I wanted to say it was phenomenal.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that.
Absolutely phenomenal the way that you made a documentary about Black music and the fashion of documentaries.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to say that.
I appreciate.
Also wanted to say, ask you a question, really.
Yeah.
Do you think that it'll be beneficial for Black people to like organize heritage groups based off of certain specific things within Black culture? Like some of us have lineage to specific pieces of Black culture that can be organized and funded in certain specific ways. Like, for an example, how some of us have lineage to, you know, the whole New Orleans culture.
Yes.
And we might not live in New Orleans. We might not be from New Orleans, may have never visited there, but we know we have lineage there. Some of us don't. And so do you think that it'll be beneficial to organize like that?
Yeah, we do it anyway. A lot of stuff we do in America, we have cliques and groups, even though we're a collective foundational Black American ethnic group, we still have little things that are very symbolic to certain regions of our culture. Like there's a lot of Texas folks out here in LA, and there's a guy who has a Texas style barbecue joint not too far from the museum. So that's something, having Texas style barbecues. Chicago, they got the stepping, the Chicago stepping. That's a whole culture out there. Down in Memphis, they got a whole culture of juking, a whole dance culture, juking. Out here, we have the crumping thing, and we got the gang thing and all that. But that's a part of the culture. and they flip that into a business thing because you got the Crips and Bloods in LA owning.
Right. And one thing I wanted to say too to the family is a lot of us. One of my things that I've been getting into is genealogy. I know a lot of us been getting into genealogy and lineage research, but we also got to get into kinship, and that's more of like an active thing with planning, not just family reunions, but planning like how our ancestors used to do. Planning, child development. Like I want this specific child who's into this, and maybe this child that's into that, to get to know each other. How our family used to do it. So I just wanted to land with there. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. More power to you. More power to your family.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate everything you're doing, brother.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. Let's get Vaquero Mex. Mr. Vaquero.
Hey, Tariq, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's going on?
Hey, Tariq, quick question. Have you been noticing that, Migrant has been kind of goofing off? Like, I mean, in the sense that he's been having these racist people in his podcast kind of goat you into certain debates or something. I mean, I saw like this discount Nick Fuentes guy just saying these racist things about black people. It's like, well, what's up with this guy, But I feel like Migrant has been trying to goat you, or I don't know if it's the right word to say, but kind of trigger you. I mean, in certain debates or not.
Has it worked?
I don't know. No, you shouldn't.
No.
Because
No, Myron is desperate because I debated him. We had an impromptu debate some months back, and I destroyed him and sneak bunch of them. I embarrassed them. So they're very embarrassed because I went in there and spanked them intellectually, and they weren't prepared for it. There was an impromptu debate, and I just really mopped the floor with all of them, and I did it by myself, and they've been pissed off ever since. So they're just whining. They're whining because they lost, and they're embarrassed, and they've been talking about they want a rematch, and I told them it's going to be a price for the rematch. So they don't want to get the money up, so all they're going to do is sit around and whine, and it doesn't affect me, because if I debate them again, it's going to be they know what my price is. I gave them a price, but I've already spanked them for free. So yeah, Myron is trying to make a buck. He's trying to appeal to the white supremacists because he knows they're on the march, and he's a man with no country. He don't have no community here. He can't go back to his failed homeland, so he has to kiss up to the white supremacists. He gains is a nothing burger.
but it's just been really overt. I mean, the last guest he had, his last guest he had on his show, he was just going out, saying the N word. I mean, insulting black people. It just seems like, man, come on, man. I mean, what do you have to have this, this person on his show? It just seems like, man, you're desperate. I mean, to kind of create content.
Right. No, I don't watch Myron Gaines. Now, what's so good about Myron Gaines that makes you want to tune in? Why you want to tune in to Myron?
Well, he's been speaking a lot about the Palestine, certain things.
Yeah, you don't give a shit about no Gaza. You're Hispanic. Well, you don't care about that.
Well, what do you mean? I mean,
do you really care about that?
In the sense, like, yeah, I kind of do. In a sense, like, you know what?
If you really about that, there's more reputable sources you can get information from except Myron damn Gaines. There's a lot of reputable sources who keep up on what's going on in Gaza. Not no Myron damn Gaines. That's not who you go to for reputable news about Gaza. So, what else you listen to him for?
No, it's just basically that about the Israel connection regarding Jewish power when it comes to America. I mean, it's just like, what, at the end of the day, it's America that funds Jewish power in America. I mean, that funds Israel, the war machine, and at the end of the day, it's really a genocide that's going on out there. I mean, and few people dare to speak of it. I mean, it's just like, it's just it is what it is. I mean, Piers Morgan doesn't speak of it. I mean, CNN, MSNBC doesn't speak of what's going on in Gaza. It's becoming a genocide. That's all. I mean, basically, but then he kind of turns to other things when it comes to Myron Gaines. Like, oh shit, now it becomes like really white supremacist kind of stuff.
No, hold on. Let me get my brother the Black Receipt in here to chime in. My brother the Black Receipt wanted to come in. Black Receipt, what's up, brother?
Man, this could keep doing no damn well. He don't give a damn about no Gaza. Look, these white adjacent people are so hilarious and very disingenuous. Let's just keep it real. You like some of his talking points, and you can know what I'm saying, agree with him on some of his anti-blackness that he pushed. Like everybody else, know what I'm saying? Because that's one thing y'all immigrants do agree on is being anti-black and kissing up white dad.
Yeah.
Is that true, Vaquero?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna kiss it up. Come on, man. Seriously, just not, man. Just quit that subject.
Myron Gaines, his platform is about how black folks ain't shit. That's the primary part of his platform. Yeah, he spends a lot of time on that. So if somebody's listening to him regularly, I'm like, what you listening to him for? It ain't about no damn Gaza. Yeah, you can look up Don Lemon to get information on Gaza. You ain't watching that. You watching him for you soaking in some of that anti-black bullshit.
Sure.
Don Lemon's gay.
Yeah, I know that. So is Myron. So what else is new?
Right.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, he's kind of speaks truth about that stuff, uncensored.
Myron's a pathological liar. Myron don't speak no damn truth. Myron just be lying just to be lying. Myron says my wife is Jewish. He always tells that. This is a real random lie. He just random lies just to be lying. He don't tell the truth. He just be saying shit. That's what I'm saying. What are you listening to somebody who's not reputable for?
Right.
Unless he's spewing some of that bullshit that you kind of agree with, which is some of the anti-black stuff.
No. I mean, Tariq, have you been demonetized on YouTube?
No, because I don't say a bunch of racist stuff. I don't call people a bunch of epithets.
Like a lot of truth tellers have been demonetized on YouTube, like Nick Fuentes, Myron. I mean, a lot of people have been demonetized. Like, seriously.
No, because if you are using nothing but racial epithets over and over again and demonize that, I don't do that. I don't use racial epithets, and we roast people and stuff like that, but I don't demonize people. And also, some of the people connected to these folks are carrying out certain acts. Again, the guy who shot Charlie Kirk, many people are saying that this guy is part of that Goiper movement, which is that Nick Fuentes shit. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these guys, some of their people have direct ties to some of these heinous acts that's done out here in the streets. So that's why there's a little skepticism. I don't like people getting banned or demonetized. I like free speech. I like free speech. But, when it gets into violence or hate speech or just deliberate lies, that's kind of a tightrope. So, yeah.
There's been a lot of weird things going on with the whole Charlie Kirk, assassination, rest his soul. But, ever since that whole, you kind of notice that they kind of been trying to pin it on certain black people. I mean, in the sense like, you have this, these people trying to go on HBCUs, trying to debate, kind of go black, in certain debates. I mean,
yeah, they're trying to, they need a scapegoat, so they're trying to harass black people in the spirit of Charlie Kirk. They know Charlie Kirk's whole platform was like anti-black antagonism. So in order to uplift Charlie Kirk's legacy, they're going to go and try to harass black people. It backfired. They got their ass tossed off campus. So that's a beautiful thing. But anyway, thank you so much for the call. All right. Okay. Yeah, he's listening to Charlie Kirk for a damn reason. All right. All right, let me get up out of here, guys. It's been real. Go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Get your tickets to join us at the Hidden History Museum.
There's your brown unity, right? Black and brown right there. The motherfuckers ain't fought with us. Fuck no. All right, moving along. We got Brotha who snaps on Asian politicians for disrespecting blacks by voting for Charlie Kirk's resolution. So Sister Demetria K gonna give us a quick update on that.
A brother that goes by the name of Film the Police LA had a very interesting action with members of Congress. One of them, and you'll see, check it out.
Excuse me. So Charlie Kirk apparently had said that MLK was not a good person. Civil was a mistake. Why did you vote to honor him?
I did not vote to honor him. I voted against political violence.
So that vote was against violence only, but the name of the bill is like honor Charlie Kirk act or something. So you voted for it, but you weren't honoring it.
I voted to end political violence.
You know, he also said some horrible things about Simone Biles who've been actually assaulted. Nothing. And you still voted for him? Congressman, Charlie Kirk said that MLK was a terrible person, and you voted to honor Charlie Kirk. Why did you vote to honor Charlie Kirk who said MLK was a terrible person?
I voted to freaking condemn political violence.
It was called the Honor Charlie Kirk Act. It was called the Honor Charlie Kirk Act. So you could do a little fake screaming. What you did is you disrespected a lot of people.
Condemn political violence.
Yeah, and what did he say about Simone? What did he say about Simone Biles? What did he say about Simone Biles? He said Simone Biles was a sociopath for sitting at the Olympics after she had been assaulted. That's what Charlie Kirk said, and you voted to honor Charlie Kirk. How dare you? You voted. The name of the bill is to vote to honor Charlie Kirk. You voted to honor Charlie Kirk. How dare you? Shame on you. You could have sat there and made a statement against political violence. You voted to honor Charlie Kirk.
I disagree. I voted.
You voted. All your other colleagues were even voting no.
Standing up.
Okay, so your other colleagues who voted against it were wrong.
No.
They condone violence. Is that what you're saying? So now, okay, if you're saying you were voting against violence, then it means the people who voted against it were voting for violence.
For the reason that you stated.
So that wasn't important to you. The fact that Charlie Kirk said that MLK was wrong. You said the fact that he said the Civil Rights Act was wrong, a mistake.
Those are awful things.
Those are awful things. And what about what he said about Yusuf Salaam, one of the Central Park Five, who he called a gang, even though he knew it was a lie?
Dude, I disagree with most of what.
Then why did you vote to honor him? Shame on you. I'm going to make sure every place you go, you're going to be seeing my face. And people are going to learn. You disrespected black people with that. You disrespected black people with that. Shame on you. This guy right here, Ted Lieu, who represents the west side of LA, voted to honor Charlie Kirk, along with you. And Freeman, you voted president. You didn't have enough guts to say, you know what? No, I vote against it. You just voted president.
So as you saw there, he basically ran up on them and wanted to know why they voted for the Charlie Kirk resolution, because as he said, that was disrespectful to black people. And he cited a lot of the things that Charlie said that was disrespectful to black people. And of course, you know, they're like, oh, well, I didn't vote for that necessarily. I voted against political violence. So that's their talking points. Now, it should also be said that Representative Hakeem Jeffries also voted yes for that resolution, and he's a black man, right? So he's also running around saying, well, I voted against political violence. Okay, whatever. So anyway, Ted Lieu, his district is a population is comprised of 54% white, 18% Asian, 16% Hispanic, and then not that many blacks, right? Because he represents areas like Beverly Hills, Malibu, and Pacific Palisades. Now, Judy, her district is mostly Hispanic, white, Asian, and then black. And then she represents Pasadena, Altadena, and Claremont. Now, of course, y'all know Altadena was a predominantly black neighborhood that was recently burnt down in the wildfires in Los Angeles last year. So I bring up what their districts are comprised of is because there's not that many black people there. So, of course, they, and if y'all haven't noticed, okay, they're Asians. So they can say, well, you know, we can disrespect black people. We don't care what Charlie Kirk said about them because what they gonna do is not enough of them in my district to vote me out or in, right? So yeah, I'll go ahead and vote for that. But the other thing, that should be said. The Charlie Kirk resolution, it passed on the 16th of September of this year. Now it condemns the assassination of Charlie Kirk, extends condolences and sympathy to his family, and honors his commitment to a civil discussion and debate. Now, as far as the Democrats' votes were concerned, 95 of them voted yes, 58 voted no, 38 voted present, and 22 did not want to vote at all. So, again, we thought that the Democrats were the party of Black people. Right? Just thinking about what the brother said. You know, all the stuff that he said about Black people, and y'all think that he should get a day to be honored, because essentially that's what it is, right? And so it should also be said, y'all remember in 2021 when the Asians got a hate crime bill, like the COVID-19 hate crime bill that was for the Asians? Y'all remember that? Yep. Well, it should also be said that the Congressional Black Caucus unanimously voted to give them a hate crime bill, but they ain't voted to give Black Americans a hate crime bill yet, and they're not going to, right? Of course, we know that they got on their knees, you know, talking about the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act and things like that, but they never meant to pass any of that stuff. So I'll bring the Congressional Black Caucus up to say, they don't mind helping the Asians, but the Asians will not help Black people, and they're making that very clear. So whether Charlie Kirk should have a resolution or whatever, it's neither here or there to me. But what's most telling is, yeah, the Asians who were helped by the so-called Congressional Black Caucus basically thumb their nose at the little bitty Black constituents that they have left. What a shame. So anyway, for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
Keep telling y'all we ain't got no damn friends. All right, so moving along, we got FBI fires agents for kneeling in solidarity with Black people. Well, this is punk ass Cash Patel's FBI.
Darling Radio, like and subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Let's be real. A lot of the Tether classmen, they've been coming over here undermining the shit out of us. We just exposed that other Jamaican mammy, that bed wench lawyer who just got fired because she was making some Charlie Kirk tweets. She made some negative tweets, and White Zaddy, who she's been ass kissing, gave her the boot. And you dig back into her tweets, and she's denigrating Black men, particularly foundational Black American men, all day on her timeline.
Oh my God.
And this woman worked for the U.S. government in the Civil Rights Legal Department.
Oh my God.
No wonder
We got to, and we felt a certain way about that. This is the people who's coming over here working in government positions that makes decisions for our livelihood over here.
Oh
And this woman is sitting on Twitter just saying how Black men ain't shit, and we this, and we're dumb. And this is a woman working for the damn government who's a Jamaican Tether. And we've been seeing a lot of that stuff, like our brother Robbie was saying. Tether is an action-based thing, and we have a right to call out these tethers.
Yes, we do.
These tethers have been doing a lot of shit to undermine us. The same shit you did in your homeland. You're doing that to us, and we stop you from doing that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's up. And we starting to get our lick back and check that stuff.
It's up on all y'all motherfuckers.
You understand? They were really stuff like when we doing the Hidden History Museum, that really ticked me off with the tethers, because when we started getting the Hidden History Museum, that's why the tethers are always whining about the museum. And we had a meme going, when is that museum coming, nigga? That was a whole meme, because from the very beginning, when we started getting the Hidden History Museum, we didn't even build it yet. And the tethers were hating. Just the fact that we raised the money so fast, we raised $1 million in a month. Yep. And boy, these tethers were salty even before we got the building and all that. We already knew the tethers are going to be going out of their way to hate on it. That museum and things like that, that to them, they look at that as a failure for them to see us get stuff going so quickly without white approval. That's why a lot of people really started to delineate, because a lot of people saw how these tethers were acting about the museum. And people say, hey, man, what's up with these hating ass people? People saw that weird ass bad faith argument and hate shit. People saw that and felt a certain way about it. People started to see just how degenerate a lot of these tethers are and how jealous and hateful they were. Yeah.
Yep.
But we got to really analyze that. They kept moving the goalposts, because when we first got the money for the museum, the whole lie they were running around saying it's going to be a scam. They're never going to build anything. They're going to run off with the money, nigga. They kept saying it's going to run off with the damn money. Then we got the building. Oh, it's going to be like Umar School. They're never going to build it.
We knew everything that was going on.
So they kept doing these bad faith arguments because they really had no cultural connection to what we were doing over here. So there's a lot of jealousy there, because if they get any dime, you got to go grovel to white people, and we didn't do that. And also, we didn't go through no Pan-African channels either. That's what they really didn't like.
Yeah.
Because, see, they're used to a lot of black folks over here hollering about Pan-African, we got to be kumbaya. We didn't do that.
Nope.
And that's the thing that really pissed them off. Letting them know we don't really need you.
Right.
That's what I've been saying. Because they've been giving this illusion that we have to go through them. We have to include them in everything in order to get stuff done. That's been a little psyop they've been running on us. Look, you can't be divisive. There's strength in numbers, nigga. You need us for numbers. And I'm like, not really. Not really, because a lot of y'all be on the sneak hating. Y'all be hating on the sneak. And y'all don't really be bringing nothing to the pot. A lot of y'all don't be contributing to anything. And basically, you just pull up to the table and eat. And we ain't really getting no benefits. So, truth be told, we really don't need you like that.
Right.
And us getting the Hidden History Museum popping the way it got popping without kissing white ass or kissing tether ass, that really had them feeling a certain way.
Yep.
You understand? We didn't need to go through nobody like that. We did this on our own.
That's right, Tariq.
And boy, they're like, oh, we got to throw darts at it.
They were hating.
You see?
Yeah, they were.
We let folks know we don't have to have no damn coalition. It's enough of us, and enough of us on code. We can get anything we want to get popping.
Right.
Now, you can get on board and support if you want to, but we ain't going to depend on you. We can depend on ourselves. That's that foundational Black American spirit. And that type of independence, boy, that angers them, because that sends a strong message.
Yep.
And then when we do get it popping, then they have to move the goalposts. Well, nigga, this is a nightclub. What is all these people doing here? It is a club. You're just going to keep moving the damn goalposts. So you can never appease a jealous, hating tether at all. We don't even try.
Right.
You don't even have to explain nothing to them. Just check them and sit them down somewhere. You understand? You can't appease demons that want to destroy anything you do because they destroyed their own damn homeland. We're going to be real.
Right.
Let me get some more folks in here. I'm not trying to beat up on the non-FBAs, but the folks like Revenue and others, that shit has to be checked.
Right.
Let's get Mikey the poet or Mickey the poet. Mickey or Mikey the poet? Mikey or Mickey? All right, Mickey, Mikey. All right, let's get G-Rock. Oh, there he is, Mike.
I'm in here. Yes, Tariq.
I'm good, man. How are you?
Very good, Tariq. I'm an Italian American from Chicago who was a white member introduced to the Dark Union back in the 90s, coming out of Cabrini Green and the Robert Taylor homes to unite Black people, to unite the Midwest. And so Black people have dental plans, vision plans, and rappers don't end up like hobo bums on the corner with no teeth in their mouth.
Oh.
So I was the one trusted white man with the Union under the tutelage of final attempt to escape the Dark Holy, who recently passed away from Lou Gehrig's disease. Now, my question to you is, as an Italian American and my Sicilian ancestors that I would say evolved from the Moors in senses, although they were invaded, they evolved them with medicines, technology, and brought a society of sloppy disease, no progress people up
Right.
at a time, even though they were invaded. So I was never Italian enough for my Italians because I loved Black people so much. And the Black people always felt sorry for me. Said, "God damn, man, you got soul, brother. You that real, but it sucks that you a cracker white, but we still gonna pass it to you because you're the only one we trust with the whole." So when they dropped the Monsters of the Midway double CD Unity, Chew dropped it from the joint. They put me, I was the only white man ever on that double CD with Twist the Bone, the Dayton Family, Johnny P, rest in peace, and every other brother, the Black Pirate Militia, D.A. Smart, Brother D.A., Young Khan, the Don, Soldiers at War under the 5-star General Wes Madison. Where does that leave me in this whole situation with foundational Black America and my love for my own people and my love for Black people equally?
Well, yeah, it would depend on how the people of Chicago and the community where you live in. It depends on how they receive you, the people who you're closest around, because
I mean, foundational Black America means everything to me in a sense where, as a boy, they were tougher than us.
Right.
They grew up harder than us. We were inspired by the kids in the ghetto. We looked at them playing basketball, everything, how hard they worked, how good they fought, and how hard they had it. And it made us want to be like them. So a lot of us Italian kids were running around, learning from your culture, but didn't understand what it was like to get abused and slammed on cars and spit at and treated like shit. We just got the good part of it. We got to receive the good energy from it.
Right. Well, the thing is, man, my thing is, if you talk with the people out there and if everything is cool, let us know what's going on. Thank you for the call. Let us know what's going on in white supremacist society. If you're going to enjoy the culture, the good of it, understand when the bad happens, when we start getting the backlash and the anti-Black attacks, folks like you need to stand up and say, hey, enough is enough. We can't have that. But we do understand a lot of times, you understand in the dominant white society, they will punish white people who try to stand up for Black people. You understand? And y'all have to be fearless enough to stand up to your fellow white people like we do. We stand up to white supremacists. A lot of times, y'all be down, y'all come down to the hood or whatever, but when it comes time to standing up to the white supremacists, y'all don't want to do that because, there's punishment. You don't want to get the Negro treatment yourself. See, that's the thing, family.
That part.
And that's the part of white supremacy. Let me tell you something. Speaking of that, did y'all see what they did? Did they just the FBI fired 20 FBI agents because in 2020 there was a protest and some FBI agents took a knee in solidarity with Black protesters. So y'all know back in 2020 when we were putting in some damn work and people were getting some act right and cops and everybody was kind of taking a knee and showing solidarity. Yeah, they felt like, well, the white supremacists felt like they took a major L. So yeah, the FBI right now with that Indian tether who's the flunky in charge right now, they sat up here and fired those agents who took a knee. You understand? This is how the white supremacists like to punish other white people who are off code, especially the ones who stand in solidarity with Black people. Because I want you to understand something. White supremacy is a group loyalty system. See, white supremacy is not just a belief. It's a structured intergenerational group loyalty system. Like any oppressive regime, it requires the beneficiaries, meaning white people, to actively maintain or passively accept the rules. And when white people break that code by showing solidarity with Black people, when the white supremacists are attacking Black people or challenging the system, they are seen as a threat to the group's control. And then they end up getting punished more severely than the black dissidents, because then you're looked at as internal traitors. Oh, it's deep. Y'all better understand how white supremacy works. And there's a historical precedence to that. The white civil rights workers back in the 60s, many of them were killed for standing with black people. Y'all heard me talk about this white woman named Viola Louisa, who was from Detroit, who went down into Alabama and Mississippi to help black people, and they ended up killing this woman. It was the Klan killed her, and there was an FBI agent in the car with the Klan when they killed her. After they killed her, J. Edgar Hoover did a smear campaign of this woman, start putting out rumors and lies that she was getting smashed by the black men. And so that was supposed to turn white people against her. Other white people, Andrew Goodman and Michael Swerner, they went down there in Mississippi and got lynched and killed for standing up for black people.
Yeah.
You understand? So that shows that white supremacy is so committed to maintaining control, it'll turn on their own white people who dare to disrupt that racial hierarchy. See, that's what that whole Kyle Rittenhouse acquittal was about. That's why they were celebrating him, and he was throwing up all the white supremacist hand signals. Kyle Rittenhouse is celebrated because he killed off-code white people.
Yep.
All right? Kyle Rittenhouse, a suspected white supremacist teenager, shot those two white men who were out there protesting against police brutality.
Yep.
All right? And the fact that Rittenhouse was celebrated as a hero by the right wingers, killing some white people who supported black folks. You know, that's a part of the game right there.
Oh, damn media tour, that motherfucker.
You know, they were killed because of their disobedience to racial loyalty. See, they use those white dudes as an example to other white people. And those white agents who were kneeling at the George Floyd murder visual, they're getting punished so they can reinforce the code. You see? That's that institutional punishment for deviating away from white supremacy's neutral face. See, kneeling wasn't an act of violence. That was a gesture of moral clarity. So that gesture, it violated the unwritten code that state agents, they must remain loyal to systemic white control, not for justice for black people. Now, I want y'all to think about this. White agents got fired for kneeling in solidarity with black people. They don't get fired for killing black people, though.
Yeah.
You see that? Yeah. Now, when they kill a black person, boy, you get all types of promotions and raises. If you say, hey, let me show respect to black people who's fighting for justice, you get fired? Come on, think about this. This is how committed to white supremacy these people are. This is the government. This is the top levels of government right now we're talking about. We're not talking about some 4chan trolls. We're talking about the top level of government. The same FBI who does the crime statistics.
Yeah.
Right? This is the same FBI talking about 40, 50% of the crime and all that bullshit. See, white supremacy, man, it relies on collective denial and silence.
Yep.
See, white supremacy, it doesn't just require active racists. It depends on a large population of white people who are willing to stay silent while the system functions.
Yep.
That's why all these white folks call up here acting dumb. Every time you point out white supremacy, they start acting dumb. That's by design, especially with Charlie Kirk. Notice anytime these people come in and defend Charlie Kirk and you point out his racism, like, hey, wait a minute, Charlie Kirk, this man has just a whole plethora of racism. Huh? Racism where?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I'm going to have to look up that. You have a link to his racism? What'd he say?
Yeah.
They come in playing dumb. They know everything that man said was damn near racist. Everything out that man's mouth was damn near a form of anti-black racism, but they come and play dumb. That's what white supremacy is. Staying silent and acting like you don't see or hear nothing.
Yeah. See no evil, hear no
evil. When white people do speak out or take some kind of visible action against racism, against black people, kneeling, protesting, whistleblowing, see, that breaks the illusion of neutrality and it exposes the system and it makes them a liability to be dealt with. That's what our good sister, Dr. Welsing, said. She said, what we need white people to do If you want to help, tell us what white people are saying when we ain't around.
Right.
That's how you help us. We need you to be a spy.
Right.
Go tell us what the hell they're doing when we ain't around. That's how you can help us.
That's the only way you can help us.
You know, the state institutions, boy, they enforce the code quietly and bureaucratically. See, the FBI,
those two things
when they fire agents for making peaceful, non-political gestures of support, that's not about law. That's about optics and discipline. The government wants their white agents to never appear to sympathize with Black resistance.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? That goes against J. Edgar Hoover's vision. You know, J. Edgar Hoover designed the FBI around targeting us.
Yep.
He said we were the biggest damn threat to national security. Black unity.
Unity.
So when these agents show difference and reverence to our struggle, you know, the powers that be, they think that undermines the psychological control that white supremacy has over people. That's often seen as it's like a betrayal of white identity. And that janky white supremacist logic, helping Black people through activism, protest, empathy, they look at that as an act of betrayal. That's why off-code white people are often dehumanized as race traitors, woke mobs, Antifa.
Yeah.
See, that's what they're doing, all that Antifa talk. White people who don't want fascism, oh, these people are terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
I have to dig them out. I don't know just where they're at right now.
So white supremacy, it requires the normalization of Black death. So the core tenet of white supremacy is normalizing violence against Black people with impunity, whether it's through the justice system, police violence, media narratives. There's an expectation that white society must not only tolerate but justify Black death. That's why Charlie Kirk was so important. His job was to always justify Black death. And when any white person disrupts that pattern, you protest police brutality or you show grief for Black victims, you're disrupting the system's emotional control.
Yep.
And look, white supremacy is not just an ideology. That's a damn job requirement for law enforcement at this point. And all these law enforcement institutions, like out here in California and others, to be a sheriff deputy, you got to be a part of these damn little white supremacist gangs within the deputy department. It's some real janky shit.
Mm-hmm.
You see? That's what that what's his name? The brother who started busting on folks out here. What was that brother's name?
Christopher Donner.
The Black whistleblower. Why am I having a brain fart, family? What's the Black man's name who was the cop out here in California?
Donner.
And he saw the racism within the department and he went into some guerrilla warfare shit on their ass.
Christopher Donner.
What the hell is his name? And why am I having a brain fart? Panamera, I know you know. Let me get my sister Panamera in here. What's that sister's name? I mean, what's that brother's name, Panamera? Panamera?
Christopher Donner.
Panamera. Panamera ain't saying nothing. What is that brother's name? And I see his face and I cannot think of his name. And I know y'all know it, family.
Christopher Donner.
What is that brother's name? Y'all raise your hand, give me that brother's name real quick. Give me that brother. Raise your hand if you know that brother's name, who I'm talking about. I hate when I get a brain fart. I be having old nigga problems. Battle, what's that brother's name? Chris Dorner. There you go. Damn, I got to take some herbs. I'm getting old nigga symptoms. Dorner. Thank you so much. I don't know why.
Sure.
His name slipped my mind. Chris Dorner. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Chris Dorner. He said, you know, the police department is so damn corrupt. They're abusing people and they're covering it up. I can't be a part of this. I'm about to take up arms against their ass.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, Chris Dorner. That's the name.
When there is stank on the streets, there's only one man who will bring the heat.
Hey, Rootwork Jones, why you gotta split, sugar?
These must turkeys think it's a game out here. I gotta get out here and show them I mean business. Can you dig it?
None of these smelly suckers can relax because Rootwork Jones is back. Is the return of Dolomust, the Sultan of Stank. His mission? to turn Harlem into a musty mecca.
I'm going to plant a must bomb in Harlem. When it detonates, everyone in Harlem will be musty.
Rootwork Jones has to shake up the block. He has a limited time before the bomb drops.
I'm in a Cadillac in Harlem.
Thanks, Mama. Can Rootwork Jones find the bomb before it explodes?
Where is the Cadillac with the must bomb, sucker?
Or will the city go into musty mode?
It's a couple blocks over that way.
Rootwork Jones is behind the wheel, socking stanky suckers all in their grills. Come see Rootwork Jones in Musty Inferno. Go to rootworkstyle.com for more info. Sucker.
Musty Inferno.
So the moral of the story is either you're gonna fight against the system of racism or white supremacy, or you're just gonna go along to get along with it. And if you're just gonna go along to get along with it, stay the fuck from around us. So moving along, this has been a very heated topic recently. So not only did they try to take hip hop away from us, they try to take lowriding culture away from us too.
Oh yeah.
So we had to set the record straight on that and where that actually came from. So shout out to Dewan B for interviewing this sister who was there in the very beginning of lowrider culture and actually coined the term lowrider before war. And her name was Berta Bell, the woman who coined lowrider in 1955. That was 70 years ago.
70 years.
And it wasn't a cruise. We didn't call it cruising. We called it caravanning. So the sister gonna give us an update on that. Shout out to the 1B. It's this other channel, Incense and Ashtrays.
What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Berta Bell of Los Angeles, California.
How long have you been in Los Angeles, California?
80 years.
80 years.
84.
84 years in Los Angeles, California. Wow. So you've been here since the 40s, correct?
I came from Louisiana when I was 3 years old. Okay. And I've been here ever since.
Okay. And so say you've seen all of the changes LA has gone through, right?
Yes.
So when did you first started seeing lowriders and these modern cars? When did you first start noticing that?
My father had old cars. He had 38 Chevys, and we used to go to Pasadena and ride all the time.
It started with your father?
Yes.
Okay. Who was Charles Red Bell?
That's my husband.
Charles
Big Red. He was amazing. He had so many friends, so many friends. He worked on a lot of people's cars. The original lowriders. He showed them how to fix their cars and work on them because they didn't know anything about it. Fixing on cars. And when we started on 53rd Street, all of them started coming by. And my mother-in-law, she let them all come in. She never turned anyone away. And she, very white, Johnny Guitar Watson, Jesse Velvin, Richard Berry, they all came from South Central.
So was that 53rd and Central, that area?
53rd and Ascot.
What years are we talking around?
Well, it really started in 53 when I met my husband. But they really started coming by when we was on 53rd Street.
Okay.
And so they all just started coming. My mother-in-law, she never turned anyone away, period. Because she had those two sons She ordered him not to be running up and down the street. So all his friends, they all came. A lot of them stayed with us.
Does Mr. Bell, does he have a background in auto body, or did he have a background, or
It started off with bicycles.
Okay.
Then motorbikes. To cars. And he showed the original lowriders that started with us how to fix their cars because they didn't know how. A lot of them were young. And he would get out there. He started fixing on the cars and stuff. And he told them, oh no, I'm going to show y'all how to fix your own cars. And cars was lined up on 53rd Street.
Okay. Now, talk to me. Were there any Mexicans or Latin Americans in the car riding crews?
The only Spanish guy, like I said, was my mother-in-law's boyfriend. At the time, him and his brother was in jukebox service.
Right. What was his name?
And he was on Albert Casadillas.
Albert Casadillas. So he was really the only one that you guys have around?
That's the only one.
Okay. And around what year was that?
That was like in 58.
Okay. Did Albert have his own lowrider?
Well, he mostly worked in the on jukeboxes and stuff.
Okay.
But he was very close. And he was just over here 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
At that time, what was the racial makeup of the neighborhood? Was it a mixture of people? Was it all black?
It was more older people. And when we come on the scene, we didn't associate with them because they didn't like us anyway because we were young. And we had always a lot of people coming and stay. And we partied. We partied.
Back to the community. Was it an all black community at the time?
Yes. All black community.
Okay. So it was an all black community.
Yes.
Okay. Who came up with the term lowrider?
I did.
You came up with the term lowrider.
I came up with it. I defeated the term of lowriders. I came up with the name.
So how did you come up with the name lowrider?
Okay. When I first met my husband, he was set real low. I thought he was short like me. But when he got out the car, he was tall, 6'4", so damn, he's tall. So we always rode around in the neighborhood and all over LA and Compton, Pasadena. So this particular night, they all say, we got to name ourselves something. They come up with all silly names. And no, we don't like that. No. I say, well, hold it. Wait a minute. I say, we always riding and setting low. And that's how lowriders came. I say, yeah, we like it. We like it. That's what we're going to name ourselves. And we did.
You named yourself the Lowriders.
Started Lowriders.
Do you know what year?
And that was in 1955.
That was in 1955.
55.
In Los Angeles, California.
Los Angeles, California. Right on 53rd Street in Ascot.
Right on 53rd and Ascot.
That's right.
Okay.
A lot of them stayed in the neighborhood. 4 of them stayed in Pasadena. Mm-hmm. That was Fields, known as Dr. Feelgood. Mo, that's his nickname. Big Banks and Little Banks, they were brothers.
Oh, they were all brothers?
They were the Bank brothers.
Okay.
Donald Banks.
Okay. And they stayed in Pasadena?
They stayed in Pasadena.
Okay.
Mo was an artist of the Lowriders.
Okay. Was this around the same time as the Slausons? And can you talk to us about
the Slausons, the businessmen, the Satan Saints?
And were these all gangs in
and
LA?
The Lowriders.
Were these considered at the time? Were they gangs or car crews?
We caravan. See, they don't know this. We made this up. We caravan. We didn't cruise.
Okay.
Okay, that's one that we start. We Lowrider started that. See, everybody say cruising.
Chris.
We wasn't cruising. We caravan.
Oh, Kevin, I mean, a lot of people just in the.
Okay, caravan. The farmers, even the girls, they wore overalls.
Farmers were over.
ND overalls with a derby hat, black. Everybody was scared of them. Car club, the other car club this was the west side here. Over there where we was at, that was the east side. But they didn't change it to South Central now. And there was Satan Saints. Johnny Smalley, the Watusi brothers, they were real tall. Hooks, Jake, Vonnie, they were brothers. Jesse Clayton, Charles Montgomery.
Those were all black men. And they were all members.
Those were the Satan Saints.
The Satan Saints.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It was a car club.
It was a car club.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And did they low ride their cars too?
They had low riders cars too.
Okay. Okay. And did the Slausons and the businessmen, did they have low riders also?
No.
No. Did the Satan Saints, did they call their cars low riders too? Or what did they call them?
No. They wasn't low riders.
What did they call their cars?
They didn't call their cars. They just was a Satan Saint.
Okay. This Satan Saints. Okay. Okay. So now we get to the band War. Did you know War and the song Lowrider, the band the group Lord? Can you talk to us about them?
Charles Miller. This is during the summertime because at Testimony, this church over here across the street, my husband had all these old cars out there in the front, and he kept walking back and forth on Western by the church. And I was like, what does he keep looking over here for? About 2 or 3 hours later, he walked over. He said, oh, I'm a lead order of War, Charles Miller. I said, oh, say, hold it, wait a minute, I got an album in here. And I brought it out. And he said, look, see, that's the thing. I said, sure it is. So him and my husband got to talking for about an hour or so. Then he said, oh, I have to go back over here across the street and get my bike. So he rode a bike back over here. And then I told my husband, I said, honey, I said, tell him you started the Lowriders. And what did I say that for? He talked and talked. He didn't leave till the next morning. But in the meantime, I went back out there and I asked him, I said, are you sure you're going to come back? He said, oh, I promise I'm going to come back. So I come back in the house because by me being a lady, they was out there drinking and stuff. I didn't want to, so I come back in the house. So my son, Charles Bell, Deontay Bell, and Beatrice Bell, they seen him. They kept looking out the window. They said, Daddy's still out there talking. So the next morning, he come in. And then 3 months later, here we hear the song War. My husband got mad. Oh, he got mad. Because I don't know what all he told him, but whatever it was, he didn't leave till the next morning. And I know when I went out there the second time, that's what they were talking about, Lowriders.
And so just a few months after that conversation, the song Lowrider came out?
Came out.
Oh. Did you ever see them again?
No. He lied. He said he was going to come back, but he didn't.
Oh, okay. So now, basically, the song Lowrider comes out, and that's a term that you created, correct?
Yes.
And now the song is named after a word that you created.
I believe that he took those, what my husband told him, and made the song.
Oh, okay. Wow. What do you think about modern day lowriders?
Well, see, they have that. We didn't have that. Our cars was just dropped low.
They were called cutouts.
It was channel.
Channel.
When they lowered, my husband had a '57 Chevy. He got it brand new off the floor. And when he lowered it, that's what we call channel. Nobody else didn't know that.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm telling you this is something that I know.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't know that.
So he got it new off the lot and had it low.
And he had, yes, channel. That's George, the muffler man.
Mm-hmm.
He said his shop was on Wilmington.
Mm-hmm.
And 118th and Wilmington.
Mm-hmm.
He put all the cars, put the pipes on them, put the straights on them, and the pipes was loud. Everybody knew about George, the muffler man.
The muffler man. Well, did you have special wheels for the cars, special rims, or did he stock up?
They most into hubcaps and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Speak to me? Was there a lowrider code? Yeah. Was there like a code amongst the lowriders when you got together?
Oh, it was just we always just had a whole bunch of people all the time.
Okay.
All the time.
Okay. Did you post lowrider signs on the telephone poles?
Oh yeah, they had them on top of the houses, and police made them take it down. So they kind of arrested us on that part.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it.
How was it dealing with the police?
The only time we dealt with the police is when they came and lied. The neighbors across the street say we broke their windows, and we didn't.
The police, the whole story, and the reason why you guys were in the papers was because the police was harassing you, and you guys all went to jail.
No, wait a minute. They didn't harass us. The reason why they came that particular night is because the neighbors across the street had gotten into it with each other. They broke the windows out. And the next day, the landlord came. We didn't know him personally, but we knew he owned the building. And when he came out, he got on them about it. So what they did the next day, they called the police and said, we broke the windows out. So that's how it came in the police harassing us. Never had no problems until that day.
Did the police ever harass the lowriders when you were out there?
No.
Okay.
We went everywhere.
Okay. So you were able to go all throughout South Central?
We went all over.
Okay. Now let's go back. What was it like growing up in Compton in the 1950s? What was it like?
Oh, it was okay. It wasn't it wasn't a lot of crime or nothing.
So in the 50s, Compton didn't have much crime?
No. No much crime at all.
Do you remember what part of Compton, what street?
115th and Compton Avenue.
115th and Compton.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have a neighborhood of mostly black. Was it mostly black people in the neighborhood?
Mostly black.
And no crime or little crime?
No.
Okay. When did you notice Compton changing?
It had to be elected in the 70s.
In the 70s?
Uh-huh. Yes.
And what year again did all of this start? The Lowrider crew?
Well, it really started in 53, but the name came in 55.
Name came in 55. Okay. And about how long were you out there lowriding? When did you stop?
Oh, we did it for about maybe 12 years strong.
Okay.
After that, everybody started having kids. I started having kids. So
Yeah.
That's how that went. Well, we all kept close friends
Okay.
over the years because everybody got married. A lot of them got a lot of kids and stuff.
So by the time, so you were basically done, would you say by the late 60s? Or into the, did you go into the 70s?
It had to be in the 70s because Johnny Jr., KTYM, used to talk about the Lowriders. So that was that had to be in the 70s.
Was that a radio station?
That's before your time.
Yeah. Can I interrupt? It was on West Boulevard, on the corner, KTYM. Now it's
KTYM.
It's
Johnny Jr., the road runner.
So people called and they made it a commercial?
People would call in. What happened? They called in a lot of times. Then he just started saying it. When he do his commercials, he would put the Lowriders in there.
Okay, on KTYM.
With the names. Especially started off with my husband, Big Red, Chino, Jose, and all the rest of the guys. And he also worked for Schaefer limousine service.
That was his job, side job.
Talk to me about Barry White.
Barry White used to come over to the house and eat with us and stuff. He was a very good friend to my husband and my brother-in-law.
Okay. And what neighborhood was this? Was this by South Park?
We went to South Park. That was a spot there.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody went there.
Everybody went to South Park?
Partied. They had sports night on Tuesdays. Sit out there, just had fun.
What about, you said Johnny Guitar Watson?
He was a good friend of my husband.
Oh, yeah?
Really good friend. And Barry White.
And Barry White.
And Richard Berry.
Richard Berry. Oh, the dancer. Richard, you said Richard Berry?
Richard Berry is the one who wrote Louie Louie.
Yes, okay, Louie. Yes. That Richard Berry. First I was thinking about Fred.
And Jesse Belvin sung Good Night, My Love.
Okay.
And Richard Berry played on that.
Okay. So you had these musicians around the lowrider culture regularly, right?
Oh, because they had a lot of nightclubs on Central. A lot. They would have jam sessions all the time. Different people come in. The nightclubs never closed.
Nightclubs never closed.
They didn't. They never closed.
Can you name any other celebrities that came around during that time?
Don Miller, he came. Him and then Judy Page came.
Gene Page?
Yeah. They came by.
Why?
Because they had old cars and they were getting all the information from my husband. And he was telling them how to fix their cars and stuff.
Okay.
And my husband hooked up with Bobby Womack.
Wow.
He had a friend named Harvette.
The chauffeur.
He was a chauffeur, Bobby Womack's private chauffeur.
Okay.
He the one introduced Bobby Womack to my husband. And then Bobby wanted him to fix his car and stuff. And he did.
Okay. How do you feel about the industry not giving you credit all these years? You've been here this whole time and you haven't gotten the credit you deserve. How does that make you feel?
I feel bad because I wanted to be known all over the world that we started the Lowriders. There were no Angelinos, no Spanish people. They did not start the Lowriders. So a lot of people know that my husband started the Lowriders, but they don't want to come forward because they don't want the recognition for him. They were very jealous. Because when the Lowriders started, they put them in there because they didn't start with us.
Right.
So the original Lowriders are the people who started together.
That's right.
And no new people really came in.
Very jealous.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad to get this story out for everybody to know about my husband, Big Red. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any final words you wanted to say?
I just wanted to be known for my husband to get the recognition.
Right.
Like they put this young lady in the Hall of Fame for Lowrider. And when my husband started the Lowrider, I don't understand why he's not in there.
Because he's black.
And Black history. That's what I wanted to be.
Yes. To know that we started
For the young men that's coming up about the Lowriders.
There you have it. We created lowrider culture too. All they do is steal us from. All they do is steal our shit. They don't want to give us our fucking credit. What are your thoughts, Lady Che? I know you got a lot since you're a California native.
Deal with the thing.
Yeah.
That is smart.
No, you good.
Yeah, passing the mic because I was laying it down. I listened to this. Thank Chuck Barbie for doing this interview because we would have never known.
Right.
Until he did this interview. I go to California. I run in East Los Angeles.
The bar zone.
The man who raised me, I studied Chicano. I learn more and more every day. Different shit,
Yeah.
But that's beside the point. My grandfather had a nice little lowrider. But this is the thing that bothered me the most as I've gotten older and I've learned more, especially about our place in history, many FBA's place in history, to let the shade deflect the messages we're talking about, is that when it comes to Los Angeles, when it comes to our culture, meaning traditional Black Americans culture, right? Native Black Americans culture, or the Aboriginal culture out there is hard, like fleeting day by day. We learn things like this. That every time I see Chicanos, they're wearing old shit, right? I think about that first NWA album or Snoop Dogg, the first Snoop Dogg album, or the first Eazy-E videos, shit like that, right? You got these motherfuckers looking just like them, minus the Jerry Curl. You know what I mean? And they stand like us, or they stand like the men that were in prison taking gay photos, you know what I mean? Back in the day. They wear their pants like that. They had this whole thing talking about Pachucos and Pachuco culture, shit like that, lower culture. And the bitches looking like fucking drawn on clowns, you know? Wearing man shit. You know, and I had a little moment, man, where I was wearing, like, I like what I like.
Pendletons.
Ben Davis. Yeah, I had a shitload from Ben Davis. I had a shitload of Dickies. I had a shitload of everything. Press to the max. But I would say, however, I was rolling with the Crips.
Right.
And they was Black. Right? So my cousins, my brothers and sisters were Black. What baffled me though was when, like, I'd be irritated. So I would watch you dances. Like now you don't pay attention. You see the native or these Chicano / wannabe $5 Canadians crip walking with feathers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, God, that's you crip walking. You know what I mean? Next thing is when somebody one of our Californians, I think Californians need to do a documentary on how the Crip Walk started.
Yeah.
That would be insightful. Why? Because these people think the $5 Canadians think they got a monopoly on it. Chicanos. Same thing. Dressing like they dress like us. They listen to our music. They have the audacity. I said it. Audacity to say nigga. Excuse me. Nah, nigga, like that, and think that it's okay. You know what I mean? Let's go off. I got a black friend. I got black friend. That's the same thing as a white supremacist say.
Yeah.
Right? So as older as I get, the older I get, the more I pay attention to what's going on now, right? And thankfully, you know, like thank you for Tariq doing microphone check.
Yes.
Right? But thank you for me doing this because she was basically saying that her and her husband's history, her daddy and her husband's history of what they started was basically stolen and capitalized on, and no monetary, nothing, not even a thank you or look at her in their direction of accolades was given back. That's stolen wealth right there. That's stolen intellectual property. That's stolen cultural
That's cultural appropriation.
You know what I mean? That's theft. That's fucking theft. And they need to cut the motherfucking check, pay out every motherfucking royalty, give that lady and her husband and her daddy and all the people that was with them, that stood with them from day one, fucking accolades.
Yeah, they're much due flowers.
They're fucking well past overdue. The fact that this band wore a song like had that shit, they was rocking it, and didn't even acknowledge the black people that put that shit together. Not to mention how they said with their cars just dropped down.
Yeah.
Now these motherfuckers have made a whole thing talking about when we put shots and motherfucking switches up in our shit, and we got the whole lowrider thingy top, and we put a Mexican bitch on the front of it.
They got that shit from us too. The switches, all that stuff.
They got all of that shit.
All that shit came from black Americans.
I mean, surprised by timeline, right? And I'll be seeing motherfucking sometimes occasional Chicano thing will pop in my timeline, right? Because if you really look at it, I'm usually looking at how to do hair or something stupid, you know what I mean? Watching dances and music and stuff like that, right? But occasionally some Chicano should pop in and say, try to pop their collar at us about how good they think they could, you know what I mean? Or the shit that they got on, or some whack ass Chicano bitch try to capitalize on our music, on our music, right? And still be like, we'll have a brother rapping in their song. Why? Because they nigga need us too. Just like white folk. That's a big ass for that word.
Yeah.
Urban politicians. But yeah, there's a big responsibility for saying that. But you know what I mean? They need niggas too. They can't do it alone. That's why everybody's like, well, where the black people, where the black people, where the black shit, we sit at home. But we keep calling it out. We keep saying they stole our shit. That the way the Pachucos dressed was the way was it Black Harlem?
I think so.
Was it Harlem Renaissance?
Yeah, Harlem Renaissance.
It was a Harlem Renaissance, and you looked at the brothers with their suits.
With the zoot suits. Yep.
Yep. The feathers in there.
They got all that shit from us.
They got that from us. FBA culture. They didn't come from nowhere else. They had to come over here. They remember, keep in mind, family, they're anchored here. They're tethered here. They're a buffer race, or buffer ethnicity. You dig? So naturally, with a buffer ethnicity that has no culture, they had to go steal one and create one off of stolen fucking cultural appropriation. That's how I feel about it. If you steal from us and you try to make it big and things like that, and then you leapfrog over us when it comes to putting your people in office, passing bills and what else? Laws.
Yeah, legislation.
You know, all you're doing is showing us anti-black racism.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot say you stand with us. It's a lie.
Yep.
It's a lie from the get. You dig? It's a lie from jump. It's a fucking lie. Everything these motherfucking buffer races have, they stole from
FBA.
foundational Black Americans
Mm-hmm.
that were already here on this motherfucking land. The original motherfucking peoples here.
Yeah.
Not no $5 pretendian.
Right.
None of that shit.
Yeah, not no Siberian.
And what these people, they deserve the fucking flowers. I mean, fuck flowers, they deserve a fucking check.
Yeah.
And a fucking, and accolades and acknowledgement somewhere that's where that came from. And not, ultimately, these fucking buffer race or buffer ethnicity, whatever the fuck you want to call it, buffer class, need to fucking sit it down, bow down, and say thank you because you stole something. Say thank you, give back.
It's still everything.
It's still everything, man.
Just like the Caucasoid.
Like I saw something I was gonna share with Jesse, but I knew he had a busy show, right? This white man, I got it on my thing. This white man said, "We need a hero, and only Black people could do it." And that's what kind of led me to that speech earlier today, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know it. And I'm like, oh, now you want to say that you want us to fix your problems again, only for you to shit on us.
Yeah.
And that's what these people too talking about. Oh, they're so relatable, and we just looking at the eyes are so wide open now. There's not a fucking thing any of these other OTBs can say to make me change my mind. In my mind, everybody's a racist white supremacist. It is. I don't have a problem saying I'm prejudiced, a motherfucking Black nationalist, et cetera, reactionary, revolutionary. I don't have a problem saying it. I say it with all my heart, all the way to my soul, to my fucking bone marrow. That's how I feel, and because I know for a fact that they've been programmed to steal from us.
Yeah.
And our next generation, if we don't put a stop to it now, our next generation is gonna think it's okay and cute to be kumbaya and hugging Massa and dating Becky and fucking Marvin. Marvin Cleveland, Marv can't go to the slave theater.
Yeah.
Right? Just saying though, family. Just saying, and their numbers are dwindling, and even Hispanic numbers are low. Right? But we shouldn't.
No, they still having babies like rabbits.
Yeah, but come on, man. We can't. We just gotta be. We have to know where it came from. At least somebody did the documentary, or the job of going and finding out.
Right.
But shout out to Blondie, man. That's a Mr. Music aficionado.
Mm-hmm.
I listened to him in the cut, and I was like, God damn, he's smart.
Yeah.
He sure is right. And when he did that, I was like sitting there thinking to myself, this is the second time I heard it, right?
Yeah.
So I was thinking to myself, I was like, these fucking people stole this lady's husband or daddy's husband and friends' intellectual property.
Yeah.
They culturally
appropriated,
and they fucking didn't even tell her thank you. Come back and say, here's a check off the fucking money I made. I'm sorry we can't do more or whatever. I don't know how this music thing will really blow up. But thank you. We appreciate it. Sorry it took so long. I mean, god damn, what is it, 70 years?
Yep, 70 plus.
Did that happen? Did War made that song?
Since she invented Lowrider, it's been 70 years.
Okay, that's 70
She said it was 3 months after that they came up with that Lowrider song.
So 70 years, cuz you know how much taxes and royalties and shit they fit. These people are owed on top of reparation.
So it's been about 50 years.
We'll say 50 years. Yeah, let's say 50 years to be on the safe side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how much reparation? On top of that, they're owed reparations too. So on top of what kind of royalties and money
Yeah,
that
because I think that song came out in the 70s.
war owes them,
Yeah.
right? With even a whole with their catalog and what it's
Mhm.
worth and whatever, right? And then you still California, everywhere still owes this family reparation on top of that.
Mhm.
Somebody better be cutting some fucking checks soon.
Right.
Because it's only about to get deeper and worse.
Mhm.
Yeah, especially in this season. I'll say this right on my end. On my lemon plate. This is the season where the administration is peeling off the ugly ass band-aid and showing everybody's face.
Yeah.
Everybody's face. Meaning all the things that we're looking at, like for example, Mayor Adams, or the lady that worked for Mayor Adams, right?
Mhm.
The one with the one that was getting sued.
Yeah.
Yeah, that lady, right? His one was like his right hand, remember?
Yeah.
Right. So all this shit, this people like that, it's like the band-aid is pulled like real fast off, and we just gotta sit back and watch now. Now everything's up in our face. All we gotta do is read, keep an eye on it, and read between the lines and see where it's going, and stay in our fucking FBA place because we don't have to keep no more. That shit's off. They need to be doing their due diligence to getting this shit on a roll and cutting a motherfucking check.
Right.
They need to cake for us. I mean, like, for real, not just one time. Like put in your daily fucking reminder that you need to go fucking push reparations for foundational Black Americans.
Right.
You know, since the child slavery.
Remember, they was the main ones that was speaking against our reparations.
Right. Now show us now. You can still do that.
You had punk ass American Charlo running around talking about,
that fat fucking bastard.
we can't get
Or
reparations
OT,
until they
what is
get reparations.
OT Mexican.
Yeah, fuck him too.
Nigga in front of black women and two black men, and nobody was going to do nothing. He lucky none of us was in the room,
right,
holding an interview, because all you would have saw was shuffling of feet, a camera hitting the ground, looking the other way at the ceiling, and stop on the beat, stop, they're using me as we fucking and show you what it really is. That's what it would happen. He got lucky he was in a soft, safe place for the tether.
Right.
Because if he was in a place where the opposition is FBA, all you're gonna see is a motherfucking camera hit the ground and not looking in that direction, and fucking all you're gonna hear is quietly in him, you hear shuffling and motherfuckers screaming, stop it, looking for security. That's how you know. That's how you know you're in the wrong space. You know what I mean? Because we don't talk, we just get to business. You dig?
Yeah.
So it's the season now, family. It's like Black August for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
That's how we should be treating it. We in Black August. This is the motherfucking riverboat scenario every day.
Yeah. The riverboat, the Cincinnati brawl.
Cincinnati brawl. You got
the
smacked in the
Mississippi
mouth
brawl.
with a fucking tea.
Oh yeah, the twisted tea can.
The twisted tea can. Motherfucking hop over a fucking Waffle House beatdown.
Yeah.
That's how you should treat this for the next 3 years. We about us protecting ourselves instead of for the system to be broken and protecting each other. That means, I'm gonna say this real quick. That means if we on the bus or something and some shit crack off, if we ain't stand together and stand up.
Right.
You don't let a sister get fucked up. You don't let a brother get fucked up.
Right.
You stand up and fucking help or make sure shit stops. Whatever you gotta do, you know what I mean? Because we can't lose no more people.
Right.
We can't. No matter what happens. Doesn't matter where we're at. We have to look out for each other. We see some shit happening. Like I saw some shit right before I came over here, Jesse. The motherfucking SUV I see all the time rolling down the hood is full of looks all the time.
Yeah.
I think they like got a little accident right by the alley, right? They had all this shit like the car was like wide open. The shit was just like being pulled, like kind of I know it's looks, right?
Mhm.
So like, I literally was like pulling out, and I was listening to music, you know, right? I swung back around, rolled right up to the passenger door. I was like, "You alright in here, cuz?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "Yeah, we are, baby." I'm like, "Nah, cuz this ain't like you. You usually y'all like fucking 8 blocks down. What's cracking? Why you in my neighborhood?" Like, just sweater, right? Just sweater. Like, no, we okay. We had to do something real quick. All right, guys, I gotta go. All right. What is that? We had to do something like that. I was like, oh, my ass. I was like, I gotta go, right? Because I already know it's none of my goddamn business.
Yeah.
But what concerned me was the way the car was all like they bailed out. Like he said what he said.
Yeah.
That's like do all the way down the block to my stop or whatever. But I was concerned. Why? Because I know in the neighborhood this truck is always full of fucking always full of people, right? Like maybe 5-6 people at any given time. And I see that it's always black on black on black in it. Right? So when you see that pulled up in my neighborhood, which is only 8 blocks away from their neighborhood, right? And this shit looks all like open, every hatch is open, it's SUV.
Yeah.
And shit just being kind of like thrown out like they ran out.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, okay, cool. They got this. If they don't, they know this area pretty well. If they got this, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, so when we see something, we just need to step up to the plate. Don't be no hero, because you try not to be no hero. But if you can, and make it stop usually by saying something or make it a loud noise or deterring it, to do that. Deter. But we gotta protect each other and our children because they're stupid right now. Me and Jesse, though, we ride the bus to school hours. Them black kids think they white kids.
Yeah. It's sad.
It's really sad. And so when you check in a white kid, them black kids think like we doing the wrong thing when we try to stand up for them. I do that shit all the time. I try to stand up for the little black girls on the bus.
Yeah.
And against the little white girls. I'm like, shh, you don't let that little white girl take your seat. Go ahead and sit down.
Right.
Screw her out the way. She like, talking shit. I'm like, I don't give a fuck who you talking to, cuz. I said, let her sit down. Why? Because I know these little white bitches been sitting down all motherfucking day. And this girl been running from class to class to class to class to class to class to class. Why? How I know? Because I could just tell. She's tired, looking exhausted. Look like she done studied her motherfucking ass off and didn't eat lunch to it. That's what she looked.
Yeah.
Hair all frazzled. She's ashy as shit. You know she been through some things of it. These bitches over there wear some fucking musty ass deodorant, sweaty as hell, hot as fuck, won't move around for no little girl that don't get fucked. And don't let it be no light skinned little girl either. It gets worse. So I see it, I stand up for them and they be like, obviously I'm some old ass bitch, you know what I mean? I said I'll be there when your mama see me. You know what I mean? Be there when your mama see me. Tell your mama to come find me.
Right.
This old ass bitch want to put hands on your mama. Cause you stupid. But them little girl, they're black kids, cause they're not getting told that A, they're beautiful, B, that they're fucking black.
They don't have no pride.
They don't got no pride. And they think, oh, well, Jessica like me. I guess I want to be like Jessica. It's just like, damn, season 1. With the girl with the girl. Yeah, trying to, you know what I mean?
So bad.
That shit's just like that. Just think about it like that. And then think about it what it's like for the boys. At least the boys got some sense, but not that much.
Yeah.
So I say that because we got babies that's going to school right now. And what used to be black zones, that are now white zones, you got to teach them that they're still black in America.
Yeah.
And at school, they definitely are still black. And it doesn't matter if there's only 8 black people in that motherfucking school. you better know each and every one of them.
Right.
You better know each and every one of them. You better know who their parents is, because it's that important. Because you can't trust these white teachers to protect you either. We saw how they do racist shit. All of this is bad. All this is bad. You see a pretty little black girl at school, she got a little swag to her. Every fucking white girl want to be that little girl. And she, or every black boy who got a little bit of swag, a little style to him, does his hair different, rocks different shit. He kind of maybe a little conscious, or maybe a little this, or a little that, right? But he's a boy, a masculine boy.
Yeah.
Every motherfucking white boy want to be his motherfucking friend, or they want to fuck him up. Same thing with the little girl. They either want to be her friend, look like her, dress like her, act like her, or they want to fuck her up. So there's no winning. That's all I gotta say. But sorry about that.
Well, thank you for that, Lady Che.
So
we definitely make sure this sister gets her flowers, gets her due props, and gets her damn reparations.
Yeah.
So shout out to Dewan B for interviewing Miss Berta Bell.
I wish she would have asked him. I wish she would have asked the one question I was dying to know. When did the fucking Chicano take it away and start making it theirs? That's what I really want to know.
Probably in the late 70s, early 80s.
Maybe we can ask him when he does the show. Because that would be like, I kind of wanted to know.
I would say in the late 70s, early 80s. That would just be my guess. All right, so in other news, McDonald's hit with nationwide boycott after black franchises exposed the racism within the franchise.
Yeah. Wow.
So Dr. is going to give us some
Black McDonald's franchise owners. Franchisees. They claim McDonald's set them up to fail. Here it is.
My name is Kenneth Manning, and I'm the lead plaintiff in a discrimination lawsuit titled Manning et al. Versus McDonald's. I started this crew washing dishes in 1976, right after my 16th birthday, and spent 41 years in the McDonald's system. And for 17 of those years, I was a McDonald's franchisee. I owned and operated a total of 20 restaurants. I invested everything I had, money, time, faith, and trust in the McDonald's system. But what I didn't know when I started is that the rules aren't the same for everyone. I was steered into underperforming locations in neighborhoods McDonald's had already written off.
There are 40 former McDonald's franchise owners making the same claim or a similar claim. Put up the logo. Here we go. Former Black McDonald's franchisees say McDonald's set up their business to fail. You just heard from Kenneth Manning. This summer, more than 40 Black former McDonald's franchise operators joined the call for a national boycott of the fast food giant after it announced that it was rolling back its commitment to DEI initiatives earlier this year, including ending diversity goals for hiring and promoting employees, and its prior pledge regarding supply chain inclusivity, which basically means vendor relations for the corporation. The former franchisees' economic action was in line with their ongoing legal efforts as all plaintiffs in a federal lawsuit filed in 2023 and obtained by Atlanta Black Star that accuses McDonald's USA and McDonald's due to systemic racial discrimination. 48 plaintiffs claim that McDonald's ruined their pursuit of the American dream to build generational wealth for their families by steering Black franchisees to less desirable, poorly performing locations in Black neighborhoods, requiring them to make basically personal investments in the restaurants through costly rebuilds and renovations, denying them opportunities for growth, including buying stores in predominantly white neighborhoods with higher sales and profits, while denying them financial assistance that the corporation provided to their white franchise owners. When it came time to sell their restaurants, the lawsuit claims McDonald's would not let them sell to their preferred Black buyers and made them sell at lower prices to white buyers that the corporation had handpicked. Among them is lead plaintiff Kenneth Manning, who started his 41-year McDonald's career as a dishwasher at 16 and then managed a restaurant before pursuing a career as an owner-operator, eventually owning 20 restaurants in Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina. Talk about a success story. Talk about if McDonald's would have backed this brother, talked about his story, made a commercial about him, highlighted him on their social media, their website. Think about all of the positive PR that would have come out of that. Now, frankly, I don't go to McDonald's, not anymore. It's been years. But you do find that McDonald's, they have franchise owners. And these owners are locally empowered to hire individuals as long as your store is profitable. It creates an ecosystem of economy, especially for young workers. Many times, that's the first job, working in the fast food restaurant, for many of us, including myself. So what do we have? I mean, it sounds kind of diabolical. So you mean to tell me that you can own the franchise, you operate it, you put the investment capital down, you invest also your blood, sweat, and tears equity in addition to your income. When it comes time to sell, you pick a preferred buyer. Buyer has money, but the corporation who gave you the license to operate says, no, we don't want you to sell to that person. This is according to the allegation. But we have some recommendations for you to sell to. And not only must you sell to them, I recommended list, but they will purchase at a lower price. In 2009, McDonald's, the regional vice president of operations, Debbie Stroud, offered Manning 10 company-owned stores in the Atlanta region, which were collectively underperforming by $11 million. The complaint states McDonald's then subjected Manning to a demanding rebuild schedule that it did not require of white owner-operators. The lawsuit states, in his first year as a franchisee, he completed 3 rebuilds of the Atlanta stores, spending $5 million on top of the $16 million he paid to purchase the stores. No white owner-operators in the region were required to complete as many rebuilds in that time frame, he claims. Manning says he wasn't given access to the kinds of support that other white owner-operators received, including rent relief, remodeling assistance, and opportunities to buy more profitable stores, and was, quote, treading water while his white counterparts were, quote, expanding their organizations, refinancing, and building equity, end quote. He alleges that McDonald's, quote, implied that it would let him buy a new company-owned store being built down the road if he completed the renovations on one of his Atlanta stores within a year, which he did. But the company reneged on and sold that store to a white owner-operator based more than 40 miles away from said store. When he protested, Darren Hall, a McDonald's franchising executive, told Manning that he was not eligible for expansion, which Manning says was not true because Hall had been pushing him to purchase another underperforming store in the area only 3 months before that conversation. Hall later retaliated against Manning, according to the narrative for speaking up about his unfair treatment to other company leaders, the lawsuit says. By quote, deploying its tactic of forcing Black operators out of McDonald's system by increasing unannounced inspections of his stores. When he tried to sell the 16 stores in 2017 at market value to a franchisee whom he had been negotiating, he says McDonald's blocked the sale and forced him to accept lower offers from buyers the company had preferred, all of whom were white. So remember, the buyer that he has set up is a franchisee. So McDonald's, if this is true, actively selecting which of its equal franchisee owners could have an opportunity at the purchase. Put them up full mass. Quote, I walked away with less than what I had put in and far less than what I had earned, end quote.
Wow.
The lawsuit claims that McDonald's engaged in a pattern and practice of forcing Black franchisees into substandard low-profit stores in predominantly Black communities with high crime rates based on their racist belief that customer sales would increase and that McDonald's bottom line would therefore improve if stores were operated simply by individuals who had the same skin color as the rest of the community. Without any support, without the proper mechanisms in order to grant relief that were extended to white owner operators according to the lawsuit. Hell of a thing. Once again, not one person saying this. Okay? 48. All right. Yasmin, thoughts here.
Yeah, well, Doc, the American dream, we have learned, comes with quite a few caveats, and franchises can be a problematic business model, but they also, when they work properly, can empower many people to own and run businesses when they otherwise might not be able to. But those problematic aspects have gotten a lot more attention lately, because many franchise owners like these have drawn attention to these things that most average people just aren't aware of or aren't thinking about, like the things detailed in this story. No one would have known that any of this was going on until these business owners got together and decided to sue a giant multinational corporation over this. Subway, for example, has also come under fire for similarly predatory practices that stifle their franchise owners and saddle them with a ton of debt and basically trap them with a store in a bad location that is then often cannibalized by another location that Subway allows to open across the street. But with McDonald's now, there seems to be a racial aspect to their case and practices. And let's be clear, this is not the first time that McDonald's has been accused of being, let's say, racially insensitive. A lot of people, including myself, have been boycotting McDonald's. Not that I went to McDonald's that much in the first place, okay? And that actually matters because whenever McDonald's was still selling in Israel, a lot of people were decided to boycott McDonald's for that reason unless they pulled out of Israel. And McDonald's, on like a hot mic, or it was leaked somewhere, and they said, oh, it's all the Muslims are to blame for our low sales this quarter or whatever. Like completely ignoring the fact that it wasn't just Muslim people who were boycotting. Also, how much McDonald's are Muslim people just consuming all the time that it would have that big of an impact on your bottom line? It was everybody who was protesting against your involvement in Israel. It wasn't just the Muslim people. That's a ridiculous statement. But, they do seem to have like this myopic, simplistic way of looking at the world and the people in it. And this case, I am interested to see how this one's going to play out, if they are going to be found to have been engaging in the things that these business owners are saying that they have been engaged in. And I, for my part, will continue to not eat at McDonald's. They opened one right by my house and also right by my gym. And the other day I was like, when you leave the gym and you're like so hungry, I was like, oh, those fries sound good, but I didn't do it. I just went home.
There you go. Glad you made the sack.
They're gonna end up settling out.
They need to.
That's fucked up.
All right, so the hell with crack Donald's. I rarely, if ever, eat that bullshit. And like Bianca said, over 1 billion served. What are they serving you? Trash. That shit is complete trash.
I would say though, I did work for McDonald's. Well, I think it was like my second or third job. Don't quote me on this shit. It was young girl. My mama, and Uncle James, they were managers at the McDonald's in Aurora, and I got the job. I got the job as a manager kid. That was completely fucked up. But the thought was, you went to McDonald's, you could go to college and all this incentive programs and all this stuff, and then one day, you work hard enough,
you can get your own franchise.
You get your own franchise, and or you can be the boss and all this stuff, and it made it sound so good.
Yeah.
To that hire video, remember the hire video? And I just think that it's really shitty. Like that is for real fucked up. He damn near gave his whole life.
Yeah, 41 years.
You know what kind of structure that is to work for one conglomerate?
It just says 1976.
Like that's a disciplined ass individual.
Right.
And to have to do that, it's really hurts. Like, because all it's saying is they lied. So it's a fake bill of goods, as per usual. I hope they settle out. I hope they cut a big ass motherfucking check.
Right.
I hope they press McDonald's and make them pay them.
Right. I agree, Lady Che. But we're getting pressed for time now. It's already 4 o'clock in the morning in the Mile High. Thank y'all for staying up late with us. So we're down to the last 2 topics of the night, and that's the Unhoused Neighbor News and the Unhoused Neighbor News. So in illegal migrant news, check this shit out. Iowa superintendent exposed as an illegal immigrant. Runs from cops with gun. Iowa.
Oh.
He was getting paid $300,000 a year. And it turned out to be a legal immigrant who just refused to renew his visa. And when they pulled him over, he had a gun. And he ended up running from the police. And that's how they found out that he was an illegal immigrant. So Nate, the lawyer, is going to give us an update on that.
Right now to bring you breaking news, Des Moines Public School Superintendent Dr. Ian Roberts has been detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
It's hard to believe. Des Moines Schools Superintendent arrested by ICE.
Protesters rallied outside of the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration offices in Des Moines Friday, stunned by the arrest of Public School Superintendent Ian Roberts.
Tried to stop him in his school vehicle. He fled law enforcement at that point. They later found the abandoned vehicle, and they found inside that vehicle a handgun, which was loaded, they said, along with cash and some other items that they're looking at as part of their investigation.
Okay, so the superintendent, that's the guy who leads the largest school district in the state of Iowa, was a criminal, illegal alien. Let's talk about it. All right, welcome to Des Moines, Iowa. Population about 200,000 residents, but if you count the metropolitan area, it's about 700,000 residents. Now, Des Moines also has the largest school district in the state of Iowa, and it's led by Dr. Ian Roberts. Now, Dr. Ian Roberts is extremely accomplished. He was born in Georgetown, Guyana. In 1999, he applied and got a student visa to come here to the United States. Now, Dr. Roberts used that opportunity to obtain a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and become a doctor. Now, Dr. Roberts is also an accomplished athlete, competing at the 2000 Sydney Olympics for his home country of Guyana. Here's a quick clip of all of Dr. Roberts' experience.
As a commissioned military officer, a world-class athlete, and transformative leader in education. Currently serving as the superintendent of Iowa's largest public school district, he impacts the lives of over 30,000 students. His dynamic career spans roles as superintendent of the Mill Creek Township School District, a high-performing school district in Erie, Pennsylvania. He has also served as the chief of schools for California's largest charter school network and as the high school network superintendent for St. Louis Public Schools, where he coached, supported, and evaluated high school and alternative school principals. His influence doesn't end with education. Before his journey in school leadership, he was a world-class Olympic athlete. He competed globally in the 2000 Olympic Games in Sydney, Australia, and World Championships in Yebishe, Japan, and Seville, Spain. He was a finalist in the Pan American Games in Winnipeg, Canada, and gold medalist at the Central American Championships in Bridgetown, Barbados. His athletic excellence is matched by his academic achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat. So sit back and get ready to experience something amazing. It is with great pride and excitement to introduce the remarkable, the resilient, the revolutionary, Dr. Ian A. Roberts.
Now, all was good for Dr. Roberts. He was here on a student visa. He was doing good work. He was traveling from place to place, working these very high-level jobs. Now, in 2022, Dr. Roberts had to plead guilty to unlawful presence of a loaded firearm in a vehicle. This was in the state of Pennsylvania. I was actually able to find the disposition of the case, and as you can see, he pleaded guilty, unlawful possession of a loaded firearm in a vehicle, and it was a guilty plea. Now, because the doctor's here on a visa and he's not a permanent resident, this conviction for a crime made him a criminal illegal alien. And you know what the Trump administration's game is? We're deporting all criminal illegal aliens. So now we have a man who has a criminal conviction for having a loaded firearm, and the good people of Des Moines, Iowa decided to make him the school superintendent, where he makes $300,000 a year. Here is the announcement of the good doctor becoming school superintendent.
Well, breaking news just into our newsroom. In fact, the Des Moines Public Schools Board is announcing that their next superintendent will be Ian Roberts. Right now, Roberts is the superintendent for a school district in Northwest Pennsylvania. He's also previously worked as a chief of school officer and a principal.
So now let's understand the timeline. 2022, he pleads guilty in Pennsylvania. 2023, he moves from Pennsylvania to Des Moines, Iowa to become the superintendent there. And now we're 2024. Biden is still president of the United States. The Biden administration got a removal order on May 7th, 2024 for the good doctor because of the criminal conviction. Now, I need everybody to understand, this is the immigration service under Biden, not under Trump. So Biden gets kicked out of office, Trump gets in office, and you still have all of these removal orders that have to be executed. So ICE decided to take the good doctor into custody and execute the removal order that Biden administration put into place. So when ICE arrived to take the good doctor into custody, the doctor decided to run.
Ian Roberts from Des Moines is being held here in Woodbury County. Details in our top story tonight at 10 o'clock. The Woodbury County Jail log shows Ian Roberts was booked earlier this evening on a foreign warrant. The Iowa Department of Public Safety says officers responded to a mutual aid request at around 9 o'clock this morning from Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Authorities say that they performed a traffic stop where Roberts identified himself and then sped away and abandoned his vehicle near a wooded area. A short time later, he was taken into ICE custody.
Now, ICE officials say Roberts had a loaded handgun, $3,000 in cash, and a fixed blade hunting knife in his possession. Homeland Security saying Roberts is a criminal illegal alien from Guyana. He entered the U.S. on a student visa back in 1999 and given his final order of removal in May of 2024. Roberts has been serving as superintendent of the Des Moines Public School District since 2023.
And they tried to stop him in his school vehicle. He fled law enforcement at that point. They later found the abandoned vehicle, and they found inside that vehicle a handgun, which was loaded, they said, along with cash and some other items that they're looking at as part of their investigation.
So let me get this right. The doctor got caught in Pennsylvania with a loaded handgun in his car, got arrested for that, pled guilty. Then fast forward, he's now still driving around. This time it's seemingly in a school vehicle with the loaded handgun and $3,000 in cash. This guy just has a gun fixation. The good doctor has been here almost 25 years on a student visa. So I think he's overstayed that visa pretty dramatically. Now, obviously, the people in that community are protesting because they want the good doctor back as superintendent.
Protesters rallied outside of the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration offices in Des Moines Friday, stunned by the arrest of public schools Superintendent Ian Roberts, an immigrant from Guyana.
The general public, I think, is not okay with what's happening.
All right, so we're all on the same page. This has been going on for about 20 years, and he's been here for 20 plus years on a student visa. And it's the Biden administration that said he had to go, not even the Trump administration. So at the end of the day, he should have got his paperwork cleared up. He didn't, and now you got to go on this first thing smoking back to Guyana. Thank you for your service and all your hard work, but time for you to go home. Now, I do want to say one thing. Back in 2023, he was lawfully allowed to work here because he was still on that student visa. That was ended in 2024 when they put in the removal order. So he was still employed at the school district as the superintendent, even though his immigration status had changed.
DHS says that when Dr. Roberts was arrested, that he did not have work authorization and that he was in the country illegally. When the district hired Roberts in 2023, was it the district's impression that he did have work authorization, and what was his immigration status at that time?
This is all new information, and we are seeking the facts just like everybody else is. When the superintendent was hired, I was not board chair, but we retained a search firm, did the background check, just like the state of Iowa and Governor Reynolds and the Board of Educational Examiners did their license check. And so we followed all of the proper procedures. And now we have to wait for the facts to unfold because it seems that there's not legitimacy around that right now.
So now, do you agree with the people protesting on the street? Hey, he should be allowed to stay. He's done so much good in the community. This isn't someone you want to deport, or is he on the first thing smoking because he broke the law? A gun charge in Pennsylvania. Obviously, you could possibly have a gun charge here because he's an illegal immigrant at this particular time, and he has a loaded firearm. And if you're illegal and have a firearm, that is a crime in the United States. So let me know in the comment section how you feel. Should he stay? Should he go? Do you feel this is someone who should be removed, or do you feel like the community that, hey, this is someone who you don't want to be removed? Let me know in the comment section. Don't forget, like, share, subscribe, do all the great YouTube stuff. My name is Nate the Lawyer. I'm out.
He got to go. You had 20, how many years? 20 years to renew your visa?
Easily, but I don't know why he had a pistol 2 separate times.
Yeah.
I want to know. Sorry, Billy. Hey, diaries. Why? I want to know who I want to know why he didn't learn the first time about the pistol, and the second time. Why does he need a pistol 2 separate times? So he's gonna be made an example out of. Watch.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, free him. Like, you know, we love Ian. We love Dr. Roberts. Dr. Roberts is the villain.
Right. Right.
Dr. Roberts only plays a doctor during the day. He's out there gun clapping, speeding, and spending money.
Yeah.
Why do you have $3,000 in cash
Right.
in your car? Why did you abandon the vehicle with money in a strap?
Right.
That's what I want to know. I don't think I never. No, I'm putting this shit around I'm putting a little thing, strapping it across my chest, and getting out my motherfucking whip. My laser working good. I got my fucking thing outside of me. I was like, we're booking it.
Strap on the
Maybe
side.
I'm gonna hide somewhere. But goddamn, like why you leave the strap in the bread? Hey, why did he have 2 guns? Like 2 separate times to get caught with a gun. Look at what you need the pistol for, doctor. That is like, is he gun clapping at night shit? Why did he need a pistol? He's a fucking doctor. You know why they in the background check? The background check is flimsy at best. He turned in his application, they looked at it and said, bachelor's, master's, bachelor's. Yep, clean cut, you look good, you talk mighty white. Yeah. Come on in. And the loophole that he had, and Biden was like, "Fuck this! Look, I'm letting certain people in. I'm taking certain people out.
Mm-hmm.
And you just happen to be the one going out." So yeah, they got to
because he's black.
Because
Because he's black.
He's beyond black.
All right, so we'll let y'all know if they keep him or not. I think they're gonna get rid of his ass. So he going back to Guyana.
You ain't even saving money to go back to Guyana. No love lost. He got everything he wanted to get done here.
Yeah, he did.
He got all his study done. I don't think it was worth it.
Yeah, he got enough degrees.
Yeah.
All right, so moving on an expired visa, on an expired student visa of 20 plus years.
God damn. You talking about writing the envelope all the way to the edge.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long fucking time on a student visa. What are you student of? At this point, superintendent, you're beyond teaching. Now you're just supervising.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, guys, you're not even a student.
In all those cities, because he was superintendent of other cities, like St. Louis, Atlanta.
Really,
and none of them picked this up in the background check.
No, because they just looked at the application, looked at him, heard he's codified.
I'm telling you, I would not be surprised if our superintendent is a fucking illegal
I would
immigrant.
love that. Maybe we should just find out, just because that would be great if we just dug some dirt. But come on, man. I mean, are we ever going to be the good guys in this city? Probably not.
What's his damn name? What is the damn superintendent's name? He's a Dominican from New York. He came from the Bronx school district. What the hell is his goddamn name? Marino. What's his first name? I
Can't remember his first name.
But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he was damn illegal. No, it wasn't Luis.
Let's call him Jose Luis.
It's something else.
Juan de la Cruz.
It's like Brandon or something.
Let's call him Bandolero.
No, ain't it. Alex.
Oh, yeah.
Alex Moreno.
Yeah.
I know it come to me. In other migrant news, Chicago is being stormed by ICE. So ICE storms downtown Chicago as more rioters bring guns to ICE facility. So TD Media Group's going to give us an update on that.
Okay.
Arresting 8 people they say are canals clothing from stores like Lululemon, Nike, American Eagle, and Victoria's Secret. The sheriff's office sharing these photos of their loot from the apartment search. During the search, investigators also found a U-Haul rental agreement, bringing them to this Kenosha storage center. In a particular unit, they found another 137 stolen items, totaling more than $16,000.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we are headed back to the People's Republic of Chicago. Why is that? Because this Sunday, ICE and United States Border Patrol was keeping downtown Chicago safe and clear of all the bad guys. And because law enforcement was out in full force, all of the crazies were inside. All of the bad guys, the animals, were inside the house, and the people of Chicago and downtown were able to enjoy a beautiful day in the city while being kept safe by U.S. Border Patrol and ICE, keeping the worst of the worst off the streets. And you gotta love it. As you can see right here, they were out there, you know, walking through downtown Chicago, making sure that everybody was safe and that everybody was good. Now, not everybody is happy about that, because some people just love criminals and criminality. And one of those people who was not happy was Emperor Brandon Johnson, the Emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago. But what makes me so happy is that Emperor Brandon Johnson is furious, but he can do nothing about it but cry on Twitter, now known as X. So before we get back into this video here that I do want to play for you guys, I want to pivot over to Brandon Johnson's Twitter page because I just want to go over some of his crybaby tweets. So let's do that right now. Allow me a moment to shift over to his X page. So as you can see here, while ICE and U.S. Border Patrol were keeping the streets of downtown Chicago safe, what you had here was Emperor Brandon Johnson being highly upset, posting tweets on Twitter. He put here, "I am closely monitoring the confirmed reports of federal agents on Michigan Avenue. While Chicagoans and visitors are enjoying another gorgeous Sunday, they are being blah, 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 blah." Whatever, bro. I'm not reading this trash, okay? Because it really doesn't matter, all right? He would go on to post this today. I believe it was about an hour or so ago. He said, "Regardless of immigration status, you have rights. My administration is protecting every Chicago residents from federal intimidation, but we are blah, blah, blah," whatever, bro. I'm not reading this either because it's pointless. It doesn't mean anything. It's nonsense. You have a president that's actually trying to keep the citizens of Chicago safe, and he has to fight against a mayor, the emperor, as I like to say, who's trying to keep criminals on the street, right? So I'm not interested in anything that Brandon Johnson actually has to say, because the nonsense that he spews, especially nonsense that comes from Congressman Chuy Garcia out of Illinois, that we're going to get to in just a moment, is why people are actually showing up to the ICE facility in Broadview armed. More people, so-called protesters, but are actually rioters, are showing up armed. Recently, I believe it was last night in Broadview, 2 more rioters were arrested with firearms. And if I'm not mistaken, one had an explosive on him, right? So let's take a moment to shift over to this clip here. I want to show you this from Fox News, where they talked about this and unpacked it just a little bit. So let's shift over to this clip next.
You have to get up.
ICE processing center in Broadview, Illinois, which is a suburb of Chicago. 11 violent rioters were arrested outside of the detention center. 2 guns were taken from the rioters who were against the fence at the ICE facility. Yep. And the investigation into some sort of an explosive device found near the ICE Chicago detention facility. And this is the same place last week. 16 were arrested at the facility.
So I want to pause for just a moment, then I'm going to let it finish out. There's maybe about 45 seconds left in this video clip. These aren't the same guns that were found, I believe it was Thursday or Friday. Remember, Thursday, I released a video on Saturday, but it was either Thursday or Friday. I believe it was Friday, where a rioter was arrested at the Broadview facility and he had a gun on him. This is not the same situation. This is 2 more. This is a second situation, we'll say, right? A second situation where 2 more firearms were found on the rioters and an explosive device. Okay, so they're showing up armed regularly at this point. They're showing up armed. So I wanted to highlight that point just for clarification, so we understand what's going on here in Chicago.
16 were arrested at the facility.
So there's 2 elements to the story. Obviously, the legal aspect. If y'all remember, during the height of the crisis, I went down on the ground and they were taking over the schools, taking over the health centers that they had shut down in the city. And the rival gangs were warring with each other with the illegal gangs that were in the town. You also have a major crime problem, guns within Chicago, illegally in Chicago as well. So I just don't understand why the mayor, I know the residents want more help. You need a presence of law enforcement there, not just for the illegals that are criminal migrants within the country, but the actual criminals that are out there on the day-to-day basis that are residents that are shooting up the block.
So there's 100%, and 75% of Chicagoans want more law enforcement on the street. All right, 75% want that, but their emperor, Brandon Johnson, will not give it to them. Instead, he would rather have the guns on the streets and the criminals on the streets, and then he could blame it on slavery, segregation, and then racism, white supremacy, as he always does, right? That's what he typically does. I want to pivot over to this clip next, to a News Nation clip, where we're going to take a moment to listen to what Greg Bovino had to say. He is the commander at large of the U.S. Border Patrol. He spoke on this situation briefly concerning these rioters that brought guns to the ICE facility. So let's take a moment to listen to that right now.
Good morning, Marnie. Well, protests are likely to expand throughout the week here. Now, Broadview, the village of Broadview, the police department actually opening an investigation into federal agents after they allegedly fired less lethal ammunition into a local CBS reporter's car. That's according to local media reports. But that's actually after the village of Broadview said that ICE officers reached out to them saying that there would be a crap show, however they used an expletive, over the weekend as protesters continue to clash with federal officers at the Broadview ICE facility. And it was a tense weekend with over 11 protesters arrested Saturday after Border Patrol agents and federal officers deployed tear gas and pepper spray balls.
If you're wondering why I have a smirk on my face, I just love seeing the accountability. Oh, I love seeing the accountability happen in real time. Anyways, let's carry on.
There were weapons brought there, loaded handguns within feet of Border Patrol agents. That's not what this is about. We believe in the First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, and all that, but don't come to a protest ready to fight or shoot Border Patrol agents. It won't work out well for you.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. Especially if they decide to, pull their weapons out and, respond in kind. It's really not going to work out well for you. And then you're going to be screaming out all the isms, racism, fascism, sexism, there's no xenophobic ism, right? But xenophobic and all this other type of stuff, all the phobias and the isms will come out if they respond in kind. But you're the one who pulled your weapon first. Why are you showing up with weapons for? That's unnecessary. It goes to show that you're not a protester, you're a rioter. And this type of just extreme leftist behavior is encouraged by people like Chuy Garcia, right? Out of Illinois, Representative Chuy Garcia, who speaks nonsense like this. Listen to the nonsense that's getting ready to come out of his mouth when he first kind of introduces himself and begins talking. This is completely ridiculous what he's getting ready to say.
Congressman Jesus Chuy Garcia, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Today, we witnessed the further militarization of ICE tactics in Chicago as they showed up downtown to indiscriminately continue to profile against people just because of what they look like.
How do you indiscriminately profile people based upon what they look like?
Well, they do that to black people all the time.
Liberals are dumb. How do you, somebody please explain that to me in the comment section below. How do you indiscriminately, right? Meaning you're not discriminating. You indiscriminately profile people based on what they look like. That's how you know they're just talking just to talk. They're just opposing Trump just to oppose him. They're opposing common sense just to be opposed to common sense because Democrats are insane. These people are lunatics. They are 1000% lunatics. That made absolutely no sense. I really wanted to play that part for you guys. But when you're talking about the extremist element of it and how he pours fuel onto the fire that encourages people to bring guns to ICE facilities, and when he says nonsense like this.
People unlawfully, we will fight back. You claim that you're out to get the worst of the worst, but we see time and time again that the people that you are apprehending and kidnapping and interrogating and terrorizing are hardworking people that make Chicago and Illinois a better place for everyone.
He's an idiot. DNC lunatics are idiots. Chuy Garcia is dumb. So when you say this kind of stuff, as we keep hearing, you're kidnapping and terrorizing hardworking people that are making the city safe. Well, let me ask you something, Chuy Garcia. Are you talking about people like this guy right here? Shout out to my man, Libs of Chicago, for posting this. Look at this. Is this who we're talking about in the city of Chicago? Eric Ayala, an illegal alien from Mexico, was arrested last week because he punched a woman in the face. She is also pregnant. What a fine person. He is exactly what we need in this country. And so it makes sense why our leftist politicians are so eager to protect people like him. These are the people that they're protecting. You have ICE and U.S. Border Patrol in Chicago trying to keep you safe from people like him. Brandon Johnson and Chuy Garcia want to keep him safe at your expense, okay? They want to keep animals like this protected at the expense of your safety. Whether you're a man, woman, or child, they do not care. And then that leads to not just lunatics, rioters showing up to ICE facilities with guns, but idiots like this in the streets of Chicago antagonizing ICE agents who are trying to do their job. Look at this clip here in closing. These are the kind of morons, and I hate to use such word, stupid, idiot, and moron so much, but what else am I supposed to say? What else am I supposed to say? This is all idiotic. And Chuy Garcia and Brandon Johnson are producing morons like the people that we're getting ready to listen to in this next clip here as we bring this video to a close. Check this out here.
Look at these motherfuckers out here. Don't you guys got something else to do? Get the fuck out of here. Look at these motherfuckers. Sister on Armitage.
I just have to say this really quick because I didn't cover this story that happened last week. Many of you are familiar with it, though. It was a hearing, an immigration hearing in New York, where a man was, detained and he was deported, right? Because his immigration hearing didn't go his way, and there was a wife. His wife was there with their children, and she was acting a fool. I'm not going to get into playing the whole clip right now, but some of you are familiar with it. The long and short of it was after she got done acting a fool, once her husband was taken away, she continued to act a fool and argue with ICE. And eventually, one of the ICE officers ended up, grabbing her, and they pushed her against the wall, and then they tripped over and fell onto the ground, and she fell to the ground. A lot of people were going, "Oh my God, she's just a woman." I cannot stand this. I despise this with a deep passion. I despise what this woman is doing here, and when people act like this with such a deep passion. When you antagonize and talk stupid to these people, but God forbid you F around and find out. Now all of a sudden, oh my God, but she was just a woman. There's a right way of doing things and a wrong way of doing things. What she's doing right now is the wrong way. If the purpose of this was to film the guy and show that ICE is in the area just to warn whoever you're trying to warn, then okay. But when you're walking up on these people talking crazy, talking all types of stupid, I'm sorry, man. If you F around and find out and they end up just kind of, calling your bluff with all the nonsense that you're talking, hey, man, fair game, fair game. Do things the right way or find out the hard way. Anyways, let me get off my soapbox and let's get back into this clip here. And I'll start it over. I ruined it. So let me start it from the beginning. Take 2 and action.
Look at these motherfuckers out here. Don't you guys got something else to do? Get the fuck out of here. Look at these motherfuckers. Sister on Armitage. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Do something. Do something. It's okay. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
I'm sorry to enter. I swear to you, you guys don't understand how much I despise that. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Do something. What are you gonna? And if he does something, now you're hollering racism. If he does something, now all of a sudden you don't want to act like a man anymore. Now you're going to be a woman. Oh my God, you're a woman. How can you do this to me? I'm sorry. I hate this so much. I despise this so much with all my soul. The video's almost over. I'm going to let it play and then we're going to just end this news clip out. Because I'm getting a little emotional, as you can see.
Oh, these motherfuckers have a Mexican flag on their car. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's ice. That's ice.
Run, brother, run!
Get the away. Oh, my whole body's shaking now.
I got him right there.
No, they got him.
What'd you say? No, man, the fucking rice just caught one fucking knife over here, man. They chased him up crazy to fucking parking lot. Holy shit.
No, why did they get him? I'm so shaky.
Man, they jumped on him all crazy, man. He came from up the road or something. All right, yeah, honey. I mean, you send it over? All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Who's the guy with the Mexican flag on the trunk?
Just talk to them, bro.
Oh. Wait, he got away. He got away, no?
No, they got him right there.
Where's he at? Oh, he's on the floor.
This guy got him.
Oh, motherfuckers.
I mean, you can't be any more stupid. They're literally keeping these morons safe. These people are dumb. They're dumb. They're ignorant. They're stupid. I mean, I just can't help myself because it just is what it is. You have people like this running around out here, you know, punching pregnant women in the face. And then you have morons like who you were just listening to. Oh my God, get away. Did they get him? Oh, they got him. Oh my God, my heart is beating so fast. The video's over. Right, let me shut this down. I'm done, guys. I'm finished. With all that being said, that does it for today's news, okay? That does it for today's news. So please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please don't forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegram in the description box below and pin in the comments section as well, okay? Follow me on Telegram is critical, so please do that. With all that being said, thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace. And have a great afternoon. If I didn't say it already, the link to my Telegram in the description box below and pin in the comment section as well. All right, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, we gotta get out of here too. Got 2 more videos for y'all, and then it's a wrap. So, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I have no pity for these illegals whatsoever. Mm-hmm. All right, so in Denver-related migrant news, the Vinnies, as some would say, 10-day agua, is back at it again. Remember, we don't have a 10-day agua problem. We don't have those issues in Colorado. We don't have these issues in Denver and Aurora. Remember all of that? Well, we do have those issues here in Colorado. And they decide to hit up the affluent areas of Denver, Cherry Creek. So this next video is Rolex robberies in upscale Denver neighborhood lead to suspected 10-day agua gang member. Ooh, this video is hilarious. So I'm gonna play that, and then the Unhoused neighbor news, and then that's it.
Denver's Cherry Creek North neighborhood is known for shopping and high-end dining. Tonight, police are actively looking for a man who is seemingly targeting that luxury lifestyle, taking part in a series of armed Rolex robberies. Your investigator, Brian Moss, has been looking into those cases. He joins us live tonight from Cherry Creek North. And Brian, who exactly are these robbers targeting?
Kelly, we've learned that the victims in these attempted armed robberies were residents of this Cherry Creek North neighborhood, and they were prominent citizens in this area. We've also learned that one suspect in these cases has now been deported, with Homeland Security saying that he was a member of Tren de Aragua, TDA, a Venezuelan street gang. The second suspect is still on the run. With upscale shopping, art galleries, high-end boutiques, and fine dining, and surrounded by multi-million-dollar homes, Cherry Creek North is considered one of Denver's safest neighborhoods.
I was sure that somebody would have walked by and said, hey, what's going on, you know, on the window like this, and I'm sitting in there.
But on one particular day, it sure didn't feel like it to 85-year-old Larry Dietrich.
And then I looked up and he's got the gun pointed at my head, and he was very forceful. Watch. I said, you son of a, you're not going to get this watch from me today. Didn't you understand me? I said, you know.
Turns out what happened to Larry was not an isolated incident. According to this Denver police document, there have been 3 robberies in Cherry Creek North within the last 12 months in broad daylight, where the unknown suspect attempted to rob the victim for their Rolex watch. Dietrich had just finished coffee with friends here when he got in his car to leave.
There's always a spot in the parking lot.
He says a feeling of rage came over him that someone would rob him at gunpoint in his community during daylight hours in a heavily trafficked area.
Finally, it sort of became a standoff that I think he realized in order to get my watch, even if I was wearing one, he was going to have to shoot me. It went through my mind that, well, if this is the end, so be it. But I just didn't want to give up the watch under these circumstances.
What did your wife say when you told her what you did?
She said I was stupid, you know.
But this was just another chapter in a life of danger. Larry was a professional race car driver, racing the Pikes Peak Hill climb in his 70s.
I put the gun away. I just stood there, and they were parked.
The would-be robber ran away, but 10 days later, it happened again. A prominent Denver lawyer was walking his dog at 3rd and Steel in the heart of Cherry Creek North mid-afternoon, 4 blocks from where Dietrich was held up. The suspect demanded his watch at gunpoint, wrote police, but say investigators, the 71-year-old lawyer refused to give him the watch. The suspect took off running, eastbound on foot.
It's been a deeply impactful tool.
Denver Police Commander Cliff Barnes says investigators turned to the Flock camera system for help. It's a network of 111 cameras around Denver that can not only read license plates, but track cars by certain characteristics. They say in both of those robberies, Flock cameras around Cherry Creek North showed a 2006 gray Honda Civic with a temp plate was in the area.
Flock was an integral piece of that, right? Because we were able to take a look at vehicles matching the description that was provided by the victim at the time.
And police tracked the Honda back to its owner in Greeley, Fernando Rodriguez da Silva. Police say da Silva's cell phone was in Cherry Creek North during both of those robberies. And investigators say da Silva tried to cover his tracks by turning his phone off right before both robberies.
I can't believe this. It's the same guys.
The Department of Homeland Security said Fernando da Silva is a criminal Venezuelan illegal alien and a member of the vicious Tren de Aragua gang. The statement went on to say, ICE arrested da Silva in January of this year, claiming he admitted to being the getaway driver for numerous TDA Denver area robberies. The agency says in March, da Silva, who they call a dangerous gang member, was deported to El Salvador.
You can imagine what the press would have done with a murder under those circumstances.
Larry Dietrich's Cherry Creek North neighborhood is pretty quiet these days, although police are still looking for the second suspect. The gunman in both cases, 28-year-old Diker Rivero Urbano, who Denver police believe might have fled the state.
I just wasn't afraid of dying. I just was curious and, could kill me.
Now, we did ask the Department of Homeland Security for their evidence that Rodriguez da Silva was a member of TDA Tren de Aragua. They did not respond to that request. Police say if you're confronted by an armed robber like these men were, do not do what these men did. Instead,
do what Larry did. Do what Larry did. Shout out to Larry. He was not having it. You're not taking my watch. Fuck you, motherfucker. You have to kill me, motherfucker. You're taking my shit. 85.
He was laughing about it.
Yeah.
they say, comply with an armed robber and prioritize your safety by cooperating, staying calm, and giving up your property. And if you do recognize Rivero Urbano, the second suspect, police ask you to call Metro Denver Crime Stoppers as they are actively looking for him. Live in Cherry Creek North, I'm Brian Moss, covering Colorado First.
Yeah. Quite the situation there, Brian. Thank you so much.
He's trying to get him up,
Yeah, he was. So,
he's trying to get them heads.
Now to the Unhoused neighbor news. So winter's right around the corner. And if you didn't know, Shabaka had to find out the hard way. Denver is a cold weather city. It gets very cold here, and this start next month. It's gonna start getting cold in this month.
I love it.
All the way until down March. Shabaka decided to come out here and got snowed in. So now the push is for survival gear. Both me and Lady Che both know from first-hand experience being unhoused on the streets of Denver. It gets very cold out here, and it's very life or death situation when you can't cover yourself with a tent, a tarp, a sleeping bag. Anything besides your own clothing is deemed illegal in the city and county of Denver due to that god-awful urban camping ban that's been in effect since 2012, which was a response to Occupy Denver, who were feet in clothing and temporarily housing our unhoused neighbors, my term, because I said they're unhoused, but they're still part of the community. And still not getting our full credit for that. And yeah, so now the push is for donations for survival gear. So this next person that you're going to see, she's an advocate for the illegals. She masquerades as an advocate for the unhoused. And she's putting in an order for donations for the upcoming winter. So advocates for the homeless asking for cold weather gear donations.
Well, it was a nice warm day today, but we know the nights are getting colder. So advocates for people experiencing homelessness are now preparing.
Yeah, they're starting to collect donations for cold weather gear that actually during the wintertime could save lives. 9 News reporter Angeline McCall joins us now with more on that story. Angeline, this is so important.
So important. And Kim and Phil, we know that so many people are still thinking about fall leaf peeping season, but winter is really right across the corner, or around the corner rather, which means that it is really time to start collecting things that are really important for the unhoused community, including hats, gloves, toe, hand warmers, and a big ask as well this year for blankets.
It's hard to ignore the beauty when the seasons change, and yet it's another sign for Amy Beck.
But at the same time, I also feel a lot of anxiety at this time of year because I know that we're moving into winter.
As an advocate for people experiencing homelessness, she knows the nights are getting colder and they're getting more requests here at the Network Coffee Shop, a resource for the unhoused in Capitol Hill.
And so this year, what I'm hearing most is that people need blankets.
And this year, Beck says she's seeing an increase of people new to the streets for the first time. There was a 10% increase in those experiencing homelessness from 2023 to 2024, according to the point-in-time data.
Here at the network, we're definitely seeing a lot more people that are new to homelessness. And so this is going to be their first winter.
Meanwhile, Beck says the city has become more strict in enforcing the camping ban.
Well, in winters past, the biggest ask has been tents. And so it doesn't make sense this year to collect tents to hand out because they're not allowed to set up tents any longer. Anytime a tent goes up, there's someone that shows up and that tent comes right back down.
Technically, covering yourself with a blanket also violates the ban, but Beck says people will do what they have to in order to survive.
People do. They, of course, have to at some point because people have to sleep. And so whether or not people agree, I am going to make sure people have what they need to stay alive and to survive.
Of course, we know that the mayor is also slashing.
She's doing it for the illegals. Don't let her fool you.
Yeah, she was all about it at the town hall.
Well, Lady Che give you an update on all of that because Lady Che attended the town hall.
Yeah. Budgets in this.
And it's budget season. So we're about to rip the mayor a new one for the whole next month. Yeah. And the public hearing for the budget is on the 27th of October, and we're definitely going to be there in person to let the mayor and city council have it.
Yep.
They decide to want to give all this goddamn money to the police. and they want to slash all the funding to public services, service providers, all that. And basically, essential services, they had to lay off 170 employees, city employees, as a result of the illegal migrant invasion.
I think we did a good job today or yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I should play that.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I should play that after
I think
this.
we did an excellent job.
City as well.
Hold on, Alicia, let me get this part through and then I'll let you talk.
Blacc wonders what that will mean when it comes to sheltering and how that could impact capacity. We also know that funding is being reduced for things like resources for people facing eviction. And so she worries that more people will fall to the streets by the end of the year. Now, if you'd like to donate any of your items, we have all of that information and contact information as well on our website at 9news.com. In Denver, Angela McCall, 9 News.
So also what's coming up is we will remember all the people that died on the streets as a result of the urban camping ban. All right, go ahead, Lady Che. What are your thoughts?
About what I saw?
Before we get to that, about the need for cold weather gear donations.
I can speak from experience. I spent 5 years on the sidewalk, and this is what I can tell you as a disabled woman, mixed woman, right? I went through a lot of very ugly things during that time, really ugly things. Sometimes I don't even like talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that during the camping ban, which we're still in, you couldn't, it was like illegal to just cover yourself.
Mm-hmm.
We said, fuck that. We were building tents everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Because your tent is like your own home.
Yeah.
You know, you take care of it like your own home. So we have tents. Some people were just hoarders. But they'd ask for hoarders.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, I had been through 5 blizzards by myself. A lot of times I didn't have shoes on my feet or coat, warm clothes. I was just always in my summer gear because it was hard for me, being that I'm disabled. I don't get along in certain places. I got banned from the only female shelter in the city.
Yeah, the Samaritan.
And this is all just like you could probably find clothes, unless somebody came and donated something, or you would have got it how you live. It was really hard. I managed to live off like $6 a day, just with my own little personal soda and cigarette habit. However, I've slept under 3 feet of snow. My chair stopped working. I had to learn how to build lean-tos, start building fires. All these things I had learned on my first year of being on the street. That's why I can make it through the winter. The only thing that stops it now is because my heart is in such bad condition. If my heart gets too cold, I could die.
Mm-hmm.
Or if I get if it gets too hot, I could die.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand what it is. The thing is that during the migrant influx, they put and we're only talking about the last 5 years, okay? 4 or 5 years. They put such a heavy burden on every single resource that it's going to be difficult for this year and the following year for the medical system to catch up, and they're already throwing a fit against the man because he allowed the influx to basically bankrupt
take priority over.
Yeah, that would bankrupt in our hospitals of that for poor, the indigent, aka me. And then when you got the shit that's happening out with the regiment or with the regime, the orange man, forcing Medicaid to be cut certain levels, it's really gonna be difficult. All because of fucking, I want to say Biden's migrants. I'm not siding with old orange face. I'm just saying he's not wrong about that. also saying it too that the mayor doesn't have any qualms. He doesn't give a single fuck about us. And when when we were at the town hall, he made it intentionally. I asked the black questions, right? That's what we do. That's what we've been learning to do. Thank you, TVA, Gary.
Yeah.
To ask the right questions. So I've been asking the black questions, right? The mayor took it as the city council lady, Chantel. Okay, cool. She loved Master. After that was valuable. But whatever they try to do is pacify us with pleasantries. They are so fucking serious about not having anybody on the street, yet they're kicking people out of shelters. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? They're kicking people out of town, out of little tiny home villages, and shutting down hotels. They have like studios, like where Jesse's in. Jesse isn't in a hotel, but Boy was. And prior to, I was in there too. They're shutting some of those down. But so where do you think those people are going to go?
Back to the streets.
And then when you cut jobs, and the people can't feed their family, what happens? That creates homelessness. But then he want to go say, invest in our city projects. And the answer is fuck no. You're bankrupting and putting people in unhoused situations. Some of these people that are going to be out on the street now are people that have been living in homes, kind of cared for, behind the walls. You know, if you got to see shit, they call city council and whatever, right? But now they're going to be outside with the rest of us. You think? They're not going to know how to live. And that's creating more problems on whatever infrastructure that people like Jesse, myself, that lady that's talking, put up for those people, for the most neglected. The most neglected. Black people, unhoused people. See what I'm saying? They put illegal aliens in front of everybody. And now they want us to continue to pay for it and keep us in a hole.
Yeah. So as a result of Johnston's illegals, we are now $250 million in debt, and they have to do all these cuts to the budget. So recently, Lady Che attended this town hall. So I'm gonna play the video on the town hall, and I'm gonna play what we said to city council, and then that's gonna be a wrap.
Yeah, it was just. Like walking
Yeah, so the mayor had a town hall in his neighborhood, of Central Park, which used to be Stapleton, which was named after a Klans member. It used to be an airport.
White people love to see black people lost in their neighborhood. They do. Go ahead.
To weigh in on different homeless initiatives happening across the city of Denver.
Yeah, Denver's mayor is hosting that town hall, but advocates, they are already weighing in. Denver 7's Ali Jennerjohn is joining us live. And Ali, what are they telling you about what they really want the mayor to pay attention to?
Well, they're encouraged that he's planning to focus on longer-term housing solutions. And I was able to speak with Kathy Alderman over at the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. She says she's encouraged by this. And we do know that earlier this month, Mayor Mike Johnston announced that to make this happen, or to be part of that solution in making this happen, he's shutting down a couple of places, including the Comfort Inn here behind me on Quebec Street. It's now a shelter. He's also closing down the Monroe Village tiny home community. And I asked Alderman how this could be or not be a solution.
We want to move people out of shelter and into housing. That is the long-term goal. But that goal is dependent on having housing resources on the other side of that. And as a city, as a state, we've made some investments in that housing, but not to the degree that we need.
So going into 2026, Mayor Mike Johnston says he plans to do a few things, including reducing shelter capacity, installing performance-based contracts with shelter providers, and focusing on connecting people battling addiction and mental illness to recovery programs. As for that housing, Alderman tells me right now only 1 in 5 people who qualify for housing vouchers get one.
So I'm really concerned about how people are actually going to get into that housing. So obviously I have 2 concerns. It's the stock of available housing for these lower income households, but also how they are going to make the bridge from shelter to long-term housing.
Well, tonight's community town hall will be at Central Park Rec Center. Doors open at 5. That meeting starts at 5:30. Live in Denver, Ali General, Denver 7.
Well, as the city of Denver grapples with budget cuts, changes are coming to Mayor Mike Johnston's homelessness initiative. Now, the changes include the closures of a hotel shelter and a community of tiny homes. But the mayor says it doesn't mean the people living there will be without support. At a community town hall tonight, Mayor Johnston announced several updates to his All-In Mile High initiative. Denver 7's Claire Lavazorio was there listening to community concerns and learning what's next.
In the new year, Denver plans to close some of its homeless shelters. The Comfort Inn on Quebec Street and Monroe Village, a tiny home community in Elyria, Swansea, will end their services. And many in the community have the same question. What's next?
I want to make sure we are not just taking that away without providing a better solution.
I want to see what the next phase is actually going to be.
I want to hear what is going to be the solution so that we don't have more people that are falling onto the streets.
Inside Central Park's Rec Center, that was just one topic Mayor Mike Johnston addressed. Johnston says those living in the 2 sites will be transitioned to permanent housing, and the closure of the Comfort Inn alone will save the city $11 million next year. And there are plans for micro communities that close too. Johnston says they'll become future locations for workforce housing. With the Salvation Army's contracts expiring at the end of the year at 3 sites, we're expecting to learn who will take over management. Both Johnston and Councilwoman Chantel Lewis say there will be new standards for the next providers, including making sure those staying in the shelters are meeting with case managers at least once a week.
That's, I think, the basic expectation for folks who are in our housing. It's basic expectation for taxpayers who are supporting it, and folks who are moving towards permanent housing.
The city's goal is to add 3,000 more affordable housing units in 2026. In Denver, Claire Lavazorio, Denver 7.
And as Claire mentioned there, the Salvation Army is ending operations at 3 hotel shelters in Denver, the Aspen, Stone Creek, and Tamarack. Those shelters all open in 2023. And since then, Denver 7 has covered ongoing safety issues. In fact, in July, a young girl fell from a 7th floor window at the Tamarack location. And one resident there told us she'd almost rather live back on the streets than live there. When asked why it was severing ties, the Salvation Army said it was a financial decision. Operating costs, they said, outpaced available funding. The city says it is now negotiating with another organization not yet named. We'll have a decision on that one next month.
We are known for being the.
All right. One more video for y'all, and that's me and Lady Shay going off on Denver City Council. Now, yesterday. Let's see. I can't find. There it is.
Again. My name is. They're not taking care of anybody. They're not looking. We're in a town hall. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you can only hear me on the phone. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, City Council. I guess I would have to say, don't y'all be the hero? It's just not gonna happen today. I'm gonna be the one. How are you going to let an illegal alien tell you what to do for us, the people, the actual residents, Black people in this city that you failed to take care of for what? Like, as long as I've been around, 3-4 different cycles, 5 cycles of city council leadership. The mayor, for example, How are you going to let the mayor tokenize the one black sister on the council during the town hall? He straight tokenized her. Sure, we're running it. Oh yeah, we're good. This that for for black people. No, he darn well he's not. He's lying. Just like the gentleman said before, right? You're working for the devil, and now all these things are going to come up on the ballot. Do you think that we, the people, are going to show up and vote no matter what Lopez says he needs? No. You think we're going to put in our actual votes in the mailbox and send them in? No. You think we're going to go stand in line? Absolutely not. We're not. Because you failed to take care of your actual residents and you still put illegal aliens in front of us. The people, the ones who put you in the seats, the ones who voted for you, the ones who stood by you, the ones that gave their little $3 to get you where you're at, we're saying no. We're not looking at your ballot. We're going to these town halls, shaking our head and wondering how you got tokenized and why you don't stand up for yourself when he's talking to you and why you hugged him. We're really curious about that. But I'll say all kidding aside, the police get more money, they're still active shooting. They're using the top cameras, only to solve what they want to solve. They're not taking care of anybody, they're not looking out for anyone. Reality, they're just using it to cover their behinds. And you're approving all of this. You're approving the money. And you do need to know who the economist is. We do need to know who the economist is. Because whoever in charge of letting you hold the first and letting the mayor do the budget needs to be fired immediately. 10 above him, 10 above and below. Just fire him and find somebody else before everybody in the city is homeless and bankrupt and no one has a job. Do that. Do that, please. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Good job, Lady Che. Lady Che. Good job, Lady Che.
I've noticed it already.
Now I'm going to follow up after Lady Che and rip them all a brand new a-hole.
And he is better. Doesn't matter who's going to competition. Today or yesterday, he won all day. And, he's giving.
Eric?
Yeah, you already know.
Jeffrey Paris.
Yes, good evening, members of council, those watching at home, those in the council chambers. My name is Jesse LaShawn Paris, and I'm representing for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Committee for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the Northeast Denver Residents Council, the Quebec Force, Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Against the Revolutionary Agenda. Oh yeah, and the Reimagining Police and Public Safety Task Force as well. And I reside at the CCH-owned Legacy Lofts in Councilman Darrell Watson's district of the Fine District 9, otherwise known as the 5 Points Historical Black District. Oh my God, I'm tired of genocide too. You know what? I'm tired of genocide against my people. That's been going on for 400 plus years and counting. And nobody bats an eye. Nobody does nothing about it. I'm tired of that as well. I'm tired of illegal immigrants making demands when they chose to come to this country. My people, on the other hand, didn't choose to come to this country. Some of us were brought here against our will, and the ones of us that were already here were reclassified as Black, Negro, and colored. So yeah, we didn't ask for that, but y'all illegal immigrants chose to come over here, and then you want to have the audacity to make demands to Denver City Council when none of y'all casted a vote for any of these mugs that's on the DS right now, but actual citizens such as myself actually voted for the people that's on the DS right now, on the council, on the mayor. Well, I actually ran against the mayor, so I didn't vote for that clown. But y'all only have yourselves to blame. Y'all voted for the white boy, the rich white boy from Aspen. Y'all didn't want nobody that was actually from the streets, that actually had the unhoused neighbors' interests in mind. You wanted the rich, polished white boy, and that's what you got. And he prioritized illegal immigrants over actual citizens. And now we're $250 million in debt as a result of him prioritizing illegal immigrants over actual citizens. But y'all actually had the audacity to come here and make demands.
I am like so appalled by this. It's just beyond sickening. But this is what you get for voting for Biden. This is what you get for voting for Johnston. And this is what you get for voting for the current Denver City Council. And the Democrats in general, they have made it clear that they don't care about American citizens. They prioritize everybody over American citizens, including illegal immigrants. They damn sure don't care about Black people. Black people are still the most vulnerable. I hate that broad, ambiguous language that you Democrats use. Vulnerable, marginalized, disenfranchised, all that broad, ambiguous language, none of that benefits us. Lumping us in groups with these broad, ambiguous terms, none of that stuff helps us. Get Johnson out of office. Do something right for a change.
Thank you. That concludes our general public comment session. If we did not.
Mic drop.
Yeah, that was really good.
All right, Lady J, what are your closing
They
thoughts?
were like, they didn't know how to react to that. They didn't have long enough recess for that.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to react to that. I think we did a good job. I was winging it for the most part. I was lucky I got to speak. So, you know.
Right.
I had to make a scene though, because ultimately, when it comes down to the ballot, we got to vote for nothing that isn't tangible. They have nothing tangible going up yet. And we will be at City Council on 27th and 28th
27th of October.
to give us some more heat, because they just think they can pass whatever. Let's slide. But like, if we don't read or stay up on things, then we get, bent over. And I'm not getting bent over by them. So
Right.
let's sit there and turn around and tell them exactly what it is. Because in reality, there's a lot of Hispanic people up there, and it's two.
Yeah, we got 7 of them.
One tethered, and
one tethered and one mammy.
One mammy, both queer, which is not really a bad thing. It's just they put that shit, they put everything, and they're Black, and so they're not really. They're all inclusive. They're for everybody, and that's the sad part. That's why, like, me and Jesse, when we think about running for politics and doing things with the politics, we think about it as far as like, yeah, man, what's it gonna be like to say you're the only on code, always Black person? Think about it.
Right.
Think about it. There's only a handful. You got them all over the place. Look at Marcel Dixon.
Yeah, shout out to Marcel.
You see what I'm saying? He's always on point. So, like, can you imagine how many people you probably be able to count on both hands? And that's sad.
Yeah.
Everybody else just a pretty Black face
In a high place.
Same old shit, like Jerry said. Same old lies, different year. That's what he said at the town hall.
Yeah, he's right. We've been hearing the same shit.
They want to close the tiny rooms. They don't want to admit where they stole the tiny room right here.
Right.
That's what he said too. So yeah,
you need to get on this gentleman
everybody
as well.
stay Black, stay dangerous, and keep a lookout for everybody. We're in a season where we just need to keep our heads on a swivel and our eyes, the peripheral vision open and available for all sorts of action coming in all different ways. You know what I mean? And let your spirit guide you. You know someone's lying to you, or somebody's telling lies. Let that. Don't question it. Always go with that first instinct. You know. There you go. Stay Black. Stay favorite.
Stay dangerous.
Definitely stay dangerous.
All right, so that's going to conclude this season 5, episode 45, part 3, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Join us today, I guess. It'll be today now, or tomorrow, or today. I guess it's today now. For Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations in Black empowerment, and delineations in Black empowerment. Sharon Kruma signing out from the Mile High Income and Legal Migrant Florida City, along with Lady Che. I appreciate everybody that tapped in. Jay Militant for coming through. What's cracking TV with Jay Militant? Make sure y'all settle to him. Shout out to Matt 285 for coming through. Shout out to Not Woke for coming through. Who else was in the chat? Twin Pyramid, Daniel, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all check out Breeze's channel as well. And anybody else speaking but not speaking, we appreciate you for coming through as well. So we'll see y'all later on for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Peace.